Get those morning blues out of the way. It is, of course, the start of a new week, and of course, it's beautiful Monday here in Malta. We've got more action coming your way. 4 big games of T10 cricket here in the European Cricket Series. I hope you're ready. I know I certainly am. Let's get things ready and rolling. You're watching the European Cricket Series here in Malta with me, Charlie Hunt, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch and Victorinox.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Master Sports Ground here in Malta. It is, of course, Monday. It is the start of a new week, and it's day number 9 of this European Cricket Series here in Malta. And the days are rolling through thick and fast. It's another superb day of action. The start of a new week, of course, going into the sort of midway stage of this first round of fixtures. Of course, the table's starting to take shape, and those at the bottom sort of 6 positions really know that they have to get into that top 8 if they want to get through to the second round of fixtures coming up on the 14th of November. Let's have a look at the first game today then. It is match 32, and it's a pretty interesting battle this. It's the Masida Warriors yet to lose a game here in this tournament. They take on Zira United. Of course, Zira United coming off the back of 2 good performances the last 2 times we saw them. Of course, they lost against the ECS Knights 2 days ago, but of course that was a really close contest. They bowled well. It was just their batting that let them down once again. And then yesterday, of course, they did finally get a victory in that last game of the day, and again they just looked too good for their opposition in both regards. Of course, their batting did look slightly suspect, but they just had enough to get over the line, so of course they were happy to pick up their second victory in the tournament. It's going to be another exciting day. Let's go over to Tyrone Peters then. For the first time here today, he's got the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Masida Warriors to call.
Heads is about.
Heads is the call, and heads it is.
We're gonna bowl first.
And they're going to bowl first.
There you go then, news from the toss is that Masida Warriors, they're going to bowl first here, and you can completely understand that. They know that realistically their best chance of getting 4 points here today in this first fixture is absolutely skittling out Zira United. We know that with the bat they have struggled. You know, their average score is definitely below 100. I think, you know, realistically if they lose early wickets, then it's going to be really, really tough for Zira United to come back. The Masida Warriors are unbeaten in this tournament for a reason. They have performed superbly well. The only issue for them though, they haven't taken the bonus point yet. So they really are looking at this first fixture this morning as a big opportunity to do so. As for Zira United, as I mentioned, coming off a victory last night, they'll of course be looking to go with a good performance again, but losing the toss is not a good start for them. They of course have got another fixture after this one as well, so it's a good long stint for them out there today. Of course, conditions here today, it's certainly an interesting one. Looks like a bit of an overcast day today, bit of a cooler one, around about 23, 24 degrees, a little bit of a muggy conditions, some would say. But of course, we'll be looking forward to hopefully the rain staying away. Listen, this is the Mediterranean. We're right in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea here. Anything can happen weather-wise, so we'll of course be hoping that the rain does stay away, and I don't think we'll have too many issues. Of course, well done to everyone out in Italy yesterday. What a day it was. Of course, congratulations to Roma CC. They, of course, booked their ticket to the ECL 2025, and of course, over the next sort of week and a half, I think we'll find out a good couple more of those TBCs in that group table, of course, and then we're looking forward to getting some more confirmation on that later. Well, Phil G is standing by. Phil, first of all, hope you enjoyed your day off, very much deserved. Let's go over to you then. For the first time this morning, news from the toss here in match 32 is that the Masida Warriors, they're going to bowl first.
Good morning, everybody. This is Phil Gowers here at the Master Sporting Complex here in the European Cricket Series in Malta. And it's wonderful to have your company. Phil G is unknown in the chat. Lovely to see you all again. Had a day off yesterday, but now I'm back badder and bigger than ever. And let's have a look what happened yesterday while I was gone, while Charlie was running things on his lonesome. Did a smashing job as always. And, well, the first match yesterday was match 29, ECS Knights and the Southern Crusaders. There it is there. And ECS Knights got over the Southern Crusaders by 9 wickets. Pretty comprehensive victory there, delivering the final blow in the 9th over. It all happens in the 9th, and there was proof of the pudding right there. In the match that came after that, that's match number 30, Crusaders in their back-to-back game against the Red Stars. They had another good win over the Red Stars by 2 wickets. To add to their tally of wins from previous last week. And in the final match, match 31, Zira United beat the Titans by 5 wickets. Unfortunately, the Titans only amassed 78 for 7 in their 10, and that number was overhauled again in the 9th over. A 5-wicket victory to Zero United to notch up another win to get their standings moving. Have a look at the standings there while we're talking about it. Not too bad. It's really starting to take shape now. There's still a few teams there. Have only played a handful of games. They'll be playing this week, obviously, featuring. I'm talking about overseas, Malta and AUM. And if you have a look at the top there, Royal Strikers, EDX Knights at the top of the table. And today, for this match coming up, Zero United and Cedar Warriors. There is the lineup. And a few little changes coming in there. You can see them highlighted. I got to say, around the traps this morning, there was a little bit tight coming in today. The traffic around this part of the world can get pretty busy this time morning, hence just a few minutes delay. But don't worry, we're about to kick things off very shortly. Supercomputer loves Cedar Warriors to the tune of 87% over Zero United. Only 13% chance of a victory here, says the ECN Supercomputer. And on that bombshell, we are ready to go. First ball of this match 32. And it's outside the off. And we're off and running. So just a reminder, as Charlie said, the Warriors, they won the toss and they've elected to field first. Happy to put Zero United in and see what sort of score they can come up with. We shall see. Soman with the duties open the bowling. And as usual for the Zero United, looks at the standard setup of Suraj Dare, who's facing. Good ball, well played, straight bat, and well fielded by the bowler. Good cricket all round. And his batting partner this morning is Akar Patel, wicketkeeper at the non-strikers end. That was a good delivery, right on middle stump, and played just with soft hands, but firmly back towards the bowler. Didn't try to overhit it, just a forward push, but nice and straight. And that's a loosener. Bit of a third ball loosener, well down leg side for a wide. And that opens the account for Zero United here this morning in this first match. This match 32. It's ECS Malta. This is day 9. Hope you've enjoyed the action thus far. I have. I know I have. Hope you have as well, wherever you're watching around the world. Good morning. Or good evening if you're in New Zealand like Rob Thompson. And that goes down leg side again. Keeper takes a little nasty bounce there. Hope he's all right. Just gives a little thumbs up. So Soman here has been a star performer for the Cedar Warriors. And interesting note, Cedar Warriors, if you notice on the standings table, the only team undefeated, 4 from 4. And that's very defensive work there from Dare. Just can't get the ball away now. Very tight over this one. This is our first cracking over from Soman, who has really bowled well in this tournament so far. And it's a good time to welcome Charlie to the comms. Charlie, and good morning to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Phil. Morning, everyone. Bit of a game on our hands here. Kind of think that United, if they lose early wicket, it's going to be tough. Soman's not a bad start at all. This time, though, angles in on the pads, and it's just a simple clip away. So first runs off the bat. Dare gets this one away into the leg side. Phil, did you enjoy your day off yesterday?
I did. Thank you very much. Yes, I did. 7 days on the trot and a chance just to walk around town, soak in a bit of sun, soak in a bit of the atmosphere. So, yeah, thank you very much. A very good day today.
Yeah, it was just a 3-game day, of course, yesterday. But, yeah, some interesting fixtures. And, we, of course, turn our attention to today. And starting off with a very good opportunity, you feel, for the Warriors to, well, basically turn around and go 5 and 5. Shorter ball, and Patel is coming off the back of a score in the 40s again for United. He's going to get off the mark straight away.
I think this week's going to be a really good week because we're going to see a number of teams who've only played 2 games, and they're going to, by the end of the week, be up to I think about 6 games. Talking about Malta, talking about AUM, and overseas. And we're going to see overseas in the next match and later on today. So, yeah, it's going to be really good to see that standings really start to build up of teams going on equal games to get a really good idea for who's looking good and who's looking like they won't make the cut.
Yeah, it's sort of moving week, isn't it, really? Come down to the sort of latter stages of the first round of fixtures. Clipped nicely again, and there's a bit of a gap out there, but he's not going to find it. It's eventually well worked and well fielded by Shaliv Sajimon, who's out there in the deep.
Yeah, it's good over this. A couple of wides, but if you take those out of the equation, and obviously you don't, but it's not a bad start. Soman was bowling absolutely beautifully. then just lost his trail a little bit. And finally, the Zero United batters were able to get some of their willow on the leather. Have a look at some stats here. That's up to end of day yesterday, 6,195 runs. That's a fair bit of runs. And the run rate now, 10.7.
It is a fair bit, but in the grand scheme of things this year, it's probably, what, the second least I reckon we've had at this point. Run rate of around about 10.7 and over. And you can see it's maximum and fall rates are also pretty much level pegging at the moment. So it's interesting, isn't it? Wickets, though, losing 6 and over is pretty much about average. But, of course, still yet to see the best, I think, of all the teams here, to be honest with you. They'll get better as the games go on, as Jai Devan was ready to go, but the umpire wasn't.
That 10.7 per average run rate, I think that was the same on the at Friday as per end of day on Thursday. Yep. So it's bang on right on, and that seems to be the number that everyone's getting. They're all working towards.
Down the leg side, wide ball to start with. Jai Devan can't quite find the money straight away. It's pretty kind of level playing field at 107, 110 region for a pass score here now. And you can see there 10.7 is second lowest throughout this year. Third was Bulgaria. And of course, apart from that, it was all pretty decent hitting. Fuller, and this time straighter. And pushed away into the offside for a single.
Yeah, nice little start there to the over. Jai Devan with the duty.
Good comeback after that leg side wide.
Yep.
Not an overcorrection, but a correction that was necessary.
Yeah, and Zero United looking for these two openers here to get off to a bit of a flyer. They've been opening for Zero United for the last few games.
Swing and a miss from Patel. His eyes lit up as that one was full and in the hitting zone. But unfortunately, as the eyes lit up, the head was up in the clouds.
That's right. He didn't account for any kind of away movement and completely missed it. Felt the swish from here.
I want to say a very warm welcome to everyone tuning in around the world, of course, whether it be on Fankin out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. It's a pleasure to have you with us again on this beautiful Monday morning. Again, this time has to respect this one, but good running. They'll come through for a very quick single, but a good one.
Good start from the Warriors, keeping it nice and tight, not giving too much width. A couple of shots clipped on the leg side in the previous over, but finding the fielder. Nice and tight start here. Zero United, they need to be cautious. They need a good, solid start here in the power play.
Yeah, they do. They're building at the moment. Nicely played through cover, but straight through the fielder. And it's probably going to be stopped. It's a very good stop indeed. Excellent work out there in the deep early on this morning.
If he's gotten away with that, and I think he has, that is exceptionally good work after that little fumble in the field. Driven nicely into the extra cover region.
You can just see here, just chases it down, doesn't give up on it, which is crucial, and then flicks it up.
Yeah.
Backing up, which is lovely, makes life easier for Saif al-Islam, who just has to get the old throw in. Very nicely done indeed. This one is crunched though. Oh, put down. Oh. And unfortunately, it's going to be a chance that goes astray. It was a tough chance, but a sharp chance nonetheless.
Yeah, super hot this one. Have a look through on again.
It's in the area to hit, and he really did take it on, but it was hit firmly at point. There's not really too much you could do about that one.
Yeah. Did go very quick, and the opportunity gone down. He knows it too.
Fends away at this one, as this is in the old corridor of uncertainty outside the off stump. Might have tweaked something there on the old side strain. But a good over from Jai Devan, as that one will finish nicely with just 6 coming off it. And at the end of the second, Zero United are 11 without loss.
Yeah, Jai Devan finishes with an absolute ripper there. Have a quick look at the standings again. As I said, Cedar Warriors sitting fourth, sitting pretty comfortable in fourth. 4 from 4, the only team here to have not dropped a game yet. And Royal Strikers still setting the tone. EdX Knights chomping at the heels, but they've played one more game than the Strikers. And Zero United, well, they're now up into 5th with their win yesterday.
Yeah, I did say this morning that, of course, the only negative that you can pull out of the Cedar Warriors' campaign thus far is no bonus point victories. It's the only thing that you can kind of look at and go, the only thing that they need to improve on. And I do think that this first game for them, kind of feel this is a very big opportunity for them to try and take 4 points. Don't take anything away from Zero United, but I will just say that I just think their batting isn't going to be up to the scratch here, and losing the toss. Listen, if they would have won the toss, they would have bowled first, and they would have looked to have tried to skittle a few early, but they weren't able to do so. Here is Anoop for the third. Another one that goes down the leg side to start. The radar's not quite clicked on this morning.
Yeah, no, that's a bit rough. I think in the first, 2 overs and 1 ball, we must have had in the region of either 4 or 5 wides. Just not quite getting it early on a Monday morning. Lucky for them that the batters aren't on song either, because we haven't seen the boundary yet.
Slower ball, but fended away and through the gap, and it will be the first boundary of the morning. Just waits on this one nicely in the end, and that's going to be a welcome boundary, the first boundary of the day.
Right on cue. Obviously, the the Zero United didn't like me mentioning that they hadn't hit a boundary yet, and they are mic'd up and they heard me say that, and they obliged with a nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot indeed. Just having a few issues graphics-wise, and getting back to you as soon as we can. Needs a response here, though. Does Ajin Soman this is. And this one is swing and a miss.
Nice bit of pepper on that delivery. Just to bend the back a bit more. Goes straight over the top of the batter. Good short ball, that.
Yeah, good comeback after being hit away. Durai, of course, going at a runner ball at this point. Again, got out cheaply yesterday, in all fairness. Steps away, but gets followed, but also goes upstairs. Nice little battle this between Saman and Durai at the moment.
That uppercut shot again, which we've seen dispatched so many times in this competition already. And Durai misses out. Yeah, was there for the hitting.
Yeah, he's got a man back at deep third, to be fair, so it's a tough, got to go quite square. On the slower ball, and he again can't find the radar with the bat here, and just signs of struggle early on with the bat already for United.
Yeah, have a look at this one again. It was definitely the slow ball. Just held his shot to account for the slow ball, but still mistimed completely. And this is clever bowling from someone, very clever indeed.
Yeah, he's got him on a bit of rope at the moment. He's toying with him. Oh, and now this full quicker one, and gets bad on it, but can't get it off the square.
Yeah, you said it before at the start of this over, Charlie. This is a good little battle between these two. Tries to give the charge, but to no effect. And someone knows he's got him where he wants him.
Got to look to try and get a counter-attacking shot in here. 3 overs coming to a close here. And this is a nice clip into the leg side again, but there's protection out there. Work will be done by Sajimon, and that's going to be a really tidy over in the end. And at the end of the 3rd over, it's not a great power play for United. I see the Warriors all over them like a rash. It's 17 for none at the end of 3.
That's a really good power play, isn't it? That is nice and tight bowling. You know what? Unfortunately, for the wides, like I said, we've probably had about 4 or 5 wides in this power play. If you have a look there, 5, 6, and 6 in a power play early in the morning. Yeah, United just, again, not quite getting their... just can't get their mojo there.
Yeah, 4 wides already.
4
right,
wides.
Phil, and that's not ideal. Bit of a loose start with the ball, but they've also ragged it back nicely, to be fair. It looks as if they're going to turn to Abhishek Anoop, who had this one. And they'll be, again, looking to try and get something going here. Of course, the field now spread, so scoring, in theory, should become harder. Durai on strike. And this one is clobbered down the ground and is going to split the gap. It was a question of if, buts and maybes, but unfortunately can't get there. Durai picks up the 2nd boundary. Not the most convincing out of the middle of the shot, but gets enough of it. That's going to be 4.
Yeah, have a look at the replay. 2 fielders converge, gets through the first, through the second. Their timing to get to the ball was almost the same for each of them. And unfortunately, I think the second fielder pro could have done a little bit better, but may have been disturbed by his teammate.
Both of them could have done better, to be honest. But
yeah.
hey ho, is what it is. Hindsight's 20/20. 4 to start the over, and Nuke won't be happy. His responses are good, and though it only misses off stump by a whisker or 2. This one nips away from Durai, and he can't. Well, he's just not equal to it.
Yeah, I'm sure he's wondering about that extra coat of varnish on the off stump there. Durai just leisurely just throwing his hand at saying, yeah, it was out there. Yep, look at that. Just flicks the hand out. Yep, missed it.
Steps away, tries to open up the offside. Straight to the fielder, backward point though. And well, again, the buzzers, they're ringing loud because there's been a few over the course of this tournament. There could be more here. They're going to take it on. Oh dear, it's sloppy fielding. As Islam doesn't get the pick up cleanly, and they end up getting 2 from out of nowhere.
Well, that's two from a shot directly to a player very close to the wickets. Have a look at this. Plays it, and there's no run. Then buzzer number 1. And soonly followed by buzzer number 2. That is, well, Charlie said it perfectly. That's just sloppy.
Very, very sloppy. And you can see Anoop isn't happy because he shouldn't have conceded 2 runs off that delivery at all. Wasn't a bad ball in any way, shape or form. Now, such is the way of cricket, up in the air. Could be a chance here. Should be gone and will be. They don't put many down, and that's Jaydevan who takes the catch very nicely indeed. So, well, interesting enough, Durai gets a bit of luck with an easy, cheeky couple of 2 runs, but then unfortunately, the very next ball is his demise. It's a toe-ender that goes sky high, picks out the fielder. Anoop gets the first breakthrough, and United are 23 for 1.
Yeah, well, Durai does the right thing. He tries to get motoring along, picks the right ball, just doesn't get the right shot in. And as you say, really down towards the toe end of the bat there. And a pretty good catch there for Jaydevan. Still got to take him, but he's taken a few catches in this tournament. Good take. And maybe during that little huddle there where they got together to celebrate the wicket, there might have been a few patted on the backside and saying, come on, guys, let's pick up on the field and we're better than that.
Yeah, disappointing effort going at less than a run a ball. Not ideal for Siraj Durai. 23 for 1 as Candle is out at number 3. You can just see that Zero United looking slightly deflated with their start with the bat this morning. Just didn't pick the right shot for me. You know, he's got to be looking to open up the offside. He's trying to drag that from sort of 7th stump line. We'll come back to live action as that was a wide delivery. Come back, please. We just missed that entire ball there. Get a replay from 1, please. Let's have another look here. This was that delivery that we just missed. It was wide off the offside. That one is a wide. We had a few issues with the old wides again yesterday, by the way, just to let you know.
Okay. Yep.
Full up. And this one is missed out by Candle.
Yeah, was put there for the hitting. And Candle misses one. Monday morning itis has to be shaken off pretty quickly by the batters. I'd say that the Cedar Warriors have also they need to shake theirs off, bowling a few wides. Just get those cobwebs out and get into it.
Last ball of the 4th. Cracker, absolute cracker. Back of a length, lifts up. Candle has no response. Another good over, 7 runs coming from it. Well, wicket falling in there as well. Not the best at the moment. It's going at 6s. It's 24 for 1 at the end of 4.
Yeah, real proper tough going out there for the batting side. This is 4 overs going. Look at the run rate there. It just gets up to 5 and slowly, well, it's heading upwards at least. There's a takeaway for the United team. It is heading upwards, but that is a very slow gradient right there, and they need to be doing a lot better. They need to be a couple of overs here as we get into the middle overs.
As I said, going at a runner ball at this point is not enough. Yeah, average score of 110, but nevertheless, they're going to turn to Sajid Sukumaran for the 5th. Good bowler, handy bowler. This one. He's an outside edge that runs away, and it's very well fielded. He's got a little spectator there as well. There's the old ginger cat. Just sort of says, I approve.
Gives him a little nod. Well done. And goes back to whatever the cat's doing up there.
He's still there. He's loving life. Is that cat? Genuinely watched it all the way. He was ready. Oh, dear. Swing, no connection from Candle. And this is just, again, not really looking at the delivery that's coming down and just goes for it. It doesn't connect at all.
Yeah, this is not clever at all. How far away is he from this one? Oof. Yeah, not good enough here. Zero United needed to pick this thing up.
Oh, into the mid-riff. And again, one of those that as a batter just kind of goes and thinks, well, is there a cheeky single here? But, of course, there was never going to be one on. And Patel, by the way, Patel's been there from the start, and he's only faced 5 balls, which is an issue for me. He's probably their best batter, and he's not faced many deliveries yet.
And, well, I think Patel, if I remember correctly, had a good day yesterday. He put together a pretty good innings for Zero United in that last game.
Got 2 scores of 40
yeah.
so far in this tournament. He's been the only batter that's looked to go well. Burhan Adial almost got them over the line against the Knights a couple of days ago, but since then hasn't really done too much with the bat. Oh, what's this off here? Oh, it's given us out. It's going to be off the inside edge, and it's going to be a 5-ball quacker for the likes of Candle. And unfortunately, things go from bad to worse for United as their second wicket will tumble. And Sukumaran picks up a wicket for his troubles.
Yeah, very happy Warriors team out there. Look at this. faintest of edges. Umpire concurred immediately, and Candle has indeed been snuffed out. Patel at the other end, very upset about that.
I was going to say, I think you can tell that it's the right decision when you've got your non-striker who's reacting in such manner.
Oh, yeah.
So unfortunately, Tanker Candle goes for a 5-ball duck. And a very warm welcome to a Derek this morning.
Yeah, that's just not good enough. But Patel's reaction spoke absolute volumes, as you say there, Charlie. Proper volumes. Disappointing stuff here.
Okay, new batter then. Karki sometimes can click, sometimes doesn't. Oh, that's not the shot of a player looking to inform as he walks down and then just swaffs away at this.
Sajid Sukumaran proving again to be a very handy inclusion in this team in the bowling department. Really good over this.
Yeah, it's tidy at this point, and that's kind of what the Masita Warriors are known for. Is nothing special, but it's up and down and it's tidy bowling. Full up and pushed away, and that's why Patel's got to sort of need to find a partner, and Karki could be that man. That's a nice shot in the end, as this one was skewed away on the offside, gets through the gap, 4 runs.
Yep, nice finish to the 5th. Look at this. Uppish, hit it uppishly, picked the gap perfectly though, and straight towards the officials area there, between the dugouts. Nice shot for 4.
End of the 5th then. Halfway stage of the first innings, it's 29 for 2. A little look at the story so far this year. Of course, it's been another absolute blockbuster year on the European Cricket Network. These are at the ECS alone. And you can see that, of course, started back in Cyprus. And of course, we had some new locations with the likes of England, France, Estonia. That kind of felt like a new one, even though we'd been there 4 years prior. It's been another really, really good year on the network, and of course, still got plenty of cricket still to come.
Yep, looking forward to the conclusion of this series. That's for sure. I'm going to be following that one with absolute intent. And then that Spanish encore, and then the Women's Championships at the end of the year.
Yeah, lots of cricket still to come.
Yep.
They turn to Sharidev Sajimon for the 6th. That's a good delivery to start. It's a perfect Yorker. All Patel can do is just nurdle this away and get some bat on it and keep it from tankering onto the stumps.
Well, again, we've talked about Patel just a few times the last couple of overs. He's got the first ball away for a single, and he's in real danger of basically watching from the other end now, because that's what's happened. That's exactly what's happened to him throughout this whole game. He's basically watched the game from the other end, with the exception of the 6 balls he's faced, only out of 31.
And now the swing and a miss is the angle coming across a right-hander is tricky to deal with, and I just feel that, you know, a side that are kind of already needing to get on with it, and they know that they need to get a couple of boundaries under their belt, it's going to really cause some problems.
Yep, they are in all sorts of trouble at the moment to put a score on the board that their bowlers can defend to. And City Warriors are going to feel they are well and truly in the box seat right now. 30 for 2 in the 6th.
Needs an ample response, Karki, because that's 4. He's had a couple of wayward shots. It's again superbly bowled from Sajimon. And again the fielder. This time it's Anoop, who had a misfield off his own bowling, and now he's going to have a misfield himself. Not the tidiest of displays in the field by the Warriors on ground fielding regards of things.
Yeah, the slip in the field there, and it yields an extra run. So the pressure for the first run, and it ends up being a comfortable 2. And he slips again as he throws.
Yeah, I want to say there's a bat break, I think. I want to say good morning to Kev, to Dave, to Little Anne, to Rob, to Kai Bay, to Monica, to Paul, to the, of course, the likes of Ivan, to to everyone in between. Pleasure to have your company. To the ECN Supporters Club in Australia, to Proviber as well. Pleasure to have you with us.
Yeah, just jump on the back of that and say good morning to everybody as well. Missed you all yesterday. Hope you didn't miss me, but I know Charlie was taking care of business, and that was pretty good work there yesterday, Charlie. You enjoyed it?
Good fun. Always is.
Yeah.
Although I am looking forward to my day off on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know what I'm doing. I've already got me plans.
Yeah, you got your plans?
Yeah, a lot of
okay.
plans. I think. We'll see. Outside edge and gets away from the keeper. There is a fielder down at third man, so we'll do the cleaning up, but edges are coming. Chances are certainly there.
Yeah, big nick this. Hear it really clearly from where we are. Keeper was a good metre short of getting that one, but third man, well placed to fine, and collects that one, doesn't allow it to get through for a boundary. These two now, I've seen them bat before, these two, at a time when United needed runs, so they need to really dig deep here.
Yeah, absolutely. Need to work out a way to get something going. The motor is the old mower on the 8th tee box. Oh dear, that's a no ball, and there'll be an apology here from Sajimon. He didn't mean to realistically go for this, and they come back for 2. It's good running in the end, but yeah, that's a looser.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? And umpire gets out of the way while signalling a no ball, as that's been shot out on the leg side. It was a loosener.
Genuine no ball.
Yeah.
No question about it. Patel gets back for the second as well, so this will certainly be an interesting one. Free hit to come.
Yeah, Patel gets a chance here, doesn't he? He hasn't had too many opportunities, but he's got one right here.
Oh, misses out on it. And how, more often than not, realistically, no ball free hits don't get hit to the boundary. It's very rare they actually do, to be honest.
It's true. As we like to refer to them as the free misses. And yeah, Sajimon bowls a ripper there, bit extra pace. Past the swinging blade, and well, that no ball goes to the book as just a no ball, plus those couple of runs on the ball. Patel continues to try to find the boundary.
Great delivery, and it brings an end. A very good over indeed from Sajimon, as he'll only concede these 8 runs, but in fairness, it's a very, very good over in the end, as that will be the end of the 6th, and still very below par scoring rate. 37 for 2.
Yeah, he was really darting them in, wasn't he? Some of these full deliveries, almost Yorker length. So about 3 of those in the over. Really, really good control there. Have a look at the batting card there. Suresh Duray, well, he was in there for 17 runs from 18 balls. Just couldn't get on with it quick enough. 2 batters now, both on 7. Patel, the other opener, and Kaki, who's joined him just recently. Taka Kandal there with the Derek. And Zero United, that's a pretty poor-looking batting card. They've still got a few overs to bring something out of the fire here.
Well, this one is pulled away. That's a lovely shot from Patel, who again has been there for what feels like an eternity since the start, but has only faced, well, that now is 10th delivery, which goes the boundary.
Yeah, good shot. That latches onto it pretty quickly. It's short. It's coming straight towards over middle stump, and Patel, he's too good to let that one go.
Short but sweet from the batter in response. Nice shot to get that one away. Now just all about trying to really kick on here now, and of course there's a bit of a conversation here between the likes of, well, all of them. Sukumaran is now just sort of getting told what to do here. I think we might have lost the Grizzly there, to be fair.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, just as you were saying that, they're all coming in.
Yeah, they're all having a bit of a. They've all got their 10 pence worth, the 10 pence worth that they want to put in.
Just confirming where lunch is today, or something like that, maybe.
As long as it's more than rice, anyway. Oh dear. Patel, 11 off 10. Again, has kind of just been biding his time. He'd love to sort of kick on and motor along here. Now there's a pause here as the batter within his right to pull out, because there wasn't really any fielders that were set and ready to go.
Yep, he was not ready. The only person ready was the bowler.
Wide of his crease. Oh, gets the foot out on this one. And another misfield. And it's that man again, Abhishek Anoop, who has a bit of a stinker as he just runs past it again.
Now, was that by accident or by design? Look at this.
He gets the boot out.
He does.
Kind of doesn't want to in the end, but he has to. And then, yeah, you can see there's a reaction because the fielder's had another stinker. Can't be affording to give away these easy singles. Does mean that Patel will get on strike because they come back for the second. And he's going to launch this into the onside. Has he got enough on this, though? I don't think he has. Oh, and it's a simple catch in the end, and it's a disappointing way to go for Patel. As well, he was trying to get going with things. It was in the area to hit, and unfortunately, he just gets more elevation than distance. And that's going to be a really disappointing way to go for the main batter of this Zero United side. As the 3rd wicket falls, it's 43 for 3.
Yeah, another wicket goes, and you're absolutely right, Charlie. He'll be absolutely gutted with that, because I've seen him put those shots, and you've seen him put those shots over that boundary line for big sixes, and he has gone too high and not far enough on that one. So he's missed out 13 from 12, 3rd wicket down, and you just feel that Well, that's a body blow. That really is, because I think a lot hinged on Patel and Kaki right here, especially Patel. I think he's batted pretty well throughout this tournament so far, in amongst the that United team.
In amongst the calamity of the batting unit, to be honest with you. Adial in at 5. And he's going to spank this over the offside. And there you go, Maximo time. Finally, we get one under our belts. It's taken a long time, but we do get one here. It takes 7 overs, but we're there in the end. And that's a nice shot from Juan Adial, the skipper, who comes out and starts nicely.
Captain walks out and just goes crack and says, guys, that's how you do it. That's what we're wanting.
Yeah, this man, of course, was almost the man, the myth, the legend, who got his side to a win against the Edicts Knights. Well, it's going to be 6 and out as it's a feather through to the keeper. Well, the first one was so nice. The second one, not so much. Sukumaran is going to pick up a third, as it's a simple bit of work for the man behind the stumps in the skipper. Rocky Dianish makes no mistake.
Well, you know, we can't keep using the vernacular how disappointing that is, but that is really disappointing. Skipper, he spends longer walking to and from the dugout than he does actually in the middle. Unfortunately for him, that was a blink and you miss it moment.
Yeah, at least he contributed 6 runs rather than going for a duck, to be fair. There's silver linings every now and then. But still, United just don't look like they've got out on the complete wrong side of the bed this morning. And he's not a happy chap either, as that's going to be the end of him in the score 49 for 4.
Yeah, not one bit of happiness there, and why would you be?
No, absolutely. End of the 7th coming up then. Powder is in and, well, again, nurdles away at this. And the Warriors are up and about it here, all over them like a bad rash. At the end of the 7th, it's 49 for 4.
Well, Sajith finishes with a 3-fer, and he's bowled pretty well, I have to say. And I think you probably agree with me, Charlie. Those 3 wickets, really, really good. Just ripped the top end out of this Zero United batting lineup. The Women's European Cricket Championships coming your way in December 9th to 20th of December. Challenger Division and a Premier Division at Cartama Oval in Malaga. Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey and Czechia make up the Challenger Division. The Premier Division, England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands and Italy. Fantastic women's cricket coming your way in December 9th to 20th, as I said, just before Christmas. Something to look forward to. Put that in your calendars.
Yeah, of course. Spain and Austria previously played last year in the inaugural ECCW. Of course, provided that thriller, didn't they, with that golden ball to basically it was, well, win or go home. As well, we're going to return to action here as this is Sanjimon, and this is going to get slapped away into the offside. Well, we found the ball eventually. Still feel that, if they get up to end up on sort of 65, 70 as the 50 comes up with that single, still feel that that's not going to be enough against this Warrior side.
No, I really do not. I think Warriors are going to be feeling quite comfortable now. With the exception of the Warriors, they've had a couple of slip-ups in the field. Some of the fielding has been a bit Monday morning level sort of fielding, and a few wide deliveries.
Deep in his crease. Oh, dear. That's a great shot. That's a really handy little shot from Powdell. Powdell gets the old paddle scoop out and sort of helps it on its way. It's going to be a minimo. Watch this here. He actually plays it really well in the end.
Oh.
Comes off the splice, but still gets enough on it. And there's nothing really that Rocky could have done about that one, to be honest. And well, that's going to be a little no-ball free hit to come. Thank you very much.
It does do very well to get something on that. And yeah, Rocky just puts the glove up and says to his bowler, yep, maybe I could have done something, but I don't think he could have done much on that. I think the bowler probably could have done a bit better with his delivery, to be honest. That's Shridev. And, well, he's going to be seeing if he can try to keep this free hit to a free miss, as we saw earlier. Let's have a look.
Free hits come, and this is pumped down the ground, but there is a fielder very straight. Najin Saman almost has to reevaluate because almost spins away from him, but does well.
Yeah, the ball pitched and turned as it landed. So the free hit is just a hit down the ground. Have a look at this. Just gives a bit of a pitch and turn. Tries to get it, almost gets past the fielder. And that's that.
Yeah, Latton's got a good comment. He says low-scoring game doesn't mean it's a bad game. It just means bowling side have bowled well. I think you're probably right at the moment. As again hit down the ground for just one. But I would also say that I think that the batting has sort of capitulated on themselves, to be honest. They haven't really seen ball, hit ball. They've kind of just gone one-dimensional, and it's not worked for them, and it's led to their downfall.
Well, the bowling's been good, but I wouldn't call it clinical.
No, I also wouldn't call the fielding fantastic either.
No, exactly.
Oh, there you go.
Whoa.
That is timed to perfection over the offside, and that's gone a long old way. Powdell gets another boundary for himself. That's a glorious shot, 6 runs, one of the best of the morning so far.
Now Need to watch this guy, Padel, because he's come out before for United and late in the innings and picked up a few quick runs with some very good hitting. And it wouldn't be the first time he's put some of his teammates higher above the batting order to shame.
That was a really nice shot, by the way.
Wasn't
Stepped
it?
outside the leg stump and said, I'm going to open you up on the offside. Thank you very much. Here you go. Well, Sajimon won't take too kindly to that, I'd imagine. I think this might be an interesting response here. It's in the slot, pumped down the ground, but straight to the fielder, though, and it's a great catch in the end by the likes of Ajin Suman. And it's another disappointing 6 and out for another United batter. This time it'll be Govinda Padel, who just hits a glorious shot in the delivery prior, but then the next one just chucks it down the throat of Suman, and well, it's the 5th one to bite the dust. It's 63 for 5.
Yeah, the wicket's starting to tumble a little bit now as the batters are trying to increase the run rate, but with minimal success, as these bowlers are just putting it in the right spot at the right time. A little bit slack on a few times, a couple of wides and a few loose deliveries, but you know, their comeback deliveries so far have been really good.
3 wickets falling in the last 10 deliveries for the likes of Zira United, and in those 10 deliveries they have scored pretty decently, though, to be fair, but unfortunately 3 wickets falling not enough. Durai is going to start off nicely with an ample push into the offside for just a single.
It's a good ball, that, but batter equal to the task.
Good way to finish the over as well, as it will be an interesting one. 15 come off it, so it's a nice run-scoring one, but unfortunately they lose a wicket yet again. 64 for 5 at the end of the 8th over, with 2 overs left to come. The United boys trying to get into the 80s, maybe even the 90s if they can get something going, but it's a question of if, not when, really.
Yeah, exactly. Sajimon finishes his 2 overs. Costs 23 runs, so he's accounted for a third of the score on the board. And have a look at that run rate. There's that little uptick, and that alludes to what Charlie just said in about that previous over. 15 runs off it, and a slight uptick in the run rate, up to 8 now.
There's this one up in the air. Could be another chance. Should be, and is. And this man's got hot hands at the moment. As an oop come on, and will take a second wicket to start off his second over. As that's going to be a simple catch for Suman. Doesn't get much easier than that. Didn't really have to move much. Came in pretty quickly, but unfortunately he is not too unhappy to deal with this sort of situation, as Durai will go for just 1, and it's now another one that falls at 64 for 6.
Yeah, just watching Suman there after he threw the ball back after completing that catch. He was looking pretty happy. He's obviously a safe pair of hands, and he doesn't mind being a ball magnet down here in front of us in the long off position. Good catch.
Catching practice at the moment, isn't it? You know, you look at, they've lost a grand total of 6 wickets. All of them have been caught. You know, one of them was caught behind, but the rest of them have all been caught out in the deep, and just shows you they're just struggling to get the power. Gurung in at 8 then. Oh, that's not far away from the stumps either.
Almost had a bowled. Anoop with 2 for 7. Unlucky to not have 3 for 7 there. That was a good delivery. At this point, though, when you're down into the tail, and you know that's where they are now for mine. This isn't the lower middle order. This is now the tail. Anoop, just keep it straight.
It's a long tail, though, unfortunately. Swing and a miss. Anoop just trying to sort of get through the over pretty quickly, and if he can do that, then they're going to be going into the 9th pretty behind where they need to be.
Yeah, big time. Even the computer's looking at this game right now and saying, I'm giving United 4% chance of a victory here. Generous, very generous, Mr. Computer.
Comes down, tries to take the attack to the bowler, but unfortunately isn't going to get much behind it. Luckily so, doesn't get too much, because otherwise he probably would have just picked out the fielder. Gets a single off the mark, but still the batting lackluster.
Yeah, he kind of did hit it straight to Jai Dhawan fielding down there in that position, but yeah, 1 bounce and picked up. So lucky Gurung didn't get more, as you say. 2 for 8 now, and 2 to come.
Goes wider. This is off the toe, up in the air. Oh, put down. And unfortunately, Kailash just wasn't able to take this one. It's the first one, really, that the fielder didn't look too comfortable underneath.
Yeah, it got close. I think went to hands, didn't it? And then just popped out. Have a look. Yeah, just probably half a step short of being comfortable to take that one. Does get a return in pretty quick as they search for another one.
Of course, the Warriors should be looking at this as a very, very gettable target. You know, they've made scores of 140, 160 plus. As that's not far away. Good spell for Anoop, who recovers with the ball after his calamity errors in the field. And at the end of the 9th, well, 66 for 6.
Yeah, just alluding to what you were saying there, the Warriors are thinking, look, this game is completely in hand. We've got one more over to bowl. We're going to keep it nice and tight, and we're going to come out, we're going to chase this down in 7. They need to be thinking about a 4-pointer here.
Easily they have to be. You know, they conceded 116 against the Blasters, which was pretty uncalled for. Of course, Titans Das got off on a heater.
Yeah.
But when they played against their other 2 fixtures, which I'll come to after this, is Islam. Starts with a wide. You know, against Helix Knights, chased down 101 in the 9th over. And then against Gozo Zalmi, chased down 110 in the last over as well. So, you know, they're looking like a good side that are pretty well balanced. They've got the batting that can get them up to 110, 120 pretty religiously.
Yep.
But they've got the bowling as well that's able to come on and sort of take wickets under the pump.
Yeah.
Kaki, 10 off 8, has been the shining light in a very dull and dim batting lineup. And, well, Islam, he's offering up a few freebies here to start the last over.
I was a bit surprised that Saiful Islam got the nod to bowl the 10th. I thought they'd give Jai Devan a second.
They're probably just thinking and look at this and going, this is probably a good opportunity to maybe give someone else a bit of a go, get their arm over, get them a bit of cricket under their belt going into the latter stages of the tournament. Well, this is another one. It's going to be just okay. You know, the thing for me is that, you know, with a 4-week tournament,
yep,
it's very rare that you're going to have the same 11 time and time again. So you need to have players that can come in and not be rusty.
Yes.
So it's about man management more than anything. Change of angle around the wicket. Does get it right, but this is carved away, and this one is going to be a boundary, a welcome boundary at that as well.
Yep.
As well, this one will get them into the 70s as it goes all the way in maximum time.
Yeah, this is just too much width going across the line, and batter eyes lit up Kaki and has played a really good shot for 4.
6 runs. Went all the way.
Went all the way, did it?
Went all the way. It was a big hit. Rocky now just saying, okay, look, let's just settle down here. Try not to bowl too fast. Get the money on the, get the ball on the money, I should say.
Yeah. So much for the huddle that I suggested, which was let's finish a nice tight over. There's already leaked a few here, 8 to be exact.
Up in the air, could be a 6 and out, and will be eventually is taken. Just in Johnny has to just be a little bit careful with that one, but Kaki's little cameo comes to an end, and unfortunately he's going to have to well, watch the rest of the last over from the dugout.
He hasn't picked that one very well because that was offered up, but yep, straight up in the air and a good outfield catch staring into the sun. He's completely all over the place on that one.
Good comeback though from Islam. He was going sort of short and wide on the offside. I think Rocky just turned around and said, look, go round the wicket, but use the angle, go full, get him playing across the line, and then finds the leading edge. So the plan comes nicely as the score is now going to be 74 for 7 with 3 balls to come. Arial starts with a dot, and this is a good little comeback this from Saiful Islam.
Yeah, much better than the first couple of balls from this over. And you're right, that little whisper in his ear from his skipper has got him on the right track.
2 balls remaining. Don't get into the Grady 80s, then there's nothing to bowl at, really. Oh, it's not missed the stumps by much. It really hasn't. It really, really hasn't missed the stumps by a lot there.
Yeah, that's really terrific stuff, isn't it? We'll see. One more to come.
Yeah, ball to go then. And to be fair, at this one, you're kind of looking at it and you're thinking, well, can they get a magical boundary out of nowhere for Ariel? Can he get something out of the screws? Here we go, last ball time. No, it's a good delivery, and it's a super comeback from Islam. It really is. Does superbly well. As there's one for the over, and there's one to come, apparently. But I don't think there is. No, there you go. That's the end of the innings. 74 for 7 is what they'll finish on, and that's a really tricky way to go about things because, unfortunately, 74, you feel not going to be enough. Listen, United have got a good bowling attack, don't get me wrong. You know, they're able to take quick early wickets, and if Tarai can get going, then they certainly will be thinking that they're in with a chance of getting some early wickets in the power play. But even still, I think you're looking at a Warriors side yet to have lost a game. don't really feel as if there's going to be ample opportunity for them to try and defend this.
Yeah, Bibik, Duray and Homgurung have bowled really well for United. It's going to be all on their shoulders, but that's only 4 overs out of the 10 that are accounted for. The other bowlers need to step up.
I think the issue is they could chase 74 or 75 in 4 overs if they get going, to be fair.
Yep.
Have a look at the highlights then. And of course, there was some good elements on the ground fielding, but there was also some not so good, as there were some that got through that weren't probably balls that should have gone through and went to the rope. This one, of course, got through 2 of them. Suraj Durai got moved to the top of the order and didn't quite start too well, unfortunately, because eventually he would go, as it was, again, most dismissals, I'm pretty sure all of them, all by the way of caught, which is not ideal, and that just shows you that they're just trying to go for shots that aren't really there. And of course, that one was behind the stumps, and of course, unfortunately for the likes of Tankle Kandal, again, another failure with the bat. And of course, they did come back, and I have to say, Sajid Sukumaran bowled very, very well. Took 3 for, did concede a few runs, but you're always going to in the game of T10.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, the way the wickets are falling quite regularly, it was unfortunate for the Zero United batters. They couldn't get a proper partnership. They couldn't find someone to stand up. Patel there was doing well for a little while. Kaki came out and hung around for a while, but it was the starvation of the boundaries and Cedar Warriors. You have to give credit to the bowlers and the field placements. They did quite well. Towards the end, a couple of boundaries started coming a bit around sort of the 6th and 7th over. Sujit Sukumaran, he went for a couple of boundaries in his over. Sridith went for a big 6 in his over as well. But these are few and far between, just not enough. And that's why the score on the board is what it is. And yeah, United just couldn't find what they wanted, losing 7 wickets like that. Skipper there, 6 and out, good example. That shot from Powdell, well, for a second, and I gave him a bit of a rev up. I said, look, we've seen him come out before and do some amazing things when United were in deep trouble. So that was one amazing thing he did. And the second amazing thing he did was to that lovely timed shot. I mean, there wasn't a lot of massive effort to there. Then when he went to weather one down the ground, it was a lovely catch. Someone took another catch, and he featured with a few catches. There's another one. Yep, and he was very happy too. I don't think we saw the celebration, but he was very happy about taking those catches down the ground. This was, I think, his second. That was Bibek, who holed out. And that's when, he may have done his little sort of, after that, he did a little bit of a dance after the high 10, sorry. And, well, Bibek, we need something from him. Does the United team when he comes out to bowl in about 10 minutes' time? Nice shot for 6, that one. That's when Powdell started thinking, well, something could happen here. But then more wickets fell. Good catch there from Jithin Johnny looking into the sun. Didn't have the shades on. They were on his body, but they weren't on his face. So a good catch staring into the sun there. Well done. The dugout sort of looking a little bit sort of worse for wear, to be perfectly honest. Every time the camera was showing the dugout, the faces were slightly grim and maybe asking a few questions about themselves and about that batting performance. Because for mine, and probably for yours as well, that's just not enough. 74 for 7 after 10. Four batters got into double digits, so, need to highlight these guys. But it's the guys who didn't. Tankle Kandal coming in at number 3 there, just getting a 5-ball duck. Skipper coming in for a 6 and then gone the next ball. So that's only 2 deliveries he faced there. Bibik Duray was only there for 2 balls as well. Just no one managed to stick around. There was 9 extras in total, 7 wides, and 4 of those are bowled in the first 2 overs. That shows you how much better the Warriors got. So as the morning progressed, the Warriors got better and better. All credit to the bowlers, some very good economies there. Anup, 2 for 9. Fantastic stuff. And Sukumaran, 3 for 17 as well. But good economies from the opening bowlers. Soma and Othorpe bowled really, really well. Took outfield catches as well. Jai Devan as well. Probably been unlucky not to get a second over, but maybe they felt he wasn't needed. But in the end, that's what we're looking at. United, they managed to get themselves up to 74 for 4. It was a long haul. It took them a while to get their first boundary. And then they didn't manage to string a good partnership. The highest score being 17 from their opener, Suraj Duray. And Kamal Kaki chips in with a 16 as well off 11 deliveries. 3 wickets to Sajid Sukumaran and Abhishek Anup with 2 for 9. Bowled really well and very economical. So, Cedar Warriors, they need 75 from their 10 overs when they come out. And as I said, or as Charlie and I both said during that innings, you have to think that Warriors have earmarked this one as a possible 4-pointer. if they can pick up the runs in 7 overs, and I think there's every chance that they can do that. Vivek Duray is going to be a lot on his shoulders and a lot on Hum Gurung's shoulders as well. They only get to bowl 4 overs between them, and then United need to find other players to bowl 6 very, very tight overs to try to restrict this very good Warriors team. Just a reminder, the Warriors, they played 4 games and they've got 4 wins, so they are undefeated, the only undefeated team in this series at this point in time. They could go ahead to have a 5-0 record. It looks like they might, but we'll see. Zero United, every bit of work to do when they come out to try to defend this score, this low score of 74. We'll see how it goes. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network alongside Charlie Hunt, and we're going to be back here in about 7 or 8 minutes time to see the run chase. I hope you can join me then. Cheerio.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
And it's a big warm welcome to everybody back here to the Masters Sporting Complex. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network and day 9 of the European Cricket Series here in Malta. And we're just back in time to see the run chase for City Warriors after restricting the Zero United team to a score of only 74. So for a bonus point, if the Warriors can pick this up in 7 overs or less, they get themselves a bonus point. If United bowlers can find their form and restrict the Warriors to 51 runs or less, then they're going to get a bonus point. That's how it works. So 4 points up for grabs, 3 points for the win, 1 point for the bonus point. One team will walk away with a bonus point here. It's interesting to see what's going to happen. Umpire says, let's get going. Let's see how this run chase goes. And we're moments away from starting, as is going to be Bibek Duray. Mr. Reliable, he's going to start proceedings with a wide delivery, but it's picked up and dispatched over the cover boundary for 4 runs. And the Warriors, well, they're on their way from the first ball. Lovely start that. 71 needed from 51 to pick up a win here. It's a great start. It would have been a wide. It was outside the tram lines. But the batter there had no problem just stepping into the line and saying, I'll have me some of that, and does a great job. Now it's a warm welcome back to Charlie Hunt. Charlie, this run chase could be quick.
Yeah, it depends on how the bowlers go about their business. Well, this one now asking the question. Umpire is thinking about it and is going to give it. So it's going to be 4 and out for the skipper, Rocky Dianish, as Bibek Duray gets this one pretty good, pretty correct. Nice correction after the first wide delivery, and he gets this one on the money.
Yeah, let's have a look at this one again. Pretty good ball that. Not sure that Rocky can have too much to say about that. He's right at the other end when the finger is put up. And he accepts his fate and leaves the stage. Well, it's 4 and out for Rocky. He'll turn things over to his teammates and say, well, you continue. I'm done.
Yeah, needs, of course, someone else just to go out there and do the job, which is okay, but goes for 4. Disappointing bat to start with the bat for the captain as he goes, and the score is 4 for 1.
Yeah, and that man, well, I called him Mr. Reliable a couple of days ago because he came on time and time again for this United team and was very, very cheap with the runs. Didn't want to give anything away, and he was handy with the wickets department as well. And he bowls a good line there. He was very stump to stump in those last couple of matches I watched him play, and I've been pretty impressed with him. It's Bibek Duray with the pill, getting ready to resume the attack.
Yeah, of course, they haven't got their leading run scorer in Divyas Kumar available this morning. So that's a miss for them, but of course, you've still got Sukumaran, who scored 86 runs. He's got a high score of 34 already. And of course, Ajin Soman is up there as well. Jadavan's also got a few runs already. Well, this one could be close as well. Asking the question, umpire still thinking about it. Turns around and says no.
Watching the batter's stance there is he's just standing just outside the line of the leg stump, staring back to the umpire, just going, no, please, no, no, no.
Let's have a look here. He steps across, but probably angling down the leg side, to be honest. And also height is probably a concern for me. I think that's actually a really good call by the umpire this morning.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, they have sort of evenly shared the run scoring at the moment so far throughout the tournament, have the Warriors. Well, this is going to hit straight to the fielder. They think of a single, but Saman unmoved at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, because club's a little bit of a miss hit down the ground, and skipper Bulwan feels that one. Now he's doing a bit of a juggling act with the ball and goes over to see his bowl and hands the pill back. Says, do it again. This is a good start for Duray and a good start for United. They have gone for a 4 off the first ball, but since then it's been nice and tight, including a wicket.
Just fends this away into the leg side and will just be a single. Again, one thing to mention, the buzzers were alive when the United side were in the field last night.
Were they?
Yeah, the buzzers were alive.
Okay.
There was a fair few of them. I think they just switched off, to be honest.
Oh boy.
In the game that they kind of weren't. Well, they did go on to win, to be fair, but it was a strange one. It really was. But yeah, I do feel that got to be going for a point here, and of course a point would be needing to go at just under 2s at the moment. So man, though, as I said, yeah, he's the 4th highest scorer. He's got a high score of 58 in the tournament so far, averaging 40. Well, he's not going to contribute any more to that score because he's going to get a first baller, and that is a rough old start for Saman and a rough old start for the Warriors as they lose 2 early wickets in the first over. And this is just what the United boys have a knack of doing. The Nepalese lads are always up and about with the energy in the field, and they certainly are going to be relying on that here as it's 5 for 2 at the end of the first. Saman gone for a golden quacker.
I think that's Hom Gurung underneath the hat there who took that really good catch. And, yep, there's trouble aplenty. A golden derrick to escort Saman off the field. Cedar Warriors, well, I said they got to really get the start they wanted with that 4, but since then it has completely turned pear-shaped.
Yeah, it's not ideal at all. As you can just see here, he just comes down and doesn't take a ball or two to get his eye, and he just goes from ball dot, and he's only going to face the one. And it's a little bit of concern for the Warriors, but a good over from Bibek Dere. Again, he's just got a knack of taking wickets. He really does.
That's terrific stuff. Really good stuff. 263
That's
matches
not terrific.
since the goal ball. Agreed 100% with you there, Charlie. That needs to be addressed, and we hope to address it this week. We're going to get rid of that this week. I can just feel it in my fingers, can feel it in my toes. I got the right lyrics today.
Nice. Yes, Bibek Dere, by the way, is on 12 wickets for the entirety of this tournament. It's he's now the leading wicket taker in this tournament, which is pretty sensational stuff.
That's really good. At this point, to have 12 wickets, that's pretty good.
It's his 7th match, of course, so currently bowled 12.1 overs in the tournament, which is also one of the most that's been bowled. There is a couple on 13, but he certainly is up there. But he's bowling, as I said, he's bowling very good. And he's a good run, as I said, to start us off with the second. And he's going to push this into the offside as Jaydevan, who's joined out there by Sukumaran, who's in at full.
Good delivery that from Gurung. Just a little bit of late swing and movement. Just can be a little bit of a nagging bowler, can Gurung. He's already picked up a 3-fer on occasion in this tournament. And he just took that catch he saw in the previous over as well. So straight away the skipper sticking to the plan and saying, well, it's a lovely catch. Now get your bowling skates on.
That's a good delivery. Nice and full, angling in on the toes. Not a fun one for a new batter to face up first for delivery.
Yeah, there's a bit of cloud cover around and a little bit of humidity in the air. So have a look at the way this one, oh yeah, that little bit of late swing and chomped down. Batter had nothing else they could do there, Sajith there. Just had to defend graciously.
You just respect the full delivery on your stumps. There's no point losing another one. Impact outside the off stump, can't be. And that's a really good call from the umpire. Under a lot of pressure there. Could easily have given it because it was probably angling in onto the stumps. But just watch this here. Gets outside the line of the off stump, and it's not going to be out.
Yeah, I mean, if you look where the batter finishes up as well, that's fair enough. But yeah, a lot of pressure there. Very keen United fielders and bowler, keeper, all getting amongst the shout there.
It's a great delivery, don't get me wrong. It's a super ball. Just managed to get outside the line, did Sukumaran. So he gets a bit of luck. And he says he's had enough of this dilly-dallying around and tries to spank this to Valletta, but gets nothing of it.
Yeah, it's just ever so slightly short of that one. So tries to hit it across the line and get it one on the leg side, but it's a miss-hit. Probably thankful it wasn't a fuller delivery with that, that dangerous little bit of late swing that he gets. Jaydevan having a look now. Cedar Warriors need 68 from 32 for that bonus point. I still think that's what they're aiming for.
Oh, this one again, just going to be dropped into the leg side and just dealing anything on. I think that's kind of what they have to do. They need to go for a bit of a rebuilding session here.
Yeah, I think if they lose another wicket, maybe the battle plan might be, hey, look, don't worry about the bonus point. Can we just bank the win, please? Because when you get to 3 down, if they get to 3 down, say inside the power play, it might change their perspective a little bit. But currently, 8 for 2, last ball, the second coming up.
Yeah, it is, and been a really tidy start. But again, I kind of just feel that for the Warriors now, it's all about just seeing off the first couple of overs of these two openers. You know, you've got a bit of different bowling to come, or spank it down the ground. But that's a super stop by Bibek Dere. It really is, and certainly has saved what would have been a certain boundary.
Yeah, that came pretty fast. That was very good work to get around to stop that one going any further. Have a look there on the wide shot. Yeah, really, really good. That was a boundary. That was almost in the book for a boundary. Got good hands to it. And he'll get his chance probably to come back and bowl right now.
Yeah, he's gonna. You got to make the most of it. You really do. When you're only defending 75, you've got to turn around and sort of go for your hit bowler straight away. End of the second over, the Warriors not going all their way. They're 9 for 2.
Yeah, they have a look at the standings there. You can see there these two teams sitting 4th and 5th on the ladder, close together. Well, they're going to be separated after this with 3 points for a win going to be handed out and potentially a bonus point to be picked up by one of these teams. We'll see. Warriors need 66 off 30 to collect that bonus point to then sneak in all 4 points. Let's have a look. Bibek second over.
Yeah, wants to start well here. He's not going to. He's going to get slapped down the ground. That's going to go all the way. Manos arriba. As that one is high and mighty. 6 runs.
Yeah, Saji Sukumaran lies light up, and he says, I'll have some of that. It's nice and tight bowling until that one. And Bibek knows he's let himself down a bit there.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? You look at Bibek and he bowls well, but there are times that he will offer you a full slot ball, and it's all about trying to make the most of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Sukumaran onto that pretty quickly with a lovely stroke. Nice flat 6.
Sukumaran does exactly that, doesn't he? He jumps on the fuller ball that's in the area and has to push the fielder back. Now he opens up the field on the offside now. Tries to go on the offside, but that one's picked up a couple of yards of pace and takes Akhil Patel by surprise behind the stumps.
Yeah, he did indeed have a look at the offside, because you're right, that's really opened it up there now. Anything over that infield, and the infield is a bit light. Just that mid-off, well, it's a wide mid-off, that's more of a cover. Mid-off is now down to a very straight, protective position on the boundary. Southern Cross Field.
Yeah, play at the moment. There's a little bit of a pause in play. I think the issue with, not too sure what the issue was, but nevertheless, yeah, kind of think they know that if he's going to try and go forward, he's looking for timbers, isn't he? That's what he's looking for. So they want to offer him a little bit of protection down the ground. Now goes back of a length, and there's a bit of a coming together between the non-striker and Duray, but it ends up being a nice, simple single.
Yeah, maybe the Warriors going back to basics here. Just hitting that loose delivery of the slot ball and trying to pick up the singles to remove all those dot balls that have been happening. 16 for 2, halfway through the third. Warriors still need 59 from 27 for a bonus point. Keeping an eye on that bonus point for the Warriors. As Charlie pointed out at the start of the game, haven't had a bonus point. They've had wins, but they haven't had a bonus point. Haven't picked up that extra little nugget that a few of the other teams have been doing. There's a little chat here. Skipper, someone's done himself a bit of a mischief, I think.
Yeah, I think that's just the one that got up from Duray, that the keeper in Patel is now just sort of having a bit of an issue with his fingers, and you can kind of understand as to why. That one really did rattle through, in all fairness. So I think just going to take a bit of a moment or two here just to sort himself out, and I bet you it's the old magic spray, and then he'll be off on his merry way.
Yeah. And just during this break, I'm just going to take you just a moment just to say to all the Czech and Slovak people watching at the moment, Happy Independence Day. Czech-Slovak Independence Day today. 106 years since it was announced in Václavské náměstí. Get that one out. Wenceslas Square to the non-foreigners, the non-locals. And yeah, that was 2 weeks before the end of World War I that they came together. It's a big day for those two countries, and they still celebrate it quite happily. It's a public holiday there as well.
So he's going to turn back and continue on here. There's Patel. I'm sure he'll be okay. Of course, Zero United, you know, they haven't got it easy. They've got 3 games back to back. They played yesterday afternoon, and then they, of course, play the first 2 this morning. They take on the overseas boys in the next game, which is not going to be an easy task for them, but nevertheless, could be an interesting fixture, especially if these two get going again with the ball.
Whoa.
Shot up and away on the onside, and that's gone a long, long way, and eventually makes landfall and takes a big divot out, and that's going to be 6 runs. There's a crater there now found at just beyond long off.
You think there's craters on the moon? Come down to Masters Sporting Complex. You're going to find him in that part of the ground, that deep mid-wicket, getting bombarded. That is a lovely shot. Jai Dhawan getting behind that one. Proper elevation. That was in the air for a long time, but he had good distance. Pardell has to wait for what felt like an eternity for that to come down to field it.
Needs a response here, Duray. Down the leg side. Does clip anything? No. I think that sound was bat on pad. Yeah,
I think so too. For a second, I thought it might have just clipped the pad on the way through, but umpire concurs that was no. 23 for 2. And yeah, Bibek, he's second over here, just leaking a couple of runs. Don't think it's much of a problem. I still call him Mr. Reliable. Still think he's quality bowler. Just those couple of deliveries in the slot and picked up by Warrior batters.
just leans on it. And that's the length that Durai has to be looking for. It's that back of a length. Tricky to kind of don't really know whether to go back or forward to it. And in the end, he just pushes away for a single.
Yep. That was a nice shot. The fielder who was previous on the boundary, that was Skipper Buine. He came back up to regulation miss-off. He's now drops back again. So obviously they're looking at Sukumaran.
Oh dear. Well, it doesn't matter where you put your fielders if you bowl some dross leg side wides. That won't help anything.
Yeah, that's not good. Just losing the radar a little bit there.
What did you do food-wise yesterday then? Did you have a nice little... I know you were telling me a little bit yesterday you went somewhere nice.
Yeah, in my little wanders around the very narrow roads of sort of well behind the hotel where we are, found a nice little Thai place tucked away in an arcade.
As you do.
Yeah.
Again, just pushed for a single. What'd you have?
I had the chicken noodle pad see ew.
Okay.
It's a very nice spicy one. And I do like authentic Thai when they obviously look at the menu. It's a very small menu. And then they ask you 4 different variations of heat. And you think, oh, yeah, I'm in the right place. Yep.
End of the third, then end of the power play. Not all going the way of Masita Warriors as they're 26 for 2 at the end of the third over.
Have a look at that. 17 off the third. Speaks volumes, doesn't it? 5, then a 4, then a 17. And just getting a bit loose there was Bibek in that third over. 26 for 2 in the power play, yeah. 49 off 24 for a bonus point. It's still on. It's still definitely within the realms of possibility. That target they're chasing at 75 is very reachable within 7. And these two, they're starting to get settled.
Yeah, it's just a matter of sort of getting a couple under their belt and getting some nice strokes away. But of course, you can see there the overseas boys are waiting and raring to go. And of course, Zishan Khan keeping a close eye on things. Goes as Army skipper. What does he do for work? He's here every day.
He did say he was going to come down and watch on Monday when I spoke to him last week.
Hit away to the offside as Kandel starts with the 4th over. Again, just singles at the moment.
So they're bowling Kandel, maybe keeping Gurung for maybe a new batter if they manage to pick up a wicket here on the next over, rather than trying to use the last of their strike bowlers straight away. Possibly that's the plan.
Goes for it down the ground, not out of the middle of the bat again. Almost a bit of a calamity error there from Govinda Padel, but recovers nicely.
Yeah, that could have ended badly. Bit of a smile on his face as he gets a slap on the hand from a congratulations slap on the hand from his skipper, who ran around from that very square straight drive saving position he's in.
Almost a bit of a nightmare there, but to be fair, he's done okay. Pushed away, backward point again, but yeah, it almost feels as if they're not worried about the bonus point here. There's no real rush or sort of oomph in their attempts at the moment.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Because you and I were saying in the previous innings, saying, well, you know, this kind of score, Warriors are just going to think they're a shoo-in for a 4-pointer here, their first one of the tournament. But yeah, maybe losing the 2 wickets has, you know, brought them back down to earth a little bit. These two now currently sitting on 11 runs apiece.
Swing and a miss from Sukumar, and he's now going at a runnable pace 11, and that again is not ideal. Of course, we know that over previous sort of years that batting here hasn't been easy, even though this feels like a slow sort of average rate of 10.7. You know, in comparison to the last couple of years, we've seen sort of as low as 8.4, 8.5. So you've got to think that, you know, yes, it's not high in comparison to this year we've had on the network, but it's the highest in a while. Swatted away, like side, real, genuine swat as the short ball is well directed.
Yeah, it was a proper swat, wasn't it? Even towards the end of that roll, there is to try to keep the shot down, but a genuine sort of movement there. Strange old situation that. Yeah, I'm a little bit unsure what's going on. I would have thought they'd come out gunning for the 4, but hey, maybe they just want to bank the win. Maybe that's the most important thing for them, is to just keep getting these wins.
Goes short again, and this one You're probably going to have a look at this maybe. No, they're okay. They're happy with it. So a dot ball to end, a very good tidy over. Just 3 runs coming off it. 0 United again. Just have the knack of doing the right things with the ball in hand, as it's 29 for 2 at the end of 4.
Ends up being a very good over from Kandel. Very, very good indeed. Only a handful of runs. And, yep, he's done the job there. So Warriors just don't look like they're too disturbed at all. Have a look at that grey line, which is the pursuing line. It goes up, then it drops, then it goes back up again, and it's dropped one more time. Now below the red line. Of all the places for it to be, it's now below the red line. So they just need to sort of steady here. And I know they've only lost 2 wickets. They've still got 8 in the shed. They do bat quite well into the middle order. But still got to get the job done.
Yeah, they do. You can just see there that line at 7.5s, and they're just kind of up and down things here. And really haven't had any sort of stable start, to be honest with you. Would love to see them do a little bit more here, and in the attempt of trying to get something out of this game. Getting 4 points would be huge for them. But at the moment, though, to be honest with you, the United boys are bowling well and really keeping them quiet. You can see that, you know, just going at less than just over a run a ball for the 3 points hit.
Yeah, it's an interesting situation in the game now. Quite a stacked offside field. There's 3 people out on the leg, 2 deep, 1 straight, 1 square, and 1 inside the circle behind the square leg umpire.
Slot and tonks away onto the leg side and gone a long old way towards the tennis courts. That's a big hit from Sukumaran, and finally, for after what feels like an age and feels like an eternity, there's a maximum of the cards.
And I got to say, that shot was absolutely safe as houses. Just as I described, 6 fielders on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and not one of them in deep mid wicket. That shot was always on, and it was in a great slot. And yeah, just jam for bread. Easy.
Yeah, it really sort of feels quite pretty simple this at the moment. And again, now we'll just play good cricket, and smart cricket rotates to strike.
Yeah, at least the bowler didn't get it back on coming in towards the pads, or just on a fourth wicket outside the off. So that's what happened before. So that's a bit better delivery. But yeah, just tapping it away to that stacked offside for a single. Easy as you like. 36 for 2, halfway through the 5th.
Yeah, there's a lot of changes in the field. Patel sort of commanding the battle station from behind the stumps. Doesn't really feel as if Adiel is too sort of involved in that at the moment. 3 balls left in the over, and it's in the slot again, but just not timed from Jayadavan, and it just seems that all batters so far this morning have struggled to get any form of timing and rhythm under their belt.
Yeah, that Monday morning itis, possibly. It's spreading. It is contagious.
Not a fun one.
Hello to Bob in the chat. Bob Poke asked me if I had a good day off. Yes, I did have a good day off. Thank you very much, Bob.
Again, Strucks firmly into the leg side, but there's a man out there in Kandel, and just picking the fielders here. They're too one-dimensional, this batting. It really is just sort of drag to the leg side every single time and go for that deep mid-wicket, cow corner area.
Yep, and United corrected that field placement I called earlier. They did drop someone out at deep mid-wicket and move things around a little bit. That was, I think Pardell was the bowler who'll get hit there a bit too often.
Oh, and well, was there a little bit of a something on this one? He would suggest so after looking at the reactions of the bowler and fielders around them.
Yeah, it was genuine disappointment there.
Genuine edge. It just doesn't carry to Patel, to be fair.
Yeah.
I don't think you can class that as a drop. I just don't think it carries. End of the 5th at the halfway stage then. It's not all going plain sailing for the Masida Warriors, but a nice little rebuild session here. 38 for 2 after 5.
So what's coming up here on the European Cricket Network? Well, you've got this lovely series in Malta here. We're into day 9. Hope you're enjoying it as much as Charlie and I are. After this, in mid-November, we go to Spain for the encore, the ECS and ECI series there. That's going to go for 3 weeks through to the 8th, and on the 9th through to the 20th of December. European Cricket Championships for women down there in Malaga. Something to look forward to. So that's what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. Still a fair bit of cricket to go before we start talking about turkeys and hams and that man who comes and breaks into your house and drops press for these boxes down underneath a tree. That's still a fair way to talk about. It's too early to talk about him.
Is it?
I think it is.
Hmm.
Let's get through Halloween.
True. Speaking of which,
Mm.
might have to see what Rico's got planned for old Halloween. I know he likes a good old bit of Halloween.
Does he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does.
What does he do? Does he dress up?
He could do.
Ah, I'm not going to be able to see that.
What a shame. Do you want to swap? Oh, dear, right there. Another dot ball. It's just runnable pace here. It's just not working for the Warriors.
Yeah, not sure what's going on. The if we keep up that little graphic of the what's required, yeah, no chance of run out there. The batter really didn't move that back leg. And that's a lovely strike. This one is going to carry the boundary line. Well, there's 6 runs in towards the bleachers area. Lovely shot indeed. So the Warriors, they trundle along. It's been a bit of a hard task for them. But yeah, as I was saying before, we've got that graphic up of what's needed for the bonus point. You just wonder if the bonus point was in their plans. We felt it should be. We felt it for sure they want to bank 4 points here.
Yeah, you would have assumed so, but they just don't seem to be doing it
Look at
really.
that.
30 off 9. And
Yeah.
these two boys have got the ability to do so, but they just haven't clicked. But the bowling's not been terrible. And now he's just pushing for a single. And again, that's a delivery that you could easily be taking on.
Yeah, it's a fair comment. Absolutely agree with you, Charlie. The bowling has not been terrible at all. Bibek went for a few in his second over, and it sort of freed up a little bit. But the first 2 overs were so good.
Yeah. Steps away from it, dot ball. It's funny, isn't it, with United? At bowling perspective, they're a solid 9 out of 10. Batting-wise, probably a 4 out of 10, maybe a 3.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. When you look at Masita Warriors, they should be doing a lot more here, if you, in all honesty. But cricket's a funny game. Oh, but that's not a good-looking shot. He's stepping away from it, is Sukumaran. I'm just not quite understanding the reasoning behind it. Not getting it at all. As well, that's going to be the end of the over, and it's still a good one. There's just 8 come off it, and the score for the Warriors is 46 for 2 at the end of 6.
Yeah, so you have to tip your cap to the Azeri United bowlers who have really done well here to restrict the flow of runs. Look at the batting card there. Obviously, Rocky at the top there with a 4 and out. Ajin Saman with the first bowler. And then these two came together. It's a good partnership. It's just taking a while to get this low score.
Exactly
I mean,
right.
is that fair? I think it's fair.
They've
Fair
pretty much
comment.
been going at the rate, haven't they? I mean,
Yeah,
it's set
yeah.
7.725 is where they're at the moment. That's for 3 points, but of course they need a shy of a supersonic off this over if they're going to get 4 points. Here we go. Padel in for the 7th. Well, this one is uppish and away. And this one is, in fact, going to go all the way. There you go. 6 runs. There's the first one. Need a few more.
Okay, so 4 more of those, and they bank a bonus point. Are they saving it for poor old Padel's over? I'd hate to think so. I'd feel a bit victimised if that happened to me. You wouldn't help but take it personally, would you?
No,
You know,
absolutely.
you think you're bowling well, then suddenly come out and go bang. Well, anyway, that's a first ball, goes for 6. Let's see. 50 comes up with that strike as well in the 7th.
Yeah. I would say I wouldn't take anything away from this United side. You know, they fail with the bat, yes, but with the ball, they just come out and have a knack of doing their business.
Yeah.
As this one very much dragged. Poor shot from Jaidavan, who's sort of, would say raced along, but it doesn't feel it, in all fairness, as he's now 26 off 16.
Yeah, it doesn't feel either of these two are actually, racing in the true sense of the word, does it? They just seem to be just biding their time and quite happy to knock up 3 points, which I'm sure they'll get. They're going along quite nicely here.
Swing and a miss. Sukumaran is not clicking. He really isn't. Just looks like a batter who's gone cold at the moment. Just the way that the shot that he's displaying here. They really are just sort of very, very agricultural way of things at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he's top scoring, but he's taken 20 deliveries to get that 21. He's really not clicking.
And finds the middle of the bat, but straight out to the offside. A bit of a misfield for Duray, but will just be a single.
Well, if they wanted to, I guess they could do this in singles. I'm hoping they don't. 21 from, well, the bonus point's clearly off the table, but still 21 runs to pick up the win here, to bank the 3 points.
Yeah, listen, United have bowled well. They deserve to pick up a wicket, a point more than anything, as this one is clubbed leg side, and again, will just be dealing in singles. How many singles have we had in this? Give me a minute, and I'm going to work this one out.
Singles in the
innings.
In the innings. Oh. 55, yeah. Would it be fair to say in the teens? I'd be scared to think it's probably more than that, though. I bet it's more.
19.
It is 19.
19 singles.
Oh, yeah.
19 singles. Shot. Nicely slapped over extra cover. And there we go. There's the acceleration. It's a little bit too late, though, I'm afraid. But, well, better late than never. 6 runs to finish the over. And it's 61 for 2 at the end of 7.
Well, 6 to start the over and a 6 to finish the over. And not a lot for the Warriors to get happy about in between. Speaking of happy, the batter's looking a little bit with discomfort there. Dropped the bat and... Don't know if that was an accident or what was that?
Speaking of happy, he's just limping a little bit. Might have a bit of cramp.
Ow.
Speaking of happy birthday to ECN's very own Sam Williams.
Oh, yes.
The governor. And, yeah, from everyone here, of course, from myself, and I'll say happy birthday to him. This one coming up next, though, and there he is, Lee Tuck for the overseas. Varan Prasad is up there as well, and Christoph Wilchen is there for the overseas. Of course, they take on Ziri United. That one coming up in around about 20 minutes time supposedly. We'll obviously keep you updated if there is an extended break due to the delayed start this morning, but we'll of course let you know. Tanka Kandel to return, 14 needed for victory. Well, there's a top edge. Somehow that has gone more leg side than it has offside. It's going to be 1 bounce 4. That's a pretty interesting shot from Jaidavan, but hey, the boundary's a boundary.
Have a look at this again.
How does that end up that way? It's pretty remarkable, to be honest with you.
It really is. Is it? Maybe it was just the end of that bit of swing off the ball. I'm not sure.
Never fail to impress me.
Yeah. They'll continue to amaze and elude us all the time, shots like that when the ball goes.
Just 10 runs required then for the Warriors for 3 points. Well.
Swish.
There was a gust into the comms box as that happened.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I thought, Charlie, did you feel that?
Got a little shivers.
Oh. Yeah, good timing that. This partnership is up to 60. It has taken 38 deliveries, though, to get there.
That's not actually that bad. But it feels like it wasn't that quick.
Yeah.
It's really bizarre.
Yeah.
It's really strange. Oh, well.
Okay.
My suggestion would be if you can't get it off the square, don't try and hit shots like that. But what do I know? Mind you, he is 31 off 20, to be fair. But still, just think, stick to what's been working for you. And that's not a shot that's worked at all. Yes, there's no one at fine leg, but...
It's like a stand-up comedian feeling he's losing the crowd and he comes out with an absolute zinger and it just falls flat.
Goes down like a lead balloon.
Exactly.
And up in the air. Could be a chance here. Square leg umpire has to move. Oh, and get shelled. Very rare that Ziri United put much down, but unfortunately for Ahmed Mehi, that is a chance that goes away.
Yeah, if I was a square leg umpire as I was getting a position, I'd say, mate, I probably should have stayed there. I probably would have caught it.
It's always the worst, by the way, when you're there at square leg umpire, especially in a village game, for example. Comes to you and your first reaction is, oh, take the catch, and then you have to sort of move out of the way. It's not fun. Not fun at all. Just 9 needed. Can Sukumara get something out of the screws? No. No is the answer. I just want to have a look at this here. Camera one slow when he swings at this one. Just have a look at his positioning for the likes of Sukumara here. There's a lot of movement, a lot of moving parts, and it's, away. His first step is outside the leg stump and then tries to drag onto the leg side. It's just, you add it all together, it's not going to work. You want a stable base, and when you're moving around like that, you've just got too many moving parts, too many sort of issues that could arise. There you go, stable base, and he's going to hit it away, and this one's going to go all the way for 6. There you go. See, sometimes I do know what I'm talking about.
There you go. There you go. Case in point, exactly, well described. And a Maximo is the end result for standing your ground and hitting that ball. Nice shot indeed.
Sends it back to where it came from, straight back over the bowler's head, and away it goes. 6 glorious runs, and, well, again, the over starts with a boundary and finishes with a boundary. Just 3 runs required, and at the end of the 8th over, they are 72 for 2.
You can have a look at that graph there. It's well, that grey line has brought itself back from the dead, done a bit of a Lazarus job there, and it's risen up well above the red line, as you saw there. These two going nicely. 32, not out Jadavan, and 34 to Sukumaran. Maybe it's a race on to see who's going to top score. Obviously, the bonus points long gone. 3 runs now just from these next 2 overs. Should finish soon.
Got a bit of breaking news, which I'll break to you after this one.
Okay.
Well, I have to wait because this is up in the air, and game, set, and match. And they'll do it with 11 balls to spare, but probably not the ideal finish. They should have been looking and trying to take 4 points in this fixture to the Warriors. But, well, the United boys were just too good in those first 4 overs, and they just kept restricting them to a really good bit of bowling. But they will eventually get the wicket, or the victory, I should say, as they win by the way of 8 wickets, as match 32 goes to the way of the Warriors. Match 33 will be delayed by just 5 minutes, folks, just to let you know. 5-minute delay on that next game, but of course certainly looking forward to it, as it will be an interesting fixture.
Yeah, interesting. It was pretty clinical there from the batters, but probably not the same way we expect them to come out and attack this lineup. But as Charlie says, all credit to United.
But there you go, there's confirmation of the next game and the lineups for you. But yeah, just as I said, starting at 35 past, not at half past on the dot. Let's have a look at the highlights then of a very interesting bit of work in this second innings. Of course, started off nicely with Vivek Duray getting a really good start, absolutely wrapping Rocky Dianish up stuck in front. But of course, after that, then it was sort of okay. Well, surely someone else would just come out and continue on, but they kind of didn't really look to do so, as they kind of stumbled.
Yeah, they did. So have a look at this one then. This is Vivek coming in and picks up a first baller. Unfortunately for Saman, he was there for, well, he was there, then he was gone. Nice golden derrick there.
Yeah, of course, then out came the likes of Sajid Sukumaran, who got off to a nice start, but then hit a real rut of form and couldn't really get the ball off the square. Of course, he was joined alongside by Jadavan, who, well, he was, of course, a nice man to have out there, because he was out there at number 3 and he batted quite well. Yes, not the quickest, but of course, in the context of the game, he was able to get his side over the line for a victory, and that at the end of the day is all that matters. Yeah,
they went around at a pace that we felt was, you know, sort of hot and cold. A bit too often they were missing some deliveries we thought they should be putting away, and at probably around about sort of 5th or over, we started thinking, well, they're not going to go for this. They're not going to try and finish off in 6, but they were hitting boundaries, you know, regularly, maybe 2 and over, that sort of thing. But it just didn't feel like it was a perfectly gelled innings for these two.
I think for me, it was also the shot selection. You could just see that they weren't picking the ball up as well as they should have. So that one was hit down the ground, and of course that would be it, game, set, and match. But just kind of felt as if there were just times where they just got into a bit of a rut and weren't too sure on how to get out of it.
Yeah, all credit to United bowlers there for varying their bowling and mixing things up a little bit. Have a look at the batting card there. You can see exactly what we're talking about there. Rocky at the top there, a 4, and then he was out, LBW. Ajin Saman, well, I wouldn't even say he came and went. He just came out there and he was gone before you knew it, snuffed out. And Jadavan and Sukumaran put together a really good partnership to see the win done. 78 for 2 they score in response to the score of 74 on the board. So within 9 overs, 8.1 overs, a look at the bowlers here. A bit surprised that Gurung didn't get a chance to come on again to bowl his second over, but maybe they were saving him in case the game got tight. Maybe waiting to see if they could pick up another wicket. But 2 there to Bibek at the top.
Yeah, of course, to get a bit of tap in the back end of his last over, but it was very crucial in getting 2 big batters in Saman and Dianish at the top to give them even a chance of a sniff at a victory. So then there you go, confirmation. The Warriors beat Zero United by 8 wickets in what should have been a pretty comfortable chase by the Warriors, but they end up, it looks comfortable on paper, but it wasn't certainly the case out in the middle. We'll be back then in just under 20 minutes time, as we'll then see Zero United take on the overseas boys. Looking forward to that one. Pleasure to have your company with us, and we'll be back soon as you're watching the European Cricket Series here in Malta with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Phil G on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Master Sports Ground here in a cloudy, windy Malta here today on what is another lovely Monday on the European Cricket Network. It is of course the next game of the day. The next game of this European Cricket Series is going to be the return of the overseas side. They take on Zira United. Overseas of course 1-1 in their current standings. Of course, only played 2 games, so they of course have got a bit of catching up to do in terms of getting games through their record. Of course, we saw them back at the start of last week, but of course returning here with a couple of new names. Lee Tuck, of course, many of you in the chat will recognise him. He of course is playing for the overseas, so looking forward to seeing how he goes about things as of course they take on Zira United here in this fixture. Let's go out then to the middle. It's Tyrone Peters. He's got the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Overseas to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a heads.
We'll take a bet.
They can have a bet.
There you go then, news from the toss. Heinrich Gedeke, the skipper for the overseas side. Interesting choice here as he's won the toss and he's going to bat first in this one. Normally tend to see captains winning the toss and bowling first, but I think they do know that, you know, they're a bit of an up and down side. I think they know that they have got batters that can certainly go on and make big scores. You look at Gill made 100 not too long ago. Of course, he'll be looking to try and regain some of that form. But I think they also know that if they can just negotiate those sort of 4 big overs from Gudong and Dadai at the top of the innings, then they can really go on to capitalise on the momentum that they build off that. As I mentioned, Zira United, they of course struggle with the bat in that first game this morning, so they won't be too upset at the fact that they're going to be bowling first. If anything, it plays into their favour and into their strength, so they'll be really happy with the result of that toss, I feel. I don't think they'll be too concerned whatsoever. Okay, then let's go over to Phil G, who again is standing by. Phil, news from the toss here in the second game of the day is that the overseas side, they've won the toss. They're going to be batting first.
Thank you very much there, Charlie, for that introduction. Charlie there, looking after business at the top of the game here with a brief rundown of what's happening or what we think is going to happen next and how important it is to these 2 teams. We're going to see overseas, they're back and they're back in action and they're back with, well, good start for winning the toss and electing to bat first. And the players, umpires and all teams are all out there in the centre already. It's Bibek Duray. He's already got the ball at the non-striker's end. He's ready to charge in. Have a look at the dashboard there. Zira United straight off that loss they've just had to Cedar Warriors. Not massively convincing by Cedar Warriors, but still did everything they had to do to get the 3 points. And so this match between Zira United and overseas starts right now. Nice strike down the ground. It's a hot chance there. Screams of keeper, keeper. Always just a single there to the mid-on. And so Supercomputer took a look at this and said that, well, they like overseas to tune a 77% chance of winning this one. United, only 23% chance. United, we said it before in the previous game, Charlie and I during that call were saying we're impressed with the bowling. They've got a pretty good bowling department. Charlie rates them about 8 or 9 out of 10. When they're on really, really good. And this man here, Bibek, he's one of them. He is one of the main stalwarts in this bowling lineup. Him and Gurung are probably my 2 pick of the bowlers. And they're a really good bowling lineup. They just need to work on their batting. For overseas, let's have a look. You've got Prasath that they're facing now. And he swings hard at this one. It flies out back with a square leg for a boundary for 4. First boundary of the match. And Bibek, he's unhappy about that. He's got his hands in the air. Not sure why. Maybe he's thinking, I thought we agreed to put a fielder out there. He's having a long chat with the keeper down at that end. Gerike, he's already off the mark with a single off the first ball. And Prasath, well, he's impressed us quite a fair bit during this tournament. We saw him a few days ago for the overseas squad. And he did very well indeed. Duray, he's gone for a second ball boundary. And so overseas already off to a bit of a good start here. Adds a better delivery, punch down the ground, York at length. Shy at the stumps. Oh no. That is, that's come off the keeper's pads. It's come off the fielder's hands. It's almost gone for 4 overthrows. Keeper still can't collect the ball cleanly. Mind you, the throw back to him was a little bit on the rotten side. Look at this. It starts with a great delivery. Forward defence push that yields a quick single. The shy, never on, hits the pads. Therefore, it eludes the diving fielder. Hands on heads all around the ground. Oh, it almost turned comic. If that had gone across for 4 overthrows, I'm not sure. I think the team might have imploded. I know Bivek would have. He would have been absolutely beside himself. And Duray has been carved quite hard there, but straight to the fielder, patrolling the leg side boundary, and just the 1 run. Overseas look like they're in a bit of a mood this morning. Really happy to get on with it straight away. Something we didn't see in the previous 2 innings. In the previous match, and this match number 33, United versus Overseas. In case you missed it, Overseas won the toss and elected to bat first, and they've come out with a real purpose. Prasath here looking pretty good. Here's everybody on 7th. 9 off the over. Still 2 balls to come. Vivek Duray, Mr. Reliable as I like to call him, although he's gone for a few on this over, as the batter's just getting himself reassessed here, maybe just taking the gloves off, wiping the hands. Prasath there, facing up. He's on 7. Ooh, and that one. Ooh, that has hit a soft spot. Let's hope the batter's all right. Just gone down on his haunches, just down on the ground, just having a bit of a seat. Look at this, hits it off an edge straight into the side of the knee where there is 0 protection. And he's just having downstairs, just having a bit of a think about it. The medics are running on to make sure he's okay. Bit of a crowd around him. Maybe they could do with a few less fielders around the player on the ground. Umpire is there as well. Let's hope he's okay and up and about, because Prasath was looking pretty dangerous and pretty good just then. And also for his main health, that cannoned very hard off the inside edge, just on that second last ball of the over. It was wide and went to fetch it, punch it out towards through the covers. Unsuccessful. So the batter is he's still looking a little bit uncomfortable there. He's standing. Just maybe just it's that initial shock of getting that ball hitting on a part of the body that's not fully protected. And you've all played cricket, you all know what it's like. And good opportunity to bring back Charlie into the comms, and Prasath just looking a bit worse for wear, but I think he's moving a bit better now.
Yeah, it's never fun copping one outside there, but I'm sure he'll, if anything, it's probably the last thing that I probably should have done it, because you're just going to sort of wake the beast in Varun Prasath. But yeah, I want to say hello to everyone as well, to Hyla Gadecki, who is the wife of Heinrich Gadecki, and sends her best, and of course looking forward to seeing how he goes. And it was a good one. Said you're golden, but let's leave the ducks in the pond this time. And of course, Heinrich Gadecki did have a duck in the last one of the last times we saw him. Prasath back up and running. Duray trying to finish off his first over nicely.
Ooh, and that has been swung through. I almost thought I heard something there. Did maybe get something on that? No, nothing. That's just gone for buys. Prasath still looking a little bit proppy there. You can understand why. Yeah,
it was a real swing and anger almost, wasn't it? A bit of frustration in that one, but just gets through Patel, who, well, again, got to remember he did cop one on the end of that finger not too long ago, but unfortunately he's going to have another one. So a bye to finish, 4 runs, and at the end of the over, it is 13 without loss after 1.
So the ECL European Cricket League coming your way next year, February 24 to 21st of March. You've got 7 groups of 5 teams all battling it out for absolute glory, and those TBCs are getting filled in as we go. And we filled in Italy on the weekend. Roma CC in Group G have booked their place for that series. That's going to be fantastic.
I know the Budapest Blinders went on to win the domestic finals weekend out in Hungary, but of course still just waiting for confirmation on that one. And of course I know that Spain's finals weekend is this weekend coming up, so the likes of Ibiza, Costa del Sol, Pakai Care, and there's one that I'm forgetting, but unfortunately Levante of course in there as well. So it's going to be interesting. See how that plays out. Here's Gurang.
It's been just swiped out, cross bat style, race on for the fielder, gets down with a slide and a push, gets away from him a little bit there, and they comfortably complete a couple.
Good morning to Darren. He says, why is the team score sort of, well, what was 9-9 without loss, and the bowling figures reversed at none for 9? It's actually a good question. that I've never really thought about before. Because I know obviously it's different in different hemispheres.
Yeah.
But I kind of guess that it was done to stop confusion. I guess maybe that's my kind of first thought, but it's actually something that I kind of never really thought about. You just kind of learn the game, and that's how you taught.
Yeah. That's picked up nicely. It's going to bounce between. No, fielder gets around. The placement wasn't bad, but just needed a bit more power to pierce the gap.
It just didn't quite come out the middle about there from Heinrich, and
yeah,
just couldn't quite get the one out of the screws.
Yeah, you asked me the other day about the the scoring that is done in Australia, and if I've gotten used to the way we do it in Europe, and I really have. But yeah, good spot there, and good question there from Darren, asking why does it not switch around for the bowlers? I
Couldn't tell you.
I think your assessment actually it does make a lot of sense, but yeah, not too sure. Smash, bang, that is downtown, and that is a Maximo. Big hit there from Prasath. He gets full value for shot there, and he's taken Gurung to the boundary over Dipme. Wicket of a big 6, big Maximo. Sorry, covers. He's a lefty, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a nice shot from Varun. Listen, when this boy hits form, it's scary. It really is, and he's been doing it for years on the network and years prior, of course, before the ECN, of course, made landfall here in Malta a long old time ago.
Yeah, a lot of power there, and that batter at the crease there, that gentleman there, Varun Prasath. Bowler in again. This time on the pads, and that's now knocked away towards deep mid wicket. Just for a single to the player out there, fielder who's covering off the boundary. Just underarms it back. That's like skipper. Just underarms it back to the fielders. That's Bibek at he was at mid on, now at mid off for the right hander. And Gurung, he's gone for 10 from his first 4 balls.
Not a bad start this for the overseas.
Yeah.
Better than the Warriors got off to against these two.
Punch down. There's that man Bibek who, they take a quick single and forces the fault from the fielder.
Yeah,
and
I like that from Heinrich. It's a loud call of yes as he runs through, and in doing so just puts too much pressure on Durai, and he's not able to take it cleanly. And he does take a bit of a Tortuga bounce, but even still, single to someone who was very much in from the 30-yard circle was not positive for United.
Yeah, completely agree. Just took his eye off the ball in that last second. That's a good ball. It's on middle. Just punched down the ground again for a single. And cleaned up on the boundary there. Tunka Kundal patrolling down there. And that finishes the second over. 25 without loss. A nice start here for overseas. A couple of deliveries that the United team will love to take back, but 25 on the board regardless. Going along nicely. Good start.
Yeah, it gives us a chance to have a look at the updated standings. So that win for the Warriors puts them into the top 3 now as they go 5-0. But again, got to say, 5-0, but none of them going by the way of a 4-point win, which is pretty concerning, and it's why they're a few points behind the likes of the Knights and the Strikers. Of course, Zero United taking a point moves them up into that top half of the table. And as I mentioned at the top of the day, of course, it's we say goodbye to 6 teams at the end of this first round of fixtures. So there is going to be certainly opportunities for players to make a name for himself. Candle.
Starts us off with leg side wide there. One thing worth noting in that table as well in those standings, we're looking at United, who are playing here right now. This is their 9th game. They're sitting 5th. They're 9th on 11 points. And when the teams beneath them start to play their 3rd, 4th, 5th games, you might see United get pushed down ever so slowly unless they can start to pick up a bit more than simply bonus points. They need to get some wins. Shout for LB as it squirts off just behind square leg there.
Going to be tough right arm over the wicket to a left-handed batter. You have to be swinging it a mile, country mile, starting it well outside off stump and coming all the way back in.
And I can't say I've seen Kandel doing a lot of swing bowling. Some of his counterparts can, but I don't think I've seen a lot from him.
Bob's got a good way of putting it in terms of the scoring stuff. Come to it after this delivery.
Bang! That has been monstered. That's a good shot as well.
I think this has gone all the way,
Yeah.
I think this has carried the distance.
That was your first impression. Yep, I think so too.
Let's have a look here. It's wide of the crease and just slapped over cover. He loves it in that area, and he gets all of it. 6 runs.
Yeah.
51 and at 50.5 meters.
Clears by a couple of feet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Bob's saying there's logic to it. For the batting side, runs come first, obviously, so that's what they're trying to reach. And the bowlers, wickets come first. So it's what they're trying to achieve in different departments.
That's a good answer,
Very
Bob.
good indeed.
Thank you, Bob, for that.
Thank you, sir.
That's why we love the chat. That's why we love the information you can provide to us. Case in point. And another shout, and that's going to fly away. Oh, good bit of work down there. But can't stop two.
Down the leg side.
Yep.
No bat involved, but was pitching down the leg side. Might have been going on to clip the top of the leg and middle, but yeah, it was never going to go on, never going to be given considering.
Yeah, it's just that tough, as you described before, that tough angle, doing that sort of thing. Now, the run rate year by year, this is the ECS Malta. So, as you can see, in the early years, it dropped down below 9, and it's picked up just recently, obviously last year, 11.5.
Come back to live action. Oh!
Crash! Oh, look out. That was flat, and it was fast. That is, you know what, in most stadiums around the world, that's called a crowd killer. That is tremendous batting. Wow.
Yeah, flat and firm from Prasath. And, well, he looks like he's on at the moment. And, of course, he struggled first game of the day. Hadn't played cricket for a while. He had a few weddings, his own wedding as well, to go off to and prepare. But he's come out here and he means business. 27 off just the 11 now.
Yeah, cracking shot that. He is absolutely on. Looks like he's, hopefully, he has recovered nicely from that nasty knock he took on the inside of the knee. He's looking like he is, and he's absolutely got some venom in these shots. Kandel on the receiving end. It's just been sent to the leg side. Just going to run through for a single. Quick call of yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably feel that he missed out on that one. That was a delivery that was in his arc, and his eyes probably lit up almost too much, and probably just slightly lost his timing and his shape and his balance. But this is a great power play for the overseas boys. Really is.
Yeah,
good toss to win, actually.
I think so too. Yep, really, really good. Bucked the trend and decided to bat, and I think that was definitely the right thing to do, and especially got Prasath in a mood. And that's been hit outside the line. They're going to just scamper through for it. One.
Yeah, no one backing up. The skipper in the end has to do the work, but
yep.
Gedeke will keep the strike, and at the end of the over, as that one was probably going down the leg side. It's a good power play. 42 will come off it without a wicket being lost. It's a perfect start, this, for the overseas boys.
Yeah, it's a very good start indeed. That's a good power play. That's the best one of the morning so far. And, yep, they're off. You have a look at that over there. Went for 17. But that's pretty consistent, though. A 13, 12 and a 17 up to 42 now. No loss. These two looking quite comfortable now, just after that early little mishap for Prasath. But he's moving nicely now. And, of course, Garrick at the other end holding down the other end. But he's now going to face the start of this fourth over.
Yeah, they're going to go to some slower stuff here. Try and sort of take the pace off the ball, which I think is probably the best call. I think the pace has been likened to by these two, and you can see Prasath just goes and had a little conversation with Heinek Gedeke. Listen, these two boys together, not only domestically but internationally, have played a lot of cricket together for Malta, so they're a good little partnership to have at the top of the order for this overseas cricket club, as Kaki is going to come on for this fourth over.
And it starts with a push out square. Straight to the boundary rider. What have you seen?
I have to say I love this. Bob's asked at Medway CC, who are in the chat. Of course, must be a club up where near North Kent, because Bob's gone, oh, I'm assuming you're in North Kent, and Medway just turned around and gone, just slightly south, Melbourne. Just slightly south, just a few odd thousand kilometres, or whatever it is.
Medway CC gets set up a nice short ball, and they carve it away for 6.
Yeah, that was very well played indeed.
Well done, Medway CC.
Kaki against Prasath.
Bang! That's a good shot as well. That's a good shot for 6. As good as Medway CC 6, that's an even better one. That's on the field. That's off the field, and that's out of the ground. 6 runs, Maximo. Lovely strike.
Yeah, really nice indeed. And kind of just knew that Prasath loves it in the arc, and you can't go full here. You cannot. It's just going straight into his ball striking zone, and this is just now where Kaki needs to have a little think here.
Yeah, I mean, we felt it was the right idea to bring on Kaki for a spin, but he has been expensive at times. And that is too wide and a bit too easy. And it's been punched square for 4.
Carved away from Varun, and this is vintage Prasath this at the moment. It's too short. Well, not really too short, but more wide than anything.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's going to have to turn around and have another reaction.
Yeah, too much width there. Let's have a look. Oh,
that's too much width.
Well, I was actually trying to talk about the previous ball, but he's gone and obliged and just made even wider for a dirty wide.
Overcorrection. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to sort of really hide it as wide as possible.
Yep.
That's better.
Yep, that's what he needs. A bit more of that.
Yeah, back of a length, not in the zone. Corridor of uncertainty. Good comeback from Kamal Karki.
Is this going to be the one that darts in? No, he flights it up and it goes over the head of Tunku Kandel in front of us for a Maximo. I thought he was going to dart it in at the stumps.
Couldn't have been further from the case.
As soon as it came out of the as soon as it came out of the hand, I went, it's a floater.
Oh, never mind.
It's a genuine floater.
Yeah, he's gone for the moon ball. Prasath again is not going to miss out on that. He's just got long old levers as Varun, and it's easy hitting for him. And now he moves on to 44 off just 16 here. And with a ball to come in this fourth, it's starting to get a little bit tricky.
Oh, yeah, it's 18 off the over. Plus this, as long as there's no buzzers, it's an even 19 off the over.
No, 19. And good cricket from Varun as well, picking up a single, keeps the strike. Gedeke won't mind that. He says, you go about your own business, son. End of the fourth, 61 for none.
Yeah, Gereke's pro feeling very confident there. The skipper just sitting at the other end saying, I love your work, and why don't we just let you just keep going at it. It's like just too easy. A little bit too easy overseas. Zero United, they're not really putting enough pressure on here. The bowlers, you see that last over from Karki just going for 19 runs. Case in point, the graph, the run rate graph, ticking upwards with every single over. Maybe a slight downward after the second. That's right, because they scored maybe 2 runs less than the first over. But 61 for no loss after 4 is very healthy indeed. Overseas looking for a big score.
Yeah, overseas are, but at the same token, United got to be thinking we need a wicket somehow. Prasath on 45.
And that's been pushed a little bit too wide by the new bowler.
Good call.
Bandari.
Good call. Yep. Spot on. Listen, I've been very harsh on the umpires when they've got it wrong, but that one, again, the angle across is tricky to negotiate, and some will say, but maybe that's crossing. But for me, that is too wide. You know, he's struggling to reach it.
Bandari gets a little bit tighter here, but when you do that short, that is going to serve it up on a silver platter. 6 runs. 50.
Back to his best at the moment, it seems, as see-ball, hit-ball stuff from Varun, and this is vintage Varun indeed, and raises his bat, and rightfully so. He's certainly is a very, very good player, and we look as if we're seeing him back to his best.
And that's been going around the corner. Well, it's gone around the fine corner. He's got that one away as well. And that's gone for another Maximo. Back-to-back Maximos now. Prasath now is getting right on with the job.
That's his 8th T10 half-century on the European Cricket Network. Oof. He's a good player. He's just fallen short of the 100, though, once. He got 98 not out back in 2022. So he's might be in the back of his mind. He's got 2 scores, actually, of 98 not out, by the way. 21 and 22. So,
do you think this is his year, maybe? That's what he's thinking? Hang on. Let's not put the mockers on him just yet.
Bandari needs a response here.
Does.
Oh, no.
Well, that is not the response that Bandari needed to do. Well,
it's a full toss outside the off stump, and it's just too easy. It really is.
Yeah, not sure about that. Have a look at this one again. Just full. And Prasath, he's seen the ball like a watermelon. You're going to put it out there that wide. That is just nice and easy. Let's have a look and...
it's close, you know. It's close.
You're looking at the height, yeah?
Yeah, that's close. Let's have another look here. 6 runs. Yeah. And that's going to be it. Just 6 runs. Just sneaks it in. Not ideal, though.
Not at all. And that's been swung away as well. So now that's another maximum. So Prasath is absolutely on here. And maybe, you know, we alluded just a few seconds ago about those 2 98 not outs. But he's on course here for a big score. Look at that land and bounce away. Big 6.
It's 4 6s in a row now in the over, and things are starting to get out of hand here. 86 up. We're not even halfway through the innings here. Can we go 5 in a row?
Well, he changes to around the wicket, and it's brought the false shot, and he has holed out. Hard to believe, but he has indeed holed out, and that's is that Bibik Dure who's taking the catch out there, and again still holding his hand. But that would have hurt because it went pretty hard. Yeah,
it's a really disappointing way to go, but he's done some damage as Varun, and again, it'll be disappointing not to kick on, but it's a really, really good bit of work from him as the opener. facing, being there for the first half of the innings is not bad at all. And you can understand as to why he's going to come off to a very warm applause here. 69 for him off just the 22. Striking above 300 is a good effort from him. It's 86 for 1.
Yeah, that's a terrific innings. That only 6 dot balls in that 69. Really, really well played. And, well, United, are they breathing a sigh of relief? Or they're thinking, well, that's one, but we've got to do so much more than that because they were getting absolutely destroyed. Bandari, well, he picks up a wicket.
Yeah, Varun's international teammate and David Marks in the chat says, boom, boom, Varun, absolutely. Next batter is Wilken out. It's number 3.
It's a nice shot down the ground. It's a race on, and the ball will beat the fielder. Tucker Kundell can't put the hard yards in to stop that one from going to the boundary for 4 runs. Finishes with a 4, 90 for 1 halfway through the innings.
Almost feel as if he's done the hard yards here of actually covering this off, but then all of a sudden just kind of gives up on the chase and doesn't get the dive in. Halfway, 90 for 1, and of course it really is a real positive start this for the overseas boys.
Very positive indeed. Up-and-coming events. Well, you're knee-deep in the Malta ECS with us, Charlie and myself. Got ECIW and ECIs coming on this weekend in the middle of the series. Spain Encore coming up, ECI as well there. And then at the end of the year in December, you've got the European Cricket Championships women there in Malaga. Something to look forward to. Still a fair bit of cricket coming your way before we all break for the holiday season. So stick with us, and as you always do.
Vishnu Kunwar is going to come on and get a bowl then in this 6th over, and kind of do question as to whether or not this is going to go well.
Not sure if you've had a look at Vishnu Kunwar bowl before. Let's see. He's up against it because overseas on 90 for 1. That's a nice shot. That's just been lofted through the gap to the offside boundary for a single. So felt that's a very cautious connection there from Garrick. He's going at 100%. He's 8 from 8, but he's happy to play a support role in this this performance. Obviously with Prasad's performance, should get an award for that.
Good news as well is that Wilkins come out and has played nicely to start. He's 4 off 1. Nice bottom hand shot down the ground.
And he continues that. It's going to run away backward of square leg. And fielder has no chance apart from to chase that over the boundary line. That's Kaki out there. And that's another boundary.
Yeah, this is a really interesting shot. He just sort of catches up with this one. And
Wow.
You can just see, just from that angle, really just gets that bottom hand's come into use again. That's 2 in a row now. First one was down the ground. Second one's behind square on the leg side. 8 off 2. Good start.
Yeah, it's a really good start. That's really good batting. Not taking the risk along the ground.
Didn't talk about that last over, by the way. 29 runs coming in it. That's a mammoth over indeed.
Kumar in again. Tries again. Goes a bit. Goes in front of square, out and towards the mid wicket for a single. Yeah, 29. That wicket. I know it was a big wicket, Prasad's wicket, but when you go for 29, you get a wicket. It's hard to talk about the wicket in positive terms.
It's a mini win.
Yeah.
It really is a very small victory.
Maybe it's a conversation with the players afterwards and they say, mate, you went for 29. He can say, I got a wicket though. Kunwar in again. Smash straight down the ground. Bit of work here for the fielder. Does well. That's Tucker Kundell in front of us here. Stops it getting past for a boundary. Just the 1 run.
Yeah, these two are destructive batters within themselves, Don't take anything away from them. Heinrich's got a good record. Also, Christo Wilken as well. He's a very attacking left-handed batter. Kind of swap like for like with him and Varun at the moment.
Yeah.
2 balls left in the 6th.
Wilken just reaching for that one.
Yeah, comes down the track, but his first move is outside the leg stump, which is not ideal. Used to struggle with this myself personally. Was your first move if you're coming down the track needs to be towards the line of the ball. You don't want to be going away from it, and you can just sort of yorks himself as well.
That's right. As soon as you move away from it like that, you've got less time to correct. And swing and a miss and a dot ball. Good one. It's good over this for United, especially after that last over of 29. And it's a surprisingly just jumps up and collects the batter on the shoulder. And that's the end of the over. That is a good over.
Good comeback after getting hit for 4 to start. Just a couple of singles in there as well. 7 come off the 6th over then. And as I said, at the end of 6, it's 97 for Juan.
Yeah, it's a good. It's still a really good batting performance here from the overseas team. They're going along at 16 and over, which is very good. Expected score should definitely get to the 140s if they keep this momentum going. Only 1 down No excuse reason why they shouldn't.
Yeah, it's one of those that, you know, when you lose your opener in Prasath, who's 69 off 22, it's kind of, you sort of look at it and you think, in reality, that it's tough for someone to come out and kind of make the same impact. It's really tough to get things going, but nevertheless, this is a good start.
Yeah. That's
Shots.
been smashed through the the mid-off cover region for a boundary. All the way along the ground. Garricky now getting into the swing of things. It was there to be hit. It was just a bit too easy, really.
It's a glorious cut shot. Don't take anything away from it. It's technically perfect. That back foot comes all the way across as he just leans on it and crunches it through the cover area. It's a glorious shot.
Yeah, he's absolutely laced that one. Punched it so hard. Goes so quick as well. And he welcomes Powdell to the bowling with a good shot for 4. 100 up.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice shot from Heinrich.
And then Heinrich goes leg side, just through the outstretched fingertips for a Maximo. That was a good shot. That was pretty close, though. It was pretty close, have to say.
Back bottom hand comes into it, but he's a strong fella, is Heinrich. He's a fit as a fiddle. But I just want to see the fielder here. Does he kind of pulls out of this almost? Let's have a look. Could he have done better there? You asked the question. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh there, but 6 runs, good shot.
It's another crack. That is just out of the stretching hands of the fielder there. As he just sort of throws himself, hoping that something would come in there. Umpire's having a conversation. That is gone.
It's 4.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, they looked like talking about something else.
No.
That's gone for 4.
No question about it. 4 runs, and things now starting to motor along for Heinrich now, who has found sort of second or third gear here. And realistically,
paddle in again. And that is in the air. Oh, fielder is unsighted there. Oh, what's happened there? He's come forward, then he's gone back, then he's come forward too late.
Yeah, he just thinks that this is going all the way, but I think then the wind just kind of takes the sting out of this, and you can see he thinks it's sailing for 6, then has to recorrect himself, and he's just got too much work to do, and unfortunately, that's a bit of an error for Amit Mekhe out there on the leg side, and that one is another boundary, 4 more. This over has already gone magical.
Yeah, made a real mess of that, hasn't he? That's unfortunate. Almost could have had their man. 115 for one on the board.
To be honest.
Oh, yeah.
It's a chance that goes begging.
That's a shot down the ground, and Skipper gets around and keeps that in front of him. Doesn't let it get through.
Not ideal.
Sorry, it's not the skipper out there.
That's DeRay.
That's DeRay. Can't see where AO is. He's out there somewhere.
He kicked this ball here. What does he do here?
Has he?
Oh,
what's that about?
Not too sure that will go down too well. Well, no, I don't care about spiking the ball, but doing that's a bit of a no-no for me.
I think he's tried to do the old do that and try and flick it up trick.
No, I don't think so. Surely not.
Goes for a swing down leg side.
That's not missed anything by much. That's a real shocker that's not hit anything, to be quite honest with you.
How that's not clattered into the timber is beyond me. 116 for 1. The over gets tied up. Have a look at this one again. Oh. Well, playing with fire there, but it's in the book as a dot.
And a well-needed dot goes for 19 off the over. And already overseas up at a good point at the moment, as it's 16 for 1 after 7.
And we have the...
Yeah, of course, realistically, though, this is certainly a time where they need to be kind of looking at things at the moment and reevaluating things here. And they are going to go back to their strike bowler here in the likes of Bibek DeRay, because they need wickets. You know, they need to break this partnership that's already been building.
He does indeed. He needs to have a good over here, because ever Mr. Reliable, he went for a few, and he had a bit of a rotten over in the previous game as well. So he needs to find something here, DeRay. He needs to dig deep and find some of that form that he's been showing off in this tournament.
Yeah, you're right. His second over went for a fair few in that last one, didn't it? A few boundaries hit away from him.
Garrick, he swings hard, doesn't he? It really sounds good off the bat. He does pick out the fielder, though, at deep mid-wicket, just for a single.
Still ample chance here for Christo Vilchen, who could certainly get things going. Of course, scored a boundary down the ground and then one little nurdle away. But since then, kind of been at the other end and watched Heinrich go about his business.
Yeah, we're in the 8th. We're expecting to score around 140s, even maybe the 150s if they keep going. That's up, and chance for a fielder here. You know what? 3 of them didn't look like they were going to get anywhere near that, I have to say. They took forever to move. Absolutely took forever.
Zero United, it might be the case of the 3rd game in a row with a little break overnight is starting to pay effect because they just don't look like the same buzzy fielders that they normally have done so far, the Nepalese boys, and this is starting to unravel on them here. Chances that should have been taken and would have been taken maybe yesterday or the game before today. Not being taken this time.
Terrain again. And that is a better delivery. Maybe he feels he's got to do it all himself.
Just think that Wilkins just almost trying to hit this too hard here. I think, he's getting that front leg out of the way, and I get where he's trying to go with this, trying to go through the line. But, you look at the way that Varun hit the ball and the way that Heinrich sort of accelerated in the last sort of five balls for him. It's all shot making and sort of timing, whereas Wilkins just going at it with very hard hands and sort of swinging from the hip here.
Well, his 2 first hits were 4s, weren't they? And since then...
One of them was a sneaky one, but yeah.
Still. But since then, he's really struggled. Oh, just plays up soft hands. That's really clever. That's really clever. Uses the elevation to get over the infield, bounces away 4 runs. Clever.
Yeah, really nice. Opens the face and just places it over the 2 fielders that are inside the ring. There you go. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to go at the ball hard every single time. You can play it on its merit, and that's exactly what Wilken does. Nice shot, 4 more. Yeah,
very good shot. That's still a couple to come in this over. 123 on the board. And Wilken and Gericke doing pretty well here. Not doing too bad. They just, I think maybe they just slow things down a bit maybe since Prasath left, but the bowling, well, still a bit to be desired here. United up against it. Well, that's gone up, and that's gone backwards, and it's fallen right at the feet of the fielder running back. There was a scream there, I think, from the bowler.
Oh, someone's not happy, and rightfully so, though.
Yeah, someone's very unhappy. I think that was the bowler.
It's another one that just loses it, just doesn't see it. Don't really understand that from Bisni Kanwa. Yeah, and Durai's on his hinges, just sort of thinks, what have I got to do here to buy a wicket?
That's the 2nd catch gone down in that, almost in that part of the ground. Last time it was Bandari who took forever to get started and take the catch, and then Kunwai just watches it fall on his foot. Yeah, and yep, that is gone indeed. So, as I said, it seems to me that it's Bibek Duray saying, you know what, if you guys can't catch it, I need to get a wicket myself some other way.
Yeah, and that's a really good bit of bowling. Goes outside the off stump, and Heinrich just gets a little feather through to the keeper, as Patel will make no mistake of that one. Simple catch, but he has to take them, and he does exactly that. So finally, they get the breakthrough they were looking for, as these two put on a nice little partnership in about the 40 region, as Heinrich goes for 29 off 16. A good innings from him, and the score is 124 for 2.
Yeah, he was happy to take a back seat to Prasath when he was out there, and then he sort of got in front and said, "Okay, well, Prasath gone. I'll take this on," and guided his team to a good score. That was the end of the over there as well. 124 for 2 after 8. Duray, well, he finally gets a wicket, and he does go for 17. I think he went for 8 off that last over. Went for 9 off his first over. Run rate is at 15.5. You can see it's just fallen off a bit there since Prasath's wicket fell. That's probably fair enough. I would have felt that would have happened because Prasath was absolutely motoring along at one point. Took Bandari not just to the cleaners once or twice, but throughout the whole over. Pretty much held him locked inside the cleaners area, to be honest.
Yeah, right now up at about 15.5, but of course 2 overs to go. They'd like to get to that 145 as a bare minimum here, to be honest with you. Gurung in for the 9th over.
And that's a little bit of luck going your way. And you can smile while those sort of lucky things go your way. That's been edged appreciably well past the keeper into, well, what is definitely over first slip. And that's run away for a boundary. So the runs keep coming.
When it rains, it pours for Zero United. It's just not their morning here today. And kind of feel that they realistically have got to try and almost manufacture something and sort of create their own luck here, because it's, you drop a few and then a boundary sort of goes away from you off an outside edge, and it's all about well, in reality just sort of doing the basics right, and they haven't done that so far in this innings.
Yep, Gurung here needs to find something. He's a clever bowler. Needs to find something next 5 deliveries. It's been hit down the ground. A couple of bounces just to fielder in front of us here. That's Tunka Kandel, been patrolling the boundary in front of us for most of the tournament when he's not bowling. And just 1 run there. So it's a better one.
It's got to be got to be played away. Jen is the new batter who's coming at 4. Again, has got a pretty decent record.
Yeah, he's going to face the first delivery now. It's been clubbed into the covers, straight to the fielder, and just a single. Gets off the mark. Still a couple more to come in this 9th over. 130 now on the board. Better over from Gurung. Searching for a wicket, searching to maybe remove one of these, maybe 2 of them, and keep applying those breaks. They're going to be chasing a very sizable total in about 15 minutes' time. Clipped very nicely off the toes there. It's going to run away just backward a square. There is a fielder down there. Collects. That's Bibek, who was a little bit angry during that previous over. 2 catches, 2 relatively easy catches dropped from fielders who just didn't seem to be having catching in their mind as the ball was being hit aerial.
Already gone for a couple in this over. Trying to take a couple with him here, Gurung. It's not been the tidiest of spells or stints with the ball. And well, fielder's moving around.
Yeah, I just saw that just as he was running in. A couple of fielders just still sort of finding their positions almost.
It's well bowled that.
Watch out for that.
It's
yes.
a really good delivery, nice and full Yorker length. Tough to squeeze out.
His first over went for a lot, but this one's actually been pretty good. He's come back and bowled well here. Still got a couple to go.
Yeah, need to get out of this as quiet as possible here.
Yeah, he does. He does. He needs to finish really strongly here and not go for anything in the slot, or he will get absolutely caned.
Jen taking a bit of time there, just trying to maybe push Gurung off his rhythm.
And Gurung obliges with another lovely delivery.
There to be hit, though, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's missed out there as Jen. Really has missed out. I think that's got to be one that has to be taken away. It's probably one that gets a bit lucky.
Well, you're the fresh batsman. You come in with an over and a half to go. You still need to be able to hit the ball. If you can't hit it, you need to get it off for a single, turn it over. Either way, gets a lucky inside edge, didn't cannon onto the stumps, and it just dribbles to the onside. Hits the bat on the ground. I think you should blame the bat for that.
End of the 9th over then, and it's 133 for 2. They've, of course, got 6 balls left to try and get up to that 145 mark as a minimum that we said. They have shared the bowling around a bit, to be fair, but, you know, the likes of Bandari going for 29 off his single over was not ideal. You know, Karki 19, was the same for Govinda Paudel as well. Just bowling hasn't been tidy enough.
Interesting that they've been sharing the bowling around like that. 7 bowlers used. It's not very often you see that many bowlers. But maybe just trying to break a bit of momentum here for overseas, who look like, well, when you're 133 for 2 after 9, then there's really good momentum. And if the plan was to try to break that momentum, they have not succeeded, United. Last over coming up. That's just been chopped down. And that is Amit who's bowling, Amit Miche.
Yeah, first time seeing him. But yeah, got to say that kind of understand what Vilken's trying to do here, or Jen is trying to get Vilken on strike and just sort of hand over the torch and says, here you go, give it a go. Because I'm not seeing the ball at the moment. And never fun, but sometimes it's the way you got to go about things.
So United trying their 8th different bowler in this innings. Interesting. And that is going to go way down leg side for a wide. Just getting angle completely wrong there.
Yeah, and this is a complete polar opposite morning for United. With the ball, not ideal whatsoever. Really isn't. Okay, the Warriors took their time against them, but never looked uncomfortable. Whereas here, there's been no issues for the overseas boys. Really hasn't.
No. And that is too short, and that's just completely in the wrong spot. And you know what? I have to say, probably lucky that was only a 4. Seriously, that honestly could have gone anywhere and any height out of the ground.
Yeah, it gets the swivel on it, to be fair, and just helps it on its merry way around the corner, catches up with it nicely. So a nice boundary to get in the over. So 139 now, getting up to that 140 mark here.
Yeah, and it looks like Amit J, he's going to change his angle. He's going to come back over the wicket to the left-handed Vilken. Let's see how he goes. He's on 26 from 14.
A nice little cameo this at the back end of the innings.
Well, it's gone leg side again, almost in the same spot that was there before. Patel, you can tell by again. This is the thing about Patel. He really wears his heart in his sleeve, and he's not afraid to show his delight or his non-delight in both bowler and fielder.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not saying as to why, but at the same token, they're just not bowling well, not doing the basics right. Extras have risen dramatically.
Well, that has been middled, and that is over the boundary line for 6. That is well over the wide mid-on boundary, long on boundary. Big hit. Good shot. Look at this.
Not quite out of the middle, but just muscles it more than anything. Again, Vilken is a fit fella, and well, valid attempt.
Got to say, for not being middled, that has carried the boundary line a long way.
It has.
Yeah. That's been tucked around the corner. The race is on, and fielder wins that race. That's Bibik Duray, who is a real trier in the field. He runs hard, he takes good catches, and he bowls well. He is he's one of my favourites in the team for the United, I've got to say.
Yeah, he's a bit of a poor throw there, unfortunately. They come back for 2. Very good running, nice and positive. Probably would have been gone if there was a better throw, but the spill from Patel as well. It was never going to add up nicely. So 148 now on the board with 2 balls to go. 50, 150 certainly on.
Oh, yeah.
150, you feel too much for United.
100% agree with that. And that shot, that was not too bad. Over the head of a leaping fielder at the deep mid-wicket. Another boundary fielded by the Warriors. The Warriors have a bit of work to do down there in the other side of the rope.
Well, this is an onslaught. 150 up now for the overseas as Vilken gets going here. This is a nice bit of work from him. 34 on the board. Now becomes 40 with the ball to go.
Last ball. Crack. And that has probably going to be the biggest of the lot.
Oh!
Warriors spill it. Can you believe it? That is, was that Joe Devan who spilled it?
Oh, dear, oh, dear. And then all I know is that that's an absolute rotten chance out there. But anyway, I tell you what's not rotten is the hitting. 160 for 2 is what the overseas finished on, and that is a great, great bit of batting from them. And it's mostly down to the fact that A, their striking was really clean, but also the bowling from United was very below par. We said in the last innings they're probably a 9 out of 10 bowling side. Feels as if the one that's turned up in this game is about a 5 out of 10. Not very prominent at all, and they look quite defeated as they walk off here, not really walking off with much energy or gusto, and yeah, they're not very happy chaps.
Yeah, they haven't even come together to walk off, and that's a sign. And also the other sign for me is 27 off the 10th. Just not good enough. So we roll the highlights here, and well, the biggest highlight for the first 5 or 6 overs was really the Prasath show. Absolutely got on the absolute hitter here. Took an injury here. This looked a bit sore. Cannoned in off an edge into the side of his knee. Took a few moments just to gather himself, then recovered well. And himself and Garrick, they just got into it and got amongst it. But it was really the Prasath show. Ably supported by his skipper at the other end, who kept saying, you know what, I'm just going to keep turning it over to you because look how well you're hitting this. Just absolutely owned the United bowlers, who couldn't find anything to take down this man's offense. That shot there, that was when I called the crowd killer. That was a tremendous shot as well. This blow almost hits the car park, just hits the netting and comes back. So, yep, someone in the clubhouse is breathing a sigh of relief after that. More strikes down the ground. More lofted shots. Yep, that's Tanker Kandel saying almost no. All parts of the ground too, but square especially, just so strong. There's Johnny He. I didn't see Johnny in the first game, but he's here now. That's the good news. He's here, and he's in his usual position. And finally, Prasath hold out. Bibik Duray takes a good catch. He goes off to high fives and congratulations from his teammates. And then normal service resumed with skipper Eric just saying, I'm going to take over. And supported, of course, by his other teammates. And these shots were going all over the place. That was the first of what we thought was just a horror day in the field in this innings. Just catches going down. This one was quite appalling. Just not interested in taking the catch whatsoever. That's exactly what that was. So Bibik Duray got carved around and he said, I'll do it myself. And got a nice feather edge through to Patel, who took the catch. And then it was get towards the end of the innings and catches taken at regular intervals. Pretty easy stuff. It was just so easy towards the end here. This last over, just going for so many at the end. It was absolutely incredible. Amit Amiche, he coughed up 27. Bandari had an over, it cost him 29. And these sorts of things for United, they just, it's just not working at all. Not one bit. And you can see there the batters striding off, and they're striding off with their heads held high. Look at that. Really, that's just class. Overseas, too good for United. Way too good. And look at that, 29 and 69 to the openers. And then a wonderful cameo from Christo there, 46 from 18. Jen joining Christo there, but only faced 5 deliveries for 3. 160 for 2 on the board. Have a look at the bowling card. Count them up. That is 8 individual bowlers. Astonishing bit of captaincy there to try to find something to get through these batters. Vivek Duray at the top there, toiled, 1 for 17. The other wicket going to Bandari, who was expensive. That was it's quite an expensive price to pay for just 1 wicket. And Bishnu Kanwar bowled well, none for 7 off just 1 over. Couldn't catch well though. He was the culprit for letting the ball fall pretty much at his feet. Then looked around the ground to say, "What, am I supposed to catch that?" 160 for 2. Zero United need 161 off their 10 overs, and I'm already thinking that's a bridge too far. I think after it got over 100, I felt it was a bridge too far. United, not sure what the battle plan is. I'm interested to see how they come out and perform, but that's north face of Everest steep. That's tough. That's tough. And I think overseas have put on a match-winning performance here already. We're only halfway through though, but so I'll tell you what, match 33, it's halfway. Myself and Charlie will be back here in about 6 or 7 minutes time, and we'll get into the run chase and see what United can do about that. See if they can even maybe get themselves a bonus point. We'll see. Anything can happen. This is T10, this is ECN, this is European Cricket Series in Malta. I'm Phil G, and I'll be back here in about 6 or 7 minutes time. Join me and Charlie for the run chase. See you then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Master Sporting Complex. Phil G here, looking after proceedings in this match, match 33. We're up to 33 matches already. And, well, the score is on the board, 160 on the board overseas. Got off to a flyer and continue that. So bonus point equation is pretty simple. United to achieve this in 7 overs to get a bonus point. Or the the score of 112 has to be restricted. And I reckon, well, we'll see what happens. I think overseas might be on for a bonus point here, because that is looking pretty good. 160 is a really good score here to try to chase down the first ball. It's just knocked out towards into the covers for a single. United need to get off to an absolute flyer to be in within any sort of opportunity here to pick something up. Lee Tuck has got the duty of opening the bowling. Winds up and comes in, puts it right on the spot. Nice bit of bowling that, just let go. And that's Kandel at the striker's end, just having a bit of a watchful eye. Duray got off the mark on that first ball to have a bit of a sweep and look around the ground. There's a little bit of cloud around, a little fair bit of shadow. Sun hasn't had a chance to peek through yet. Picked through a little bit early, but now gone away. Winds up there, does Kandel, and just comes off the edge for a quick run. Just goes for the slip fielder to chase after. But yeah, overseas, 160 on the board, looking to defend a very sizable total here. And we've said it before, and we'll probably say it a few more times. Zero United, I'm not sure that they've got the firepower to overhaul that target, but we'll see. Well, that's going to help. That's going to help in a big way. That's been struck out towards deep mid-wicket boundary. I think the umpire just wants to confirm where that's landed, whether it was a 4 or a 6. I think to the naked eye that was a 6. The umpires are just having a chat. I think that will be confirmed. Yeah, good metre over the line. And there it is. So, not a bad start. Lee just putting that in a bit of a slot, a little bit short of a length. And Suraj Duray jumped onto that. And he's jumped onto that one as well. That's gone over the head of the fielder who started to run in. And that is back-to-back Maximos for Suraj Duray. Nice strike that. So a good over to start with for United. The tricky thing for these sorts of targets is you may get a good start, but you've got to do it every single over all the way through to the end. And it's that sort of momentum that can really grind a team down. It's been done before, though. There have been big chases. Suraj is started well. Started very well. Hello to everyone in the chat who's joining us. Hope you're having a good day wherever you are in the world. Tuck in for his last ball. That's wide, and that is outside off. Bounces away. Good work on in the outfield. Slide tackle to get that ball. Doesn't let it go any further. James Hurley out there patrolling the boundary. And that is the end of the over. That's 15 on the board for loss of 1. And remember James from last week, took an absolute blinder of a catch, entertained us no end with that one. 264 matches since the Golden Ball, and I welcome back my co-commentator Charlie Hunt to the commentary box.
264 is 263 too many for my liking. Not a fan of that whatsoever.
Yeah.
Looks as if they're going to go with some spin at the chance here. Looks as if Yokirchi is going to come in for his first involvement here. So this could be an interesting look at things, going with spin early on in the power play.
Yeah, that's an interesting approach. Sort of bucking the trends that you see in a lot of the attacks in the first, especially in the power play. 2 men allowed back in the power play, as we all know. We have a deep mid wicket, and we have Hurley patrolling the boundary on the offside point square, and that's been mishit just down towards mid off for no run. So it's a nice start.
Yeah, good start from Hideshi. Nice start indeed.
Floats it up and straight to the fielder. It was clumped quite hard. There's a bit of power behind that one. But that's Christo Verjeun, who really does well to get down and stop that one getting through him.
Yeah, very nicely done indeed by Christo Verjeun, who's there in the short cover.
And all goes for the delicate hands. Going to run through for a quick one there, shy at the stumps. Quick call there from Kandel at the non-striker's end. They get through a quick single.
Yeah, as he's not the quickest behind the stumps to move, and he's got to be careful of those gloves there.
Yeah, noticed that. And that's been collected, and that's hit with gusto, but down the throat of Prasanth, who is patrolling the boundary. A very straight, deep fielder, and he takes a good catch.
Yeah, just want to check something here. Just want to make, because the keeper's had an issue with his gloves, and I want to make sure that his gloves are behind the stumps. Let's have a little look here. He doesn't encroach. Let's just make sure. Because if he does, then there could be an issue here. Oh, that was before.
Yeah, that's the ball before. Yep, we saw that. Noticed that. That was a good catch there, Charlie. And I wonder if that's happened on the next one, though.
Yeah, of course, not really going to get a look at it. But nevertheless, it's going to be a catch. Good catch by Varun down there. He's got buckets for hands.
Yep.
And that's going to be a wicket to go.
Well, there you go. So the brings the first error from the batters. And that's the end of Kandal. He tries to get on with it. He sees Siraj get on with a few boundaries. He himself can't do it. Brings the new batter to the crease. Oh, hands on heads all around the ground. Thinks they almost could have had their man just then.
Yeah, 16 for 1 as Kaki comes out at 3 and can't get it away. It's trying to carve a ball the way it's just way too straight and too close to his body. Get over this.
And finishes really, really well. What a cracking over that is.
Yeah, nice bit of drift as well to finish the over there. And 1 run being conceded in the way of a bye. And, of course, that's an extra, so technically for Hershey it's a wicket maiden. But, well, probably won't go down as one because they get the wicket off, the run off there anyway. End of the second, 16 for 1. As I mentioned, a win here for the overseas would certainly raise them up to 9th. But, of course, they're looking to get into that top 8 where Goes Azami sit on the cusp of being knocked out.
They do indeed, and yeah, they'll love to get a win here to sort of push up the ladder. They've only played a couple of games, which is why they're sitting a bit low in the standings. You can see before on that standings chart, teams above them, like this one, like United. Well, this is this is their 9th game, and I said earlier that they've played that many games. They're going to get overhauled by the teams that below, who are going to start getting wins under their belts and start to push themselves up. This is Moidu coming under bowl. And that is up in the air and down the ground. Running back with a fly to the ball. Bounces just inside the line. A desperate effort there. That is a lovely shot for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, it just doesn't get power. It goes through the elevation and gets it over Heinrich Gadicki, gives chase, but just out of stretch. It wasn't far away. It was a good attempt from the skipper, but it's going to be a welcome boundary.
Yeah, and welcome to the bowling attack to Moidu. Right arm around the wicket. And this is very identical, except for it is this time in the hands of Garrick. He takes a terrific catch, running back with the fly of the ball. Well judged. Didn't look like dropping that at any point in time. Yeah,
absolutely. Make no mistake, that's not an easy catch whatsoever, going over his shoulder. But he makes it look super duper easy. And that's going to be the end of Suraj today, whose day with the bat has been a poor one. And unfortunately, that's going to be another wicket that tumbles. And, well, the overseas already certainly on cruise control here on their way to another victory, or what would be a welcome victory against the Zero United boys.
Yeah, they're looking really good here to pick up points here. 3 points for the win and 1 point for the bonus if they can keep them under 112. And I would say they're on for that. Absolutely on for that. That's a really good catch. You're right, Charlie. He makes it look so simple and easy.
Yeah, absolutely. Really is a pretty good catch. And out comes then the skipper in the likes of Buwan Arial. And this guy, again, is very hit or miss, but more often than not at the moment, it's been miss. And they'd love for him to get a few underway.
And there's, well, that's a wide ball, so that could be a good argument for Boyan to say that's why I missed it.
It's a lot of swing on this delivery, by the way. Look at this go. That's swung around a corner.
Just kept going, didn't it? Lot on skipper's shoulders here. Boyan needs to see his team up to a decent score here. Needs to try. That's been hit out towards the leg side of mid-wicket. He runs for a quick single and gets it comfortably in the end. Off the mark with the single.
Yeah, good bit of work out there in the deep on the leg side. Just gets a single, gets off the mark, Arial. But as I said, him and Kaki have got to go here. And you kind of think that if he doesn't, then it's going to start looking a little bit ugly.
And
ooh.
Oh, a double O. Can you believe that? Double O as it goes through 2 fielders. And he gets off the mark with a boundary. Have a look at this one again.
Here, not too sure what's happened because Liam Stewart has taken a couple of good catches this tournament.
Yep.
But this one just almost beats him for pace, and he kind of doesn't really react to it quick enough at point.
Yeah.
And then the fielder in the deep, and Hurley has to try and recover, and he can't get there. 4 runs.
Yeah, poor old Hurley had to do the cleaning up and couldn't quite get to it. And that would have to go down as a catching opportunity.
Moid would be a bit frustrated.
And this has gone up and over the covers for a Maximo. Good strike there from Kaki.
4 and 6, and they need to build some bricks here, to be honest with you, because they're really struggling at the moment, United. But this is a nice shot. He knows it's going to be coming across him. Comes down, meets it halfway, and, well, tonks it over. Extra cover. Into out. Nice shot. As that one's going to be 6 carreras as they move to 32 now with a ball to go in this third over.
Yeah, so Kaki off all right now with those boundaries, those back-to-back boundaries. See if he can finish big in this the third over. It's been clipped nicely, and that will indeed run away for another boundary. So 3 boundaries in a row, 1 6 in there, and 2 4s. He gets his score up to 14. It's a nice way to finish the power play. And the score will be on 36 for the loss of 2 wickets after the 3 overs. United chasing a pretty big score of 160. You can see there, 15 off the first over, 1 off that sensational second over, including the wicket, and well, 20 off this over. That's really expensive, although there was a wicket that fell as well. So it's a fair bit of work here for United. 36 for 2 after 3, chasing 161 for the win. They need to get a lot of runs and not many deliveries. Look at that run rate required to win is already up to 17.85. That's steep.
Yeah, it is. Kind of feel it's almost the chase for a point here at the moment.
It probably will end up being the chase to the point, won't it? 113 is really their upper end. So Prasath comes under bowl, and the captain of the United is facing. That's Bouillon. And we start with the dot ball. Yeah, I feel that, I think I said this the other day, like a 100, 105 I felt was their absolute upper limit. At a pinch, 110.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's come down the ground. It's going to just, well, it's not just going over the head, it's going to go over the boundary line for quite a fair way. And that's a nice strike for from the skipper for a big 6.
Yeah, there's one of them. Needs a few more. He likes to sort of get out of the way of it and swing from the hip, and, well, he does exactly that. And that one is going to go the distance. So Varun, of course, had a good start with the ball a couple of days ago. Not quite the best of starts here.
There we go. It's gone aerial again. And he's going to get another one. So back-to-back Maximos. One thing I say about Bouillon, he's guilty of 6 and out in this tournament more often than not. So if he can knuckle down here and not go 6 and out, and there we go. There he's gone double 6.
Yeah, Varun just going too wide on the offside.
Yeah.
Don't mind the fact that it's back of a length. He's getting grip, and now, of course, the fielders will change, goes out there as deep square comes up. It's just a backward square leg, and he's now got long off deep cover and extra cover as well.
So he goes swipe across the line towards leg side. Deepman wicket comes running in and keeps it just 1 run. That's pretty good fielding. Came in really quick, smart. As soon as that swipe came, set off from the boundary line and kept it to just 1. So the run rate for a point is just a tad over 10. That's very gettable. Delicately played. That's really clever. That's Kaki. Placing the ball perfectly between the infielders behind point there for a boundary. This over is now very expensive. Nicely played. Late cut, in at the body, and plays it very gently all the way along the ground. Good shot, 4 runs. This over now worth 17. Basath getting a bit of his own here against the Zero United batters. How are they going to finish? And just out of the outstretched hands of the fielder there. Well, Kaki put a bit more effort into that one and almost came undone. That has flown just to the right of an outstretched hand. That is really close to being a fingertip catch. Fielders around were putting hands in the head. They thought they might have had him. Not to be. That's 21 off the over, 57 for 2 after 4. And United, well, they've lost 2 wickets, but the run rate is now up to 14. They still need a fair way to go, but if you have a look at the last couple of overs, that run rate is starting to accelerate back towards the red line, despite the fact that they've lost a couple. So where there's light, there's hope. Kaki now on 22 from 7, playing a very good innings. Captain Bouillon Ayol, he's on 14 from 5. And so it's going to be James Hurley gets given the duty now to bowl the 5th.
Yep. First look at him, see what he can do with the ball. Probably looks as if it's kind of dibbly-dobblies at the moment. See if he can get up there.
And that moves away. Batter looks ruefully at the umpire and says, sure, that's a wide. It was well inside the line. You just happened to step away.
That's okay.
It's very okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Good delivery. But that's the thing with Eddie. His first move is always front leg out of the way.
Yep.
What's going on here? No. Square legs asked if that was a wide. It wasn't. If it was a wide, he would have signalled.
Interesting stuff there. Hurley in again. And again, that step away, that first movement, it's just, it screams, I'm a slog sweeper. That's what it just screams, I'm going to slog it.
It's one-dimensional stuff.
Yep.
Just look at that front leg, ends up almost on sort of 8th stump through there on the leg side, which isn't great.
No, it's a strange place to end up. And then you swing and you get nothing. And obviously he hit 2 6s in the previous over, and believe me, that's not how he got them. So Kaki at the other end on 22, watching his skipper swinging and missing. Maybe just having a bit of encouraging word to the skip. And at the risk of repeating myself, swing and a miss. Hurley just happy to put it on there. He's it's well inside the tram line, so there's no danger of wide if he keeps it right there. But Bouillon is going to miss that all day, unless he changes his footwork.
Yeah, he needs to have a think there, doesn't he?
Well, it's a bit tighter. It's gone up in the air. It's going to fall into the hands, the very reliable hands of Heinrich Gericke. He takes another good outfield catch, this time running in, motored in, and took that one well caught.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. And he had to cover a lot of ground to get there, in fairness, but he's done superbly well. But again, it was kind of sort of waiting to happen, really. He was stepping away and leaning back on it. It was a matter of time before he just queued one up. And, well, thank you very much for coming. Hurley gets a wicket, and it's going to be 57 for 3 here in the 5th.
Yeah, in the previous over when Bouillon came in, he had a couple of 6s, and I said after that, I said, look, he's a 6-and-out guy. When he gets out caught because he gets a rush of blood, thinks he can do it again, and he comes undone. Now, all of those swings and misses beforehand were all, could have just skied in the air, gone anywhere sort of thing. Didn't look like he was in control at any time if he'd connected, and case in point, he goes out that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, a demotion for Patel, who is now down at 5.
A big shout and an agreement from the umpire. Patel doesn't look happy, but he's been told. Right?
That's out. Yeah. That's
No, I called it out. I'm watching Patel. I'm watching the umpire walking ahead and saying, "You're out."
Yeah.
What, is there nothing else to talk about?
Yeah, it's gone. And Patel plays across the straight one. Steps well across. He can have no complaints here, realistically. Swinging in and well, probably just going on to smack into the base of leg stump. And that's going to be a disappointing way to go for Achal Patel. He goes for a golden quacker. And, of course, it's going to be 57 for 4.
Yep, umpire gives it out immediately, and then Patel chooses to have a mid-wicket conversation as they look like they're still trotting through for a single. And I only paused because I thought, I'm not sure what you're waiting for. You've been given out. The appeal was there. You're out. You've been hit on the full in line. And on your way.
Hat-trick ball coming up then as Patel is in.
Indeed. And that's gone up in the air, running backwards to the fly of the ball. Oh, Prasathi just ambled a little bit towards that one. But I didn't expect him to throw himself full length or anything. And Portel gets away with a single and sees off the hat-trick ball. Have a look at this. Sky's up, off a slice. Prasath, it only falls, probably falls about 2 metres in front of him, but that running with the flight of the ball catch, maybe only Gehrig can make it look as easy as it is. But it's not an easy catch at all. And he's rotating 2 outfield catches parity. And so we are midway through the innings. Things looking a little bit dire now for United.
Yeah, big time. And of course, they're sort of sat here at the moment at 58 for 4, needing 103 off 30, which is pretty tricky for them. You know, as we said, we keep saying 100 sort of seems their limit with the bat. Doesn't feel as if they're going to get anywhere near it. And now, main batter's probably back in the shed. Kaki, the only recognised batter still who's out there at the moment.
Yeah, when your run rate's up to 20 needed per over and you're only halfway through your innings, you're in a fair bit of trouble. Mind you, though, just to pick up a point, the run rate is only just over 11, so that should be in their minds well and truly. As Hirsch is back for his second, and he is bowling beautifully. The batters really don't have an answer at all for this kind of bowling, and this is terrific bowling. Good to watch. It's 2 down, just one run. And yet again, that's a carbon copy of the previous one. Kaki just does not have an answer here. Not a response whatsoever. It's 59 for 4, halfway through the 6th. And this over's going to be done and dusted before Kaki realises at this rate. This is terrific. Lofted, down the ground. That's going to carry the boundary rope. So he does find an answer, and he does get a Maximo. So that's not a bad response from the batter. That was set up a little bit more, a little bit shorter, and well played. Very correct shot as well. Holds the bat nice and high on the follow through. Kaki now. He's raced to 28. Paudo at the other end. Joined him only just recently. He's only on 2 from 2 balls face. 48 from 26 for a point. Whoa. Yeah, a little bit of something on that.
I think so. I think
so.
I think there's a tickle through to the keeper, and unfortunately, Aziz just doesn't quite catch this clean. Let's have a look. A little feather, yeah.
Yeah. Keeper gave a little wave by way of an apology there, and a bit of a smile, a bit of a wry smile. Cross batted just down towards deep in wicket, not going to try for 2. Field has to come in off the boundary line, a long way in, but keeps it to just 1.
Yeah, that'll be the close of the 6th then, going at 66 for 4. Going in 11s. 11s aren't even going to get them up to a point though at this rate, so it's going to be tricky.
It's tough going here. Have a look at the batting card there. Well, Kamal Kaki, he's got 29 from 12. He's leading a bit of a charge here, but he needs support. And when you're already talking about your middle order, and the next man in is Bandari, who is his hot and cold is Bandari. So if he gets in, anything could happen. But Powell was there for now. He can do a bit of damage if he has to, but none of these batters have got that sort of reputation of sort of longevity at the crease, unfortunately. And Kaki is probably... Honestly, he's probably one of the better batters in the team. He's got a fair bit to do. And he goes inside out here, and it's 1 bounce and saved by the fielder at the boundary line. I was watching the way he just slowly just handed the ball to his teammate, but in the end, that's really good fielding.
Yeah.
Have a look at this.
Does well.
Goes to ground.
Kind of realises that he might be close in touching the line, so there he goes. He just kind of has to give it away.
Yep. It did almost look like the bottom part of his leg might have gotten very close to the line. But anyway, Hurley continues. He's got 2 for. And that has been hit up in the air. Didn't get really any of that. It just goes into a regulation mid-wicket region where there is no one. There's deep mid-wicket. And he runs back out to his position. He's had a bit of work to do there. There's a obviously deep long off and long on. Regulation 3rd man.
Good little stint this for Hurley, isn't it? Really nice little spell.
Yeah, really good. Yep. And goes inside out there, and that's a 1 bounce over the cover boundary, 4 runs. It is a good stint. He's got 2 for 7 now after that strike for 4. But this is pretty good from Hurley.
Yeah, just a bit full that time around, and not going to miss out on that one is Kaki. So he's raced along to 34 or 14 now. And of course, it's basically him or bust in the quest for a point here for Zero United. It really is. Hurley, probably not going to like the fact that that was a bit too full from himself.
Oh, tries the old dance outside leg and ends up punching it towards leg side. Bit of work here. The fielder manages to pick it up. Gets that in, and that is Moidu out there. That is just 1 run. So 2 for 8 Hurley, and it's 73 for 4. 2 more to come. 40 needed from 20 for the point, and that's 12 runs and over. They need to keep going if they want to get that point. Well, that's going to help, because that does clear the boundary line rope, and that is another big 6.
There's the birthday boy, by the way, Stigsy. And but yeah, this is a nice shot. I guess Hurley kind of isn't bowling it that quickly, so it is kind of, you know, easy to manipulate. Goes into outside on the leg side, and yeah, nice shot realistically to play that nicely over extra cover. Yeah,
that's Powdell this time. As Kaki's at the other end, so he's now getting amongst them. And that's been punched into the covers. They're going to go through a quick single. Bit of pressure on the fielder who fumbles it, and the single is pretty comfortable in the end. That's going to end the over. They're going to go to 80 for 4. Hurley, 2 for 15. That's a pretty good return on investment, I would say. 2 wickets in his first over.
Yeah, absolutely. 80 for 4 then at the end of the 7th. And, of course, coming up, well, that's, of course, the next game. That is the Masita Warriors taking on the Overseas. Well, that one could certainly be very interesting, to say the least. As, yeah, the Rocky Dianish, of course, skipper, winning the toss. Bowling first in that one could be very, very interesting to see how that one goes. Alan Alton comes in. He's 12th man at the moment, but he comes in in the next game, of course. So looking forward to seeing how the likes of Vilchen, Prasath and Geliki go, of course, as they'll be batting first, as they'll be looking to try and get more runs on the board.
That's going to be a real good test for both teams. A really good one. A team that's 5 and zip. It's punched down the ground. Didn't really get it to go where he wanted to, but they'll take the single down to the long off area.
Yeah, just one, but ones aren't going to do much here. Ones really aren't going to help in that quest for the point, as I keep mentioning.
Yeah, no one's going to be upset about that. Hamish Bolt into the bowling attack.
Ooh.
And gets that one wide.
Yeah, just drags that one down the leg side,
Yeah.
down the offside, sorry. And just, yeah, release point slightly late.
Yeah, Kaki just moving around a little bit, tries to dance down the wicket and realises that has gone way too wide. Bowler reacting to the dance down the wicket, I think. Up in the air, straight to the slip, off the leading edge. Easy as you like, probably the easiest catches that slip fielder will ever take in his career. Kaki is gone for a very good 35, but unfortunately for United, they wanted him around there for a lot longer than that.
Yeah, and that kind of could be the end of the game, really, as this one finally gets straight. And a bit of away movement as well, but it's a rash shot, loses entirely all of his shape, does Kaki, and that's going to be the end of him. He goes for 35 off 16, as the score is now 82 for 5 here in the 8th over.
I said it was an easy catch for slip fielder. He took the catch and immediately gestured to the sun and said, "Do you see that?" Hits it to me, and then the sun comes out. Thank you very much. Try to spoil the party. But he still took a very good catch just above his eye line. And Bolt with breakthrough. Breaks that partnership. And I think you're right, Charlie. I think that is last chance saloon now that Kaki's gone.
Bandari can also give it a whack.
Yep, there you go. Oh, not bad effort there on the boundary line to stop that one getting through. Going to rush here for... Oh, has he lost the ball there?
No, the ball hits the stumps here, so
Okay.
have a little look. It was a tight 2. It was a tight 2 indeed. And Dari trying to get off the mark straight away. Let's see here. He's a bit of a distance away.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it is with the glove. You're right.
Yeah.
Ball, it's not ball that's in hand, so no difference there. Come back for 2.
Well run in the end. Bit of pressure on, and the throw was a little bit wide.
Yeah, a bit wayward.
Yep. Bandari gets off the mark with a couple.
29 or 15 now, still just below 2. A ball.
Just has to wait on that for a moment before it punches into the covers for a quick single.
Oh!
Throw hits the stumps. And the umpire wants to go upstairs on this one as well. This one I think might be a bit closer.
One stump to aim at, and Varun Prasad just gets himself back in the game. Let's have a look here then, as it was a very leisurely taken single. He's not really pushing, he's ball watching. Oh, and he's going to be gone. That's a superb bit of work from Varun Prasad. It really is. So, well, he survived a scare at the other end on his first delivery. Second ball, it's a leisurely single, and Prasad makes no mistake.
Oh, boy, I tell you what. Boys and girls around the world, if you're going to jog your first, that's what's going to happen to you. That's really quite leisurely sort of stroll down the crease, almost expecting the throw to go to the keeper's end. Bandari just, that's an absolute lack of awareness. He had full vision that Prasad was there and he was onto it. He knew what was coming.
But this is the thing, he's watching it. He just needs to get head down and get to the other end. And, of course, you've got to bank on. You've always got to bank on the fielder getting the hit. You really do.
Yep.
So, another one bites the dust. The revolving door continues to go. 84 for 6, 2 balls left in the 8th.
It's good over this by Bolt. It's been clipped around the corner. Fielder gets down there just in front of square. Just for a single. Well, that's Bibek Dure. He gets off the mark at least.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, in fact, that was Powdell who hit that, because, of course, he was running to the striker's end. So Durai will face the last ball of this 8th over. It's been an interesting one.
And he goes crash. Well, Bibek comes to the crease and says, "I want some of that." And he hits a big hit over deep mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. Nice pickup. And that's going to be the close of the 8th over then. And that's going to be a very interesting one, to say the least, as that'll be the end of the 8th over. And the score is 91 for 6. So then you can see the story there is that they're battling for a point here, United, and they're teetering on and off at the moment, which is slightly concerning for them. But nevertheless, it's all about getting that point, which is not far away, but it's, as I said, teetering on and off the edge. And they're going to turn to the likes of Liam Stewart, who's going to take this 9th over. So 12 balls left. They need 22. Battle for a point is on then. Well, the extras will help. That's going to be a wide to start for Stewart, who just offers this one. Just not the best of deliveries to start. A genuine loosener from Stewart. Oh, that's another one. That's really wide. So much so. There's a bit of a giggle from the wicketkeeper in the fly slip. Stewart doesn't find the funny side of it. As, it was very well taken by Sindhu Jain in the end, but that was double wide almost, really. Is it off the pitch? Oh, no, just on the pitch. Gets away with it. Does very well. He's lucky to get that one on the wicket, to be fair. That one moved a lot. Might have to go the old cross seam, it would seem. Does, and this time it's straight. And Padel just misses out on that one, I'm afraid. It was there to be hit, but unfortunately just doesn't quite get that one right. Oh, not far away at all. Not far away whatsoever. That was a really good delivery. Just outside the off stump, and yeah, did really well that time around to get that one angling in on the stumps. He's getting closer and closer at the moment. He's not far away at all. Oh, and again, goes nice and full. He's got his length perfect, and now the line is starting to creep in a nice manner as well. Oh, there's a little feather through, and it's a nothing shot from Powdell, and that's a disappointing way to go. And elation all around, because Stewart arguably has deserved that. He started with a couple of wides, but found his rhythm and found his line of length, and goes back of a length this time. And you can just see there's a nice bit of a conversation there as he stepped outside of his crease, squares himself up, and that's going to be the end of Powdell, who goes for 12 off 11. And with that probably goes the last hope of a point here for Zira United, as that is going to be 93 for 7. It's not fun, and not a nice way to go at all, as the new batter will come out then in Kunwar. Credit to the overseas boys. This is a really good start to their day. Of course, they take on the Warriors in the next game. That's a tricky fixture, but the way that they're going here, they certainly would enjoy themselves at the moment. Oh, that's a good delivery again. Is this up? Oh, let's have a look here. There's an appeal. And there's I think he might be gone here. I think he is. Well, there you go. Kunwar's not waiting around. There was a question of whether it was a bump ball, but Stewart has picked up another 2-in-2 for him. Well, let's have a look here. They just want to check this, see if this is a bump ball or if it's on the full. It's a full toss, and yeah, that's gone. That is a great little one-handed snare for Stewart. And I think the batter kind of thought he was gone, and then thought, well, maybe he might just not be. But yeah, off the toe. And that'll be the end of Kunwar. So 2-in-2, another potential hat-trick opportunity, as it's 93 for 8 now. And, well, that's going to be a real tricky time now, because they're running the risk of getting bowled out, in fairness. The last one was Arnav Jain back in Khartoum on the 18th of October. And, of course, we haven't had one yet. We've had a few centuries, but no hat-tricks. Here we go, going on strike. Upish, nobody there. It's probably going to go towards the boundary. It's well fielded in the end by Lee Tuck out there, and they come back for the second relatively comfortably. And a good over, a very good over indeed from Stewart, as he'll only go for 4 runs. And with an over to go, it is 95 for 8. Look at the bowlers there. Tuck had an over, went for 15, not the best from him. Hershcheek was the pick, wasn't he? Went for a maiden. It was a bye off it, but that's an extra. And they've just been all over them like a rash here, the overseas. They've been very, very good in the way that they've sort of taken themselves on the field here. And they'll be hoping for 4 points, to be honest. They really will. United need 18 off 6 off the last over. But just the way that they've sort of carried themselves here, I think that that they have to be happy with the way that they've gone about things here. I'd also will say that Prasad did go for 21 off his first over and denies 6 off 1. So if he can get a couple out the screws, this will be interesting. Here we go then. Last over time. As I said, the quest for a point continues. 18 needed from United to take something out of this game. Well, this will be up in the air. Chance maybe. Oh, and it sticks. Well, there you go. I have to say, Moidu didn't look like he had any chance of getting there. He was a late reaction from the man long on. And eventually takes the catch. And look at that, little smiles all around, and rightfully so, because overseas are all over this United side. And you can get a great look of it here. Look, slow reaction, kind of thinks it's going to go a long way, but then has to get the old steps in, and just sticks nicely. And it's 6 and out for Vivek today. And United in all heaps of bother at 95 for 9. Could we see them get bowled out here? The next batter is Anumid Mechi, who didn't look too good out in the field or with the ball in hand either. So this could be a real dominating display. A wicket here and wins the game for the overseas boys. And they, as I said, probably have deserved it, to be honest. Oh, filling straight and pushes at this one. Could be a run out here, though. Oh, dear. Prasath just doesn't pull the trigger, and backup wasn't really there. And I think it was also the fact that Meche was kind of in the way, to be honest, but there was nothing that he could really do. Upish, oh, and away. Great stop. This man might be one of the best fielders here in Malta. Really might be. It's a superb stop again from Hurley, and he knows it as well. He took an absolute snare a couple of days ago out on the offside, and here, look at that full stretch. That is a superb stop. That might just sort of spot the point. Well, this one is up and away. There's going to be 6 runs, but of course, they're still in with a chance. But that 4 certainly could have, well, this preventing of a 4 could have stopped the point going the way of United. This one just too forward in the slot, and a good shot from Gurung, who gets it away out of the middle. Just needs this not to be a Maximo here. Really does. Short, wide, but that's probably a win, to be honest. That'll go for 4. As don't think that that's going to do too much damage, though, because a 6 here, as long as it's a legal delivery, they'll just scrape a point here. United might just fall agonisingly short. So then it's got to be legal from Varun. Not being the best with the ball, but he, of course, was classy with the bat. And here we go then. Legal delivery, and it's a 4-pointer for the overseas. And it is legal. It'll get through, but it won't matter, as it will go for 4 byes. But that will eventually mean that just by a few runs, the overseas will take 4 points from this one, as they win by a margin of exactly 50 runs here in match 33. And make no mistake that the overseas were just too good for the United boys here today. Very good indeed, and rightfully so. There's some happy, smiley faces out there for overseas. They were superb in their efforts, and rightfully so, take all 4 points out of this game. Next game, of course, coming up, the Masuda Warriors will be taking on the overseas again. Of course, that one coming up in around about 20 minutes' time, as, of course, it's a big fixture. Warriors, well, can they go 6-0, or are they going to finally lose a game here? They'll be reliant on Dianish with the bat alongside Sukumar, and I think realistically, overseas could certainly be sniffing at this one after their disappointing batting display for the Warriors earlier today. Let's have a look at the highlights. Lee Tuck started with a couple of loose deliveries, went for 15 off the first over, and you thought, okay, good start from United. But of course, it would eventually be undone, as that was a catch down in the deep by Varun Prasath, and well, that sort of started the onslaught of wickets. Gadicki not far away with this one. It was a good attempt, to be fair. But I have to say, the likes of Moidu and Prasath bowled well. Stewart as well came on and did really well, in fairness, to get his side of things over the line. And then, in reality, certainly options at the point where so we could square the bowlers around and just share it a bit and sort of say, well, let's give you a go and see what you can do. And of course, for some of them, it worked. The likes of Stewart bowled really well, and will be happy with his efforts. Only goes for 2 for 4 off his over. The skipper, well, it was skipper gone by skipper, really, as unfortunately Adial could only hold out to Heinrich Gadicki And then on came Hurley, and Hurley had another good over himself, as this was a lovely shot. Just got away on the hat-trick ball, though, as it just couldn't fall to a player. That was a glorious shot. There were glimpses of hope for this United side, but unfortunately it was just too little too late, and too many runs on the board for them to chase. It's probably their best batting display, though, yet, with 110 on the board. A few extras in there, but that was a moment of brilliance from Varun Prasad, as it was a one-hit wonder. And then next over, Stuart Hall came on, and Liam Stewart, sorry, was superb in the way that he bowled. This one, though, no one really knew what was going on. It was a potential bump ball, and then, well, no, it was on the full. And thank you very much. 2 in 2. Hat-trick ball, though, didn't quite come to goods, as it was hit all the way. That was Bivek Darai, who would eventually go hold out in the deep. It was a good catch by Moidu, and Prasad, of course, did get hit again into the leg side for 6. But, of course, that stop, by the way, look at it again. You know, there were 3 runs. This stop, not this one, no, unfortunately, that was the 4 off the end, but you don't see it in the highlights. But the stop by Mr. Hurley at backward point was the one that ended up meaning that they got through and took all 4 points, and that was a crucial moment in the game. So well done to him, and well done to the overseas boys. They'll be very happy with their efforts in getting that one over the line. Let's have a look at the lineup, the scorecards then. And one batter really getting going in Kaki, no one else helping. 18 for Darai, 14 for Adial, 12 for Paddle, and 12 for Gooding is okay, but not enough. 9 extras is something to work on for overseas, that's for sure. But yeah, it has to be said that there's certainly scopes to look at for United as they ended their 3-match stint here. And it's not a good start for them in reality. Have a look at the bowlers, though, for the overseas. Shared around, which was nice to see. Hurley, 2 for 15 and 2 for 4 for Stewart off his single over. Very good for him. But also 1 for 20 for Moidu. I thought he bowled and fielded quite well indeed. But Hershey is the pick the bowlers, 1 for 8 with a maiden off his 2 overs. That's game, set, a match then. 50 runs, the margin for victory for the overseas as they beat United by a big margin here in match 33. Okay, then 20 minutes time, we'll be back as the lunchtime fixture will get underway. Pleasure to have your company with us as you're watching the European Cricket Series here in Malta with myself, Charles Hunt, alongside Phil Chi, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello everybody, welcome back to another game here on the European Cricket Network. It is going to be match 34 of this European Cricket Series here in Malta. It is what I would argue probably one of the games of the day, to be honest with you. It's the overseas side. They look to take on a strong Masita Warriors team here in this fixture. Let's go over to the middle. As Tyrone Peters, guess what? He's got the two captains and they're going to get the coin toss done right away.
Overseas to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails.
So we're gonna ball first.
They're going to bowl first.
There you go then, news from the toss. The Masita Warriors winning the toss and bowling first here in match 34. Very interesting choice. Of course, they did that against Zero United, and of course, they'll be pretty happy with the way that they went about things in the end, because they, of course, were pretty content in the way that they restricted Zero United. But of course, with the bat, they then sort of looked a little bit worrisome. I have to say, 5 wins for them out of 5 games, but no bonus points for them, which is a slight concern for them. I think they really have got to be thinking that that was a missed opportunity this morning against Zero United. I think that was certainly a chance where they could have looked to pick up all 4 points. Instead, they pick up 3. It's not a bad result. But of course, sometimes the game is, of course, all about those fine margins, and that 1 point can make a difference to maybe taking 3 points into the second round of fixtures, or only taking 2. It really could make a big difference. As for the overseas, of course, they put on a mammoth 160 in that first game against Zero United, so they won't be too upset with the fact that the likes of Heinek Gidicki, Christo Vilchen and also Varun Prasath all in the runs in that last game against Zero United. So they'll, of course, be looking to continue that on and hopefully pile on the runs again. Both these two sides, remember, have put scores of 160 plus on. So could be a very interesting affair, could be a tight one. I'm certainly looking forward to this one. Let's go over to Phil G then, who's standing by as, well, Phil, news from the toss here in match 34. Masita Warriors, they're going to go ahead and bowl first.
Thank you very much, Charlie, for that introduction. And welcome back to everybody to the day 9 action here in the ECS Malta, here in the beautiful Masters Sporting Complex. Big ground here in front of us, and lots of activities going on around us as well. And a bit of cloud cover here as the players start to walk out. And as you heard there in Charlie's introduction, it's Masita Warriors taking on overseas. And the Warriors, well, they won the toss and they're going to have a bowl first. Have a look at the lineup there. Warriors doing pretty well so far in this tournament, 5-0. That's not too bad at all. Haven't had a loss. They also haven't tasted a bonus point yet, and they are quite hungry to do that. And then you've got the overseas team who have just come off a pretty powerful win over at Zero United, and that team is looking pretty strong as well. Looks like Arun Alton comes into the side for overseas, and the computer thinks this one's going to be closer than the previous couple of matches, looking just giving the edge to overseas 57%. Masita Warriors 43%. Not a lot between them, really, and that's what the computer's telling us. So this is going to be a cracking game here, I'm thinking. It's match 34, just moments away from restarting. And hello to everybody around the world, wherever you're watching, through YouTube or through Fancode in India, and to everyone in the chat who's joining us. I can see a lot of blue spanners in there. Welcome, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, and good evening. And hope you're enjoying, well, hope you're having a good Monday. Hope you're having a good start to the week, most importantly. We're having a good Monday here. And as I talk, the sun's just trying to break through the middle of the ground there. You can see the shadows just suddenly appearing as the sun finds a little gap in the clouds to peek through. There's a lot of high cloud around, a bit of humidity around the ground as you expect. Very constant temperatures this time of year here in Malta. And good cricket conditions. When the breeze picks up, not picks up, but when it gets a gentle breeze here, it keeps the temperatures in check, and nice and cool, good conditions for playing. Umpire looks like he's almost ready, in position. Just checks around the ground, having a bit of a look around. Making sure everyone's in their position. Soman has got the ball, as he always does, at the top of the innings. And Gidicki and Prasath are ready to go as well. Umpire just waiting for the clock to tick over. Just asking the bowler to hold his ground. They were moments away from starting this match 34. Masita Warriors take on overseas, and looking forward to a cracking game here. And the umpire says, let's go. That starts with a shot down the ground. It's lofted. It's one bounce and over the boundary rope for 4 runs. And a good start there. Gidicki gets his mojo going straight away in the slot. Doesn't try to overhit it. Just happy to guide it over the infield. You can see there on the follow through, nice and gentle. But still carries a good 48 metres to the boundary line, and 1 bounce, 4 runs. Overseas open their account on the first ball. Nice Nice for them. Someone, a bit of work to do. It's been open the bowling for the Warriors pretty much for most of the tournament, I'd say, and it's been pretty good. Just strays onto the pads, and that's worked quite nicely. Just shouts of oohs and ahs. That almost goes to hand. Yep, in fact, it practically did go to hand. Bit of a pat on the back. I think he's okay, the fielder. Have a look at this again. It just, yep, into the fingers and skews away there. It's a red-hot chance to pick up a wicket nice and early. Look at this, just a little bit slower the blocks and really does hit the top of the fingers. Ouch. But he got a bit of attention from his teammate. He said, no, he's all right. Brings Prasath onto bat. And Varun Prasath had a terrific innings in the previous game. 69 runs off, not many deliveries. See what he can do here. He just managed to squirt that out towards deep mid-wicket just for the single. A bit wide outside off. Maybe just got a bit of an edge there as it sort of didn't quite go where it was intended, but still 6 on the board halfway through the first. Just a reminder, as Charlie pointed out, the Warriors, they won the toss and they elected to field first. Felt that they have got a better chance chasing a score that overseas put on. But if overseas get onto their bikes here and get something similar to the previous match, that could be a long old afternoon. It's been mishit up in the air. It just bounces towards mid-on. And the wide mid-wicket there can't get around in time. It's Abhilash Agassi who runs but can't quite get it. Garricky living a little bit dangerous here. He's already offered a couple of opportunities to the fielders who can't capitalise. Prasath, he's only just got the one. He's only faced one delivery. Not a bad start here for the Warriors. You need to make sure overseas don't get off to a flyer because, well, they got off to a flyer in the previous game. Then they just kept motoring through the middle overs. It's carnage. Slower ball, shouts of how's that? And given a bit of a deliberation, the umpire took a moment to have a think about it. Was not rushed. Really had a good look at that one. Somant has the breakthrough. Prasath has to go. Let's have another look at this. Umpire did take a bit of time. Wanted to be absolutely sure. Coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Angling in. Hits the pad. Let's have a look at height on the side. I think height's okay. And given on field, like I said, the umpire took a while for that. Really took his time, wanted to be absolutely sure, and eventually raises that finger ever so slowly. Warriors get the first. So 7 for 1. One more to come in the over. Bowler in now. Oh, what a good ball that was. That just kept coming in on the angle to the lefty. Have a look at this one again. This is a good delivery. Someone with absolute win on. It cuts in and almost collects the top of the off stump. Almost takes the bail as it goes through. It doesn't. And Villian, well, he stays there. 7 for 1 in the first. And that's a very good start. Have a look at the 2024 calendar, and we've come a long way. It's been a fantastic, fantastic year of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. They're the ECSs that we've had this year, all the European Cricket Series, and we're obviously see this down at the bottom there with Malta, which started the Sunday before yesterday, and then we've got Spain in mid-November, and after that, European Cricket Championships Women in December 9th to the 20th. We can talk a bit more about that later on. Garrick now on strike for the second over after that successful over from Soman. It's Abhishek Anup. He's going to get his chance now. And he's pushed that quite wide. It's just inside the tram line. And it's through for a dot, flirting with the tram line here. Anup has had a bit of problems in the early match with his radar. I think if he'd bowled that tried to bowl that similar delivery, it probably would have gone outside the tram line earlier this morning. Just took a few extra deliveries to get himself into the groove. That is pretty much a carbon copy of the first one. Sort of slight angle inwards, then it straightens and moves away. So that's 2 dots in a row. Overseas finding it a little bit hard at the moment. They've lost 1 wicket, 7 on the board. Just a reminder that the Warriors won the toss and elected to field. This time he connects and connects well. And that driven down the ground for a great 6 over the long off boundary. It was a similar delivery to the first 2, but this time Garricky takes a really good step into the line of the ball and picks on up. It didn't have as much width as the previous one and gets full value for money with that shot. Good hit. That's the first Maximo of this innings. He goes in the same spot again. There's people calling for a catch, people running backwards, and that is over for another Maximo. That's why that catch was not on. And I'm going to welcome Charlie back into the comms area. Charlie, back-to-back 6s there. That's something to greet you.
Good signs after losing wicket of Prasath, which in my opinion was probably going off to miss the stumps, but hey-ho, what do I know? Gedicke now has got to really be the man that goes big here alongside Vilchen. I think if these two stick around, they need to get up to around about that 120 mark, kind of, realistically. Anoop has gone for 12. Those back-to-back 6s. Oh, and well, there you go. It's 6-6 and out for Heinrich Gedicke, and he goes in the exact same way that he went in the last game. He little feather through to the keeper on a shorter delivery, and unfortunately he's going to have to go, and all of a sudden the game's going to swing very much in the favour of the Warriors. The overseas team lose their 2 main batters as they fall to 19 for 2.
Oh yeah, the Warriors are definitely going to feel confident now, getting the 2 openers back in the shed, inside the power play, inside 2 overs actually, and that is that's a real body blow, that one, and Garricky's really missed out there. But yep, out in similar fashion to the previous game, as you say, Charlie, and Warriors who elected to bowl first, they're looking like that's a good decision.
It is, as the likes of Bolt will come out now, and it's sort of the question for the overseas is they've got one of 2 options. They either sort of reconcile a little bit here and build back up, or just sort of see ball, hit ball, and try and get runs quickly and sort of not worry about the wickets column. It's going to be tough though. Bolt in at 4. Oh dear, and pushes at this one with hard hands, and it's a good delivery from Anoop, a nice away swinger to finish. Good splint from him. Gets a wicket in there, and he goes for 12. Bit of the old wibble wobble about that one. End of the second, it's 19 for 2.
Yeah, that's a good delivery of that. Anoop picks up wicket. He does go for 12. There was back-to-back 6s there from Garricke, but then revenge is sweet. And you see the 2 teams of the Warriors sitting 3rd on 15 points overseas. They're down in 8th position on 8 points. They've played 2 less games, should be pointed out. So they've got every opportunity to get themselves further up the standings.
Yeah, it's a good chance at the moment, but they're going to turn to the likes of Tom Thomas, who is, well, he's going to return. And yeah, we spoke about Kumar a couple of games ago, Phil, and of course you said you got some information.
Yeah, I had a bit of a chat with Tom Thomas in the break room between the games, and he said that Divish is doing okay. He's fine. However, he has aggravated that shoulder. We saw that he fell quite awkwardly, taking a very, very stunning catch attempt here, just actually not too far in front of us, and he's aggravated a lingering shoulder injury, and he may have to sit out the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's not fun. Of course, we wish him well, but
yeah,
one of those is the shoulders are such tricky ones. You know, if you do it once, it's bound to happen again. Vilchen facing Thomas then, and he's going to thump this into the leg side, and that is a strong hit downtown, and that's going to be a glorious way to pick up your first boundary of the match. 6 runs.
That was loud. That was my first impression. That was just loud.
Sounded like one of the petars that we keep hearing every time we come to the ground, to be honest.
Haven't heard him this morning.
No, don't jinx it.
Oh, yeah, fair point. I'm with my commentator's curse. What's the bet we're going to get explosions now?
Well, maybe with the bat. Vilchen looking to go again if it's full. It's not full. It's back of a length. It's a good comeback from Thomas. Just drags his length back ever so slightly. It's the fine little change, but it works. Yeah,
nicely done there after getting taken downtown for 6 runs. Good change up, as you say, Charlie. And they want to stay on top of this, the Warriors. They've got 2 back in the shed, the 2 important wickets. Need to keep on the pressure here.
Goes upstairs again, and this time is away from it, Vilchen, but also a pretty interesting shot at the stumps from Rocky. Just keeping maybe an eye on Vilchen, just saying, just stay in your lane, buddy. Good delivery, though. That's going to be probably the one for the over.
Yeah, good work there from behind the stumps. Just to remind the batter, don't forget I'm here, in case you're thinking of going for a walk.
Goes again, but gets thumped leg side. And oh dear, watch out, there's a grizzly about. That was big into the spectators' area. And that's gone all the way, as that's the second 6 of the over.
Cracking shot, that one. If that early one was loud, that was also just as loud, if not more so. And in between those two bleacher stands, you see there, the 2 green stands, and fetched by one of our good friendly spectators there.
Glad they're watching, otherwise that could have ended ugly. Really could have. Good little comeback this from Vilken. Anything short, he's quick to pump on. Now Fuller, and there's a fielder out there, but it don't matter. Watch out, watch out. There's a grizzly about as that one's into, well, not the spectators, but this time into the dugout. 6 more.
I was really concerned for the dugout because you could see someone was standing there, couldn't see who it was, had his back to the play, and that went really close, just there. that's Prasaf. He's almost been hit by his own man.
This is a really explosive start for Vilken. He's 18 off 6. Going at 300s. This is a nice little start. Last ball of the power play. And pulls again. This time will keep the strike with that single. And it's a pretty level playing field at the end of the power play. The score 38 for the loss of 2 after 3.
Yeah, in the end, Thomas goes for 19, and he went for a 6 on the first one, bowled a ripper in the next one, and after that, just a little bit loose, a little bit unsure, and yeah, Vilken just absolutely capitalised there. He's gone to 19 from 7 balls face, Bolt. Hasn't troubled the scorers yet, only faced 1 delivery.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see there 19 coming off that 3rd over was crucial because they had some tight overs to start with. Of course, lost a wicket in the 1st and the 2nd over, so they have now got to really sort of push on after this positive influx of runs from number 3 at Christa Vilken here. And he also needs a bit of support though from Bolt. Can't have him sort of chewing up deliveries when he does face up. He needs to sort of just either nerdle the strike or go as quick as he does, really.
Yep, agreed, 100%. Can't afford to stand around here.
Margizi is going to take the 4th over. Going to come round the wicket. I probably would argue that he's missed out on that one.
I would say so.
Good start, though, from Varghese. Gets it nice and full, but just too wide and was almost in the area where batter would normally look to take over, sort of cover region, to be honest. If not, go square of the wicket.
Yeah, he's gotten away with that.
Bit of a loosener, but still not a bad one. Takes the dot ball. It's a little mini victory to start. Instantly with the dot ball, eyes go on the batter here, thinking, okay, that's one of the balls you've chewed up. What are you going to come back with here? Similar area, this time does go over cover, and there is a fielder out there who will come round. It's very nicely done by Sukumana. They come back for 2. They asked the question, but I think he's going to be okay here. Here's Vilken, who gets back pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think he was well past the keeper when the throw came in. No, he's
Bats,
just next to him.
That's down. He didn't quite drag it in, but he did okay.
Yeah.
Didn't slide it in, but made the ground.
Yeah, you'd hate to be found sort of like in the air, but your bat might have bumped up off the ground in that situation. It's happened before.
Shot straight to the fielder, though. Well watched by Samanu. Again, has to just take this on the bounce. And again, it's hit firmly by Vilken, though. It really is.
It really was, wasn't it? It was one bounce straight to the fielder. The fielder had to be aware of that bounce too. It got up just about eye level. Wouldn't want to have it bouncing any higher. Could be a bit tricky. Makes you look a bit silly when you miss those.
Yeah, a little bit. But does cover the ground nicely. Didn't really have to move, to be fair, but was hit firmly. Well, now you look at Warriors. They've got to really take on the wicket of Bolt and try and get him early and sort of let Vilken do his business, but try and go for the other men that come in. You can see trying to get the field set pretty perfectly, of course. Left-right hand combination is something that's so tricky to negotiate for some captains, you know. It just depends on how alert your fielders are to the situation. Remember where they have to be. This is nicely struck as well down the ground for just 1.
Yeah, more work for someone just down here in front of us. He's been patrolling that part of the ground. Every time he's, well, if he's not bowling and he's on the field, that's usually where you find him.
Bit of a colder day today. I would say cold, but
it's cooler.
It's cooler, yeah. 20,
yep.
Still the same degrees temperature-wise, but just kind of feels colder. The breeze is there. The sun's not as sort of strong as it has been, to be fair. Full toss
Oof.
and cracked into the leg side. That is big, and almost hits the cars, but it gets away with it as it hits the palm tree on the way through. Going to want to check this for side on as well. I reckon this could be close.
Yeah, that was a rotten full toss, wasn't it? Side on would be an interesting viewpoint. How high was that?
Oh, is it sneaking below? I think it might just be okay. Yeah, it is just
okay.
okay. 6 runs then. As well, the good over from Anjumon is not going to continue. Come back to live action. Just pushed away offside for 1. And well, that's a mini victory again because he'll keep the strike at the end of the 4th, 49 for 2.
That's clever batting. Really clever batting. Onto the loose ball very quickly, and just that awareness again of just pushing that single when it was need to. Bolt doesn't get a look in, but that's not a problem because you've got Christo at the other end doing the business. 29 from 12 and doing well for the overseas after having lost their openers early on.
Yeah, it's a valid point what you say there, Phil. I think they so easily could have collapsed massively. You know, could have suddenly ended at the 4th over at sort of, whatever, 30 for 5 or something. You could have seen it happen, but no, Vilkin's done really well, and it's the counter-attack, really.
Yeah.
It's the counter-punch, sort of, has dodged the left, dodged the right, and then the jab comes in, and he just says, no, I'll parry that, and then drops a little uppercut himself, and well, not quite the knockout blow, but, well, he's got the Warriors stumbling a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, I'm enjoying his innings here. As you say, I enjoy that counterpunch. I think it's really good to then get on the offensive just when the fielding team think they're on the offensive.
Attack is the best form of defence, isn't it?
That's the one.
Here's Sajith for the 5th. Short, top edge. Chance, though. Oh, dear, it's a soft dismissal. It really is. And just as we were saying, attack's the best form of defence. He goes for the shorter ball, and Vilkin's going to have to make the dreaded walk back. He goes just one shy of 30, goes for 29 off the 13, and Sukumaran, again, does what he does best and comes through and gets a breakthrough.
Yeah, Christo will be upset about that. That really was unfortunate for him, but he top edges it, and a funny old dance there from the fielder at fine leg, who is extremely happy to have held that, obviously. Who's doing that? Is that a Noop who just gave us that bit of dance there?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yep.
Disappointing for Vilkin because normally he's been taking them to the park, but that one just a little bit quicker. Well, there he goes, a bit of a funky one there. But yeah, that one was just a bit quicker for him, just got pushed for pace. So, well, comes Hilly, who comes into the frame of the fixture, and he's coming in at a pretty tricky time.
Haven't done any clubbing here in Malta, but I don't reckon that's one of the favourite steps on the dance floor. However, as I said, I haven't been to the
You'd
dance
argue
clubs.
that would probably be classed as a murder on the dance floor.
Sure would.
Don't kill the mood. DJ, well, here's Hilly. Oh, quick delivery from Sukumaran, and it really is. Pushes it through, and Hilly tries to use that pace, and you can see now they do bring a short third in and just bring him a little bit finer. He was backward at point. And everyone sort of rotates through because I think they know that the extra bit of pace, of course, is going to mostly go behind square.
Gave Sukumaran a bit of a rev up in the previous game. Bowling very, very well, causing a lot of problems. Small stature, but he's a clever bowler.
Full toss, just carved away through the vacant point area. And again, it will just be 1. No, it won't. They're going to think of 2. It's good running in the end. Well, it's good running, but he might have just popped something here. He's just holding on to that hammy. Yeah. He's just stretching it out. You say he's okay for now.
Yeah, that didn't look too good when Hilly went straight for the hammy. Just as he crossed the line there, immediately dropped the hand, and now he's just flexing both legs. That'll wake you up.
Yeah. Keep you paying attention.
Yeah.
Oh, and again, that shot where he just tries to run it down to 3rd. It's not working for him. Still feeling that hammy at the moment is Hilly. Nice. That's good. I enjoyed that one.
Hilly's hammy.
Oh, dear. See, it's the little things.
Nice.
It's the little things.
Yeah, he still is too, yeah. And then Rocky's got a shoe situation going on behind as well.
Last thing you want is to lose him, though. If he turns around and tries to go for one and pings it, you lose a player. He's still feeling it. He needs to.
Yeah.
It's the classic sort of football move here. He either needs to go down and get someone to stretch it out for him, or kind of get on with it. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, if this was a football match, Gaffer would be shouting on saying, go down, we'll take 5 minutes to recoup here. Might do it at the end of the over, to be fair. As he's going to pull this leg side, and will just be a single. He'll keep the strike then. That'll be the close of the 5th. Halfway stage, pretty even Stevens, as it's 52 for 3.
Yeah, interesting point in the game here. So with that score on the board, it is evens. That 3rd wicket that fell, that was absolutely telling in the context of this game. Very important wicket that. We have a look at the ECL table up there, 24th of February through 21st of March, the annual event, the European Cricket League at the Cardamom Oval, Malaga. 7 groups there. Still got a few more gaps to fill. We're almost there. Still got a few more, but we managed to get the Italian champions, Roma CC, in there.
Yeah, I think come this time next week, we'll be able to give you pretty much the whole of Group D, which will be exciting. But yeah,
right.
As far as I'm aware, the Blinders have won the domestic competition out there in Hungary. So going off that, they would be the go-throughs. But there's some bits going on out there in Hungary. Anyway, Alexa Saljamon is back for the 6th over in the slot, but just decides to defensively push this into the offside. And my only concern here for the overseas is that their middle order aren't the most attacking batters, and might struggle to sort of keep the run rate up above 100 and 120, really.
Yeah, well, Bolt gets a look now. I feel like he's been out there for
Strike
a while.
rate, I should have said.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Not run rate, blimmin' heck, that's a good old run rate. Take that. Any day of the week. Thump down the ground. He's strong in the V, is Bolt, but he just can't find the gap at the moment. That's just going to be a single.
Yeah, Bolt's been there. I feel he's been there for a while, but he has only faced a handful of deliveries. Hasn't really had a chance to do a lot at all while the
Oh, wow.
other two are there.
Wow. Big news in the sporting world.
Yeah, what have you seen?
Eric Ten Hag sacked as Manchester United manager. Wow.
Oof.
That's a big one. That's huge.
That is
I'm a
huge.
United fan. Wow, I need a moment. Carved away. Fielder out there. Oh, gets through him. It was one of those as a fielder that's really tricky for Tom Thomas. It's kind of coming at you hard and flat, and you don't really know whether to go for the catch or just get something behind it. In the end of the day, he does nada. And that is going to end up being a really interesting one that goes for 4.
Yeah, straight through him. Tom Thomas doesn't get anything behind that. If he had, it probably would have slapped into it, might have not tickled. But in the end, unfortunately for him and his team, he lets that one get through. And Hilly picks up a really near boundary. Things are starting to dry up a little bit here for overseas. And now he tucks it around the corner. And just the single there. Keep the strike ticking over. Going to bring Bolt onto strike and see if Bolt can add something to this over. It's been not bad so far, except for that boundary that got through Tom Thomas. We'll see how they go here. Bolt's only faced 3 deliveries. I feel like he's been out there about 6 or 7 minutes, but he's only faced 3 deliveries for his 2. Hilly, hopefully he's wearing off that little bit of hamstring issue he's got.
Seems okay now, to be fair. Loses his shape and is unfortunately... Oh, dear. They're going to try and turn for 2, but Hilly's going to be gone here.
Oh, yes.
He's gone for all money. And I think that's going to end up being a wicket. He's not waiting around here.
Nah.
And that's poor. That's unlucky. And he's going to have to make the walk back now.
Yeah, that would have really tested the hamstring too, wouldn't it? That charge run. He did put the head down when he knew he was in trouble.
Yeah, watch. They don't run the first one hard enough. They're caught ball watching. And you can see here now he has to get the move on, and he's going to be gone for all money.
Oh, yeah.
And that's really, really misfortunate, I'm afraid. And, well, such is the way it goes. They run on the misfield, but they just don't push that first one hard enough.
Not at all. And Jithin Johnny gets a throw in really quick, smart. Backs up the fielder who overruns the ball and gets a really good throw in. Yeah, a bit of trouble now. And Hilly has to go back, maybe get a bit of treatment on that hammy. Hopefully he's all right. Hopefully it doesn't take any more part in the game, that injury, and hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, Bolt needs to kind of find some hitting ability, maybe of his namesake in Trent Bolt. Got a lot of 6s in international cricket. Well, this one wrapped up on the pad. They're asking the question. Umpire, not even looking, says it's down the leg side. They'll come through for a leg by. Let's have another look at this here, shall we? They're still asking. They're still appealing. It's wonderful. Let's have a look. There's no trick. It's missing by a long way.
Oh, my goodness.
That is one of the worst appeals you'll ever see. Genuinely is. That might just be the worst one I think I've ever seen in a long old time. Really might be.
Charlie, if there was another set of stumps, he
still
might have been not out.
It's still missing it. 61 for 4 at the end of 6. Unbelievable. That is... Hang your head in shame. It's awful.
That's
honestly one of the worst appeals I think you'll ever see.
That's a shocker.
It's the fact he was so adamant on it as well. What's it hitting? Air? Maybe.
Well, as you said, even after it was given not out, they still kept going.
Unbelievable.
Save the appeals for the Red Cross, please. That's not necessary. 61 for 4 after 6. And still a bit of work here for the overseas team to get up to a decent score.
Swing and a miss to start. Bolt just doesn't look comfortable out there at the moment.
No, not at all. I haven't seen much of Bolt bat. Is he? You said before he's a straight into the V's.
Yeah, he's good at the V's, but it's the rate, I think.
Okay. Well, Sue Cameron's bowling terrific at the moment.
There you go. Thumped by Bolt, and there's the best answer to it as he turns around and whacks it over the leg side. That was absolutely mullered.
That was a cracking shot. And it in the V, but lovely shot. Got all of that. Oh, very nice. Just a little stutter forward. It was right where he wanted it, though, and hits right through the line. Really good shot. So the score gets up to 67 for 4. Bolt is up to 9 now. He's been there for 7 deliveries. I thought he was starting to get a little bit bogged down, but that's a good way to counter, as you say, Charlie. That's a good response.
Need more, though. Desperately need more, because they're looking as if they're only going to get up to about that 97, 100 area. So this certainly isn't the best of starts at the moment, to be quite honest with you. Just feels as if they might be struggling to take this one in here. So Bolt 9 off 7. Hershey got to offer some support if required.
Yep.
Oh, shot nicely played. The quicker that the bowler bowls, the quicker it goes to the rope, and that's 6 and 4. Hungry for more is Bolt, and they need him big time.
That's just a poor delivery. That's it's on the pads. There's no one out there for that shot. If it goes behind the square leg, which is exactly where it's gone. And so Bolt is doing quite well there, as John Gray in the chat says. Overseas definitely need a Bolt from the blue to get a respectable score now. Nice one, John. You're absolutely right, and Bolt is obliging. Have they found the pill? Or is it a lost? It's officially a lost pill, and we're going to get a replacement.
That's a goner, so they need to have a little look here, because Bolt's just sort of flipped a switch here at the moment. Really have flipped the switch, and all of a sudden things are a little bit nervy out there for the Warriors. Just got to stick to their guns here. Oh dear, that's a Gundy delivery, and there's nothing you can do about that one.
Yeah, maybe you're absolutely right there. Maybe they are getting a bit nervy there, Charlie. That's look at this. This is very unlike Sukumaran. He's usually pretty good, but he's been rattled a bit by those 2 big hits.
Edge, and this is going to fly away. Oh, super stop. Super stop indeed by Islam at down there in the deep.
That's a ripper. He had no right to stop that. None at all. That was almost in the book. Yep. Good work on the boundary line there. Getting generous applause from his teammates as well. Look at this.
Going to swing hard, I guess, but it's a superb bit of work. He's covered a lot of ground. Oh, and this isn't far away from the stumps at all. As this one just goes over them. Hedgechi can't quite get that one away to start with.
Well, that's what he does. That's what Sukumaran does. He usually hones in on there. When he goes wide or short, he can be made to look a bit silly, but that's a great delivery. Still got one more to come.
Oh, that's not far away either. Great finish to an interesting over. 12 come off it. So Sukumaran finishes with 1 for 15 off his 2. And that's going to be the end of the 7th over. The score is 73 for 4. And that's missed by a whisker.
That is an absolute genuine whisker miss. That is incredible. Amat missed. The Women's European Cricket Championships are happening in a couple of months' time. And less than a couple months' time now, 9th of December through 20th of December. 2 divisions, Challenger Division, Premier Division, Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey and Czechia. That's the Challenger Division. And then from the 15th December onwards, it's England, Ireland, Scotland, Netherlands and Italy. Making up the Premier Division. It's something to look forward to. big time.
Anoop comes back and starts with a nice delivery, swinging away outside the off stump on that 4th, 5th stump line. Good start for him.
Yeah, Anoop picked up a wicket in his first over. Needs to come back and put the brakes on here, just to not to let Bolt get out of his shed here. Just try to keep him bogged down.
Oh, that one's gone into something, and Misty calls him through to T, and then at the non-strikers, there's a shy, and there'll just be one as they overrun this first single.
Yeah, Rocky Dinesh from behind the stumps has an attempted shy. Just held it for a second, just to line up, and then, yeah, maybe it was in two minds because he didn't make sure he didn't want to hit the batter.
Difference there, though, not caught ball watching, just goes, which is what you have to do.
Unlike what we saw earlier.
Yep. Shot. He's been trying to play for that for a long old time, and he's going to not get 4 again. Well, this boy is on fire at the moment. Is Islam down there? She's on the floor, and everyone's going down here. It's all happening. Let's just double check and make sure that he's done enough here, but I think Islam's done perfectly out there.
Oh, Charlie, they're going down like 10 pins.
Oh, properly. Let's have a look. I think he's okay. It's just when he comes back into play, because he briefly, that leg comes out. Oh, is that foot touching the rope, though?
Do you think the right foot's touching the rope?
Oh, well, it touched it at one point. Let's see. Look, it moves. Oh, we're going to be okay with it. They're happy with it. I think it's probably right. Thump down the ground. 6 runs again. He's loving it in that area. Deep mid-wicket is his go-to, and it's working for him at the moment. 6 more.
Yeah, that is a cracking shot. Good response there from the batter. And Bolt absolutely monsters that one out of the ground. And I said, but when Anoop started bowling, they really need to try to keep Bolt in his shed. Need to keep him down. Need to really starve him of opportunities here. Get some dots in, get some pressure back on the batter, because if he's starting to free himself like that, he's going to be up to 100, 110 quick smart overseas. He's going to be hitting that through like that. Could be trouble. Still 2 more to come on the over. Anoop's already gone for 19 from his 10 deliveries.
Yeah, he needs a response here. There's Anoop. That was a thumping shot, and that just kind of takes the sting out of what was a pretty tidy over up till then, with just a leg by and a bye coming in it. Going to go again, this time even bigger. What a glorious pickup that is. And hold the pose, and why wouldn't you? Because that's gone a long old way. That's in the archery set. 6 more back to back.
That's a terrific strike. Absolutely terrific. Look at this. Crack. He's properly gone. G-O-R-N-E out of here. Look at that.
And rightfully so. Hold the pose. Why wouldn't you? That's huge into the leg side. And then now a bit of sort of back and forth between bowler and captain. Trying to talk about a plan here, and while the arms are flailing about, they're not happy at the moment. Last ball of the 8th. Swing and a miss. That's a good comeback from Anoop. Ends up going for 14, and at the end of 8 overs, the score 87 for 4.
Yeah, good over this one. Just the good ball, sorry. Just gets it past that, and good comeback after being taken apart like that. That was on the verge of getting very ugly very quickly. One more strike could have caused so many problems. So overseas now, 8 overs gone, 87 for 4 on the board. That run rate, as you see there, it's dipped, and then it's just started to come up ever so slightly again. But they're going to need a lot more from these two.
So then, at the moment, this is looking slightly interesting, because you just kind of feel, well, maybe this could play into their advantage here. Get a single here and sort of have a little look and reevaluate. Here is Soman then. Oh, and he chases the wider one, and I guess he kind of really just wants to get Bolt on strike, which is absolutely understandable in this case. Worst case scenario, you get a single and that's it. Hello to everyone in the chat. Well, welcome. And of course, well, we were worried that the overseas boys were going to sort of collapse to a pretty nothing total. Ah, trip. That's a neat, good bit of info. Oh, is that too wide? Is that too short? Let's have a look. Let's have a little gander, shall we? No, fine. There'll be one for the over, though. Good delivery. Happy birthday to Kitty, who is a long-time viewer. And, well, from everyone here at the European Cricketer, we wish you a happy birthday, and hopefully you enjoy your day. Or have enjoyed your day. Slower ball, mistimed, up in the air. Simple catch in the end, goes crocodile style, and almost surprises Abhilash, who just looks there and sort of goes, oh, that nearly came out. But, well, the little cameo from Bolt, the burst of action from him will come to an end as he will have to make way for 26 off of 16 deliveries. It was a slower ball, he picked it, but just didn't quite get the right timing. Ends up skying it high in the air, and it's going to be the 5th wicket to fall. But a good little cameo from him, 88 for 5. And rightfully so, comes off to a good applause because he's played a good innings there and has got his side back into an okay position. Not ideal, but okay. They've got to back their bowlers up against this Warriors side because, of course, they haven't got their main hitter in Kumar. Next batter then is Hurley. And this one off the toe, straight to Islam though, and will come through for a comfortable single. So off the mark straight away is Hurley. So 2 balls left in this 9th. This man's got a good spell going here. Hershey's first move here is to move outside the leg stump. Just see this. Look at his first move. Look at his feet. First instincts. Steps away. It's never going to work. Just makes that. He thinks it's a wide ball, but it's not. It's only because he's pushed himself on the wrong side of the delivery. Got to stand and deliver. Hold yourself. Hold your pose. Steps away again. This time does crunch it. And he's going to get 6 runs. Oh, Hilly puts it down. And that one is going to be 6 runs. So there you go. Hershey just says, that's why, because I like going over the offside, but sometimes it just doesn't work all the time. But that one says, yeah, it does. As he gets enough of it because it was a straighter delivery. 6 runs to finish the over then. Good way to finish the 9th. Very interesting indeed. And that's going to be 95 for 5 at the end of the 9th. So then you can see that Story for someone. Still a good stint from him, 2 for 15 off his overs. Probably go back to Tom Thomas for this last one. No, they're going to go to Justin Johnny. In fact, going to give him an over. Clearly not wanting to go back to Thomas at the moment. Hurley. Good little bit of sort of, not going to say the tail, but the middle order have certainly wagged if they were to be classed as the tail. I don't think you can, though. Here we go then, start of the last. And it is Johnny. It's a wide ball to start, too short this time around. A bit of a giggle from Thomas. From Johnny, sorry. Yeah, too short. Above the head, no question. No doubt about it. Short and up in the air. And there is a fielder out there. Will just be a single, so Hurstcheek will go here. And if Johnny sticks to this sort of area, I feel like this could play into Hurstcheek's wheel up nicely here. Good grab. That was a good take, wasn't it? Oh, off the splice. Just trying to hit it too hard here. So she's throwing the kitchen sink at this and some. Or buzzers, potentially. Well, Hurstcheek's turned his head around and has no alertness. Oh, dear. Uppish. But again, will probably just be one. And dealing in singles in the last over is not ideal. They're going to nerdle their way probably here up to the 100. Of course, 100, anything can happen in the 100 mark. It's when you're sort of setting 70 odd or 80 odd, it's probably not going to trouble the likes of the chasing side too much. But still, here on in, a dot ball is not ideal, as Hurstcheek can't get that one away. Two balls left. Would love a boundary, at least off one of these deliveries, really. And hit away. This could be one of them. Work to do. Long chase. As well in the end, and they're just going to get 2. Hurley's thinking of a third. Won't take it. So it's going to be 101. So the 100 does come up. With a ball to go. Can they get something out of it here? Last ball time potentially. Slower ball, and it's, well, hit high. Is it long enough? You betcha. 6 runs to finish. Nice finish from Hershey, unfortunately that was a slower ball that didn't pay off for Johnny. And, well, Hershey says, well, where's Johnny? Because I've just hit him for 6 to finish the over. Nice finish in the end. The overseas, very, very up and down time with the bat in hand. At one point, they were struggling at 49 for 3, but they end up finishing well at 107, for 5 off the 10. And it's going to be a very interesting look of things as we'll go ahead and have a look at the highlights of a very interesting first 10 overs here in match 34. Does feel like it could be a classic. Gedeke at the top looked really good, didn't he? Once again, he's finding a bit of form with the bat, but unfortunately couldn't get going. Prasath may have got a bit of a harsh one there, but of course sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. You can't have it all your way all the time. Then of course Gedeke continued with a couple of 6s down the ground, but eventually was hit up in the air, and that one would go all the way as well. But he'd go short, offside, tries to cut away, but he just falls over on it, and it means that he just doesn't find the middle of the bat. He finds the edge, and it was a simple catch with Rocky Dianish behind the stumps. Wilken came out and hit some glorious shots, really did. Only dealt in 6s, really. It was 4 6s for him. And, he was really able to play away nicely. Some of the shots were absolutely blasted into the leg side. They really were. They were quite impressive, to say the least. And then, of course, he would eventually go, though. A disappointing way to go, as he was just starting to get into a stride, as Abhishek Anoop took the catch out there in the offside. And, of course, Bolt was joined by Hilly. These two put on a couple out there in the middle. But unfortunately, there was a run out in the end. Hilly was gone, as he would go for just 9. Hershey came out and eventually did hit a few runs, to be fair, and hit some nice runs at that as well. That was a great stop, though, by Islam, and he probably saved probably 8 to 10 runs out there in that third man region. Thought he did superbly well to cover the ground. And Hershey, well, he ended up on all 4s. But then, of course, towards the back end, it would eventually be gone, as Bolt would hold out to Varghese, who almost had a bit of a worrisome time, but did well in the end. And of course, you can see there, Hilly put one down, and, well, his woes continued. But Hershey got the last ball away for 6, and that'll be it. All she wrote, 6 runs. Thank you very much for coming. As in the end, it would mean they finish on 107 for 5 off their 10, which is a very, very nice finish for them. As it does mean 108 is going to be very, very interesting, to say the least. I think that's a target where they should get it. They should be backing themselves. But, of course, you would also say that, well, crazier things have happened in these sort of chases. As it'll be very, very, very tricky for them. Wilken top score, 29 off 13. Bolt with a good handy 26 off 16. They were the 2 contributors. As for the bowlers, Saman 2 for 15 was interesting. Sukumaran also 1 for 15 for him. We'll be back then soon, as we'll leave you with the scorecards. As of course it will be a chase of 108 required. You're watching match 34 of this European Cricket Series here in Malta on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
And it's a big good afternoon to everybody. Phil G here, back on the comms for ECN for this run chase. And this very important match 34, Cedar Warriors versus Overseas. And things are getting nice and tight out there at the moment. The score is on the board. It's a tricky little target. It's 107 is the total that was scored, so 108 is the target. So for the Warriors, if they get that 7 overs or less, they pick themselves up a bonus point. They missed out in the bonus point in the last match against Zero United. Felt a little bit hard that they didn't quite get that one. And of course, it's all on the bowling team to try to restrict the Warriors to that total that has disappeared from the screen already. Sorry to get to see it in time. 70 odd. Chatter Pro, tell me what it was. Bad boy, Phil. Should have known that one. And, well, it's the big run chase. It's the big one. Because is that enough runs for mine? No, it's not. No, it is not. Have a look at this one again. First ball is nice and full and angled away. And a dress away to start proceedings. Lee Tuck with the duties. Just bowled that dot ball to start with. Now let's see. Rocky goes for what looks to be like a pull shot that he pretty much pulled out of, because he finishes just with a gentle little spin. You spin me right round, and that's what he does. Just a nice little gentle pace here from Lee, but he usually puts in a good spot. You have a look at that. He knew he was not going to get a hold of that, and I think he just slowed the shots down. Back to live action. Well, he does play that one around the corner because he collects it, and he collects himself a boundary for his trouble. Nice shot there from Dinesh. Lee puts it pretty much in the same spot as it was just before, and this time it gets connected with. Nice shot around the corner, all the way along the ground. I'll let everyone in the chat. I can see Wayne, Jules, Trip Denny's out there. Hello there. Jules, already said your name. I'm going to say it again. Kev's there as well. There's a lot of people in the chat. Love to see you all. Always a pleasure. The Blue Spanner crew, they're out there looking after you, and if you look after them, you can have a wonderful time here on the YouTube chat here for ECN. And that is, well, that's a bit lackadaisical. It's a bit lazy down the leg side, and smacked authoritatively for 6 runs. Big hit that. Just Lee just losing his way there. Just puts it pretty much on middle stump, too short, and over the boundary line by a good 3 or 4 metres. Shot. So, Warriors, they missed out this morning on the bonus point. They chased down the United's total of, well, it was about 74, I think, wasn't it? But unfortunately, they didn't pick it up in the 7 overs. It took them 8.1 overs to collect that. They'll be looking to do better here, and maybe try and get a bonus point under the belt. When I was having a chat to the team in the break room just during the previous match, they said that the bonus point is something that they're talking about. And that's, oh, there's movement away, and then he's been dragged to mid wicket. Probably didn't really play the ball on its merits there, but still gets away for a single. Have a look at this. The away movement, the pitch is in away, and drags it right the way from a long way outside off. And Hershey there has to do the work. So Tuck's gone for 11. There's one more to come. Dinesh with all the strike and all the score. Easy now gets his chance to face a delivery. And goes for a little gentle push towards third man. Succeeds in getting nothing. And that's a nice finish to that first over from Lee. Lee Tuck there. 265 matches since the Golden Ball. And, well, I think unless you're brand new to the chat and brand new to this coverage, you'll know that Charlie and I not happy with that number, not one bit. Need to bring that number down to 0 and start again. We're desperate to get a Golden Ball. Charlie says he feels in his bones it's going to be a Golden Ball this week. I hope it's in the next couple of days, because I'm only here until last game on Wednesday. And then I'm out of here. So I'm really hoping we get a Golden Ball. If not this match, maybe the next, or tomorrow or Wednesday. Fingers crossed, big time. We'll see how we're doing. Anyway, hope you're all having a really, really good Monday wherever you are in the world. Hirsch now comes on. Jörg Hirscher. And that's a nice start. Bowled really well in the previous game as well. His first over, it was a wicket maiden, but I think he had a bye or an extra. But it was terrific. Really good bit of bowling. No answers from the Zero United batters. Cedar, on the other hand, Well, that's an answer. And Rocky helps himself to a big hit down the ground. And that's a lovely shot. And that is a Maximo. A little bit muted celebration from both the dugout and from the middle of the pitch. And obviously the overseas guys are just watching that ball race away and say, okay, you do better than that. The run chase is looking like it could probably happen. Yeah, there's a bit of a pointing out to the bat there and saying, I may need a new one. That's Varghese. He actually hasn't made contact with the ball yet, so it's interesting he's asking for a new bat. Or maybe he was doing it on behalf of Rocky. I couldn't quite tell. Rocky Dinesh, he's on 17. Oh, straight through him. Oh my goodness, how did that miss? Hurts on the ground. He can't believe it. That has gone all the way for 4 byes. Have a look at this. How did that miss? Look at it, cut inside, straight over the top of middle stump. Oh man, I bet that went over by the barest of margins, maybe 1 centimetre in it. 1/4 of an inch possibly. And keeper couldn't get anything behind it. Even he's saying, what was that? Terrific delivery of that. Now, the crossbat shot, that's gone straight up in the air. Catching opportunity, taken. Get rid of a very dangerous player there. Brings the error. Good catch indeed. Oh, just for a second, just for a moment, I thought, oh, the player, he's not getting steady, he's not getting organised. He may not take this one. Who is that? That is that Arun Alton out there at that fine leg position inside the rope? Yeah, gets in position and takes a good outfield catch. That's someone who's been practicing outfield catches right there. Goes to ground and carries it, and Rocky's missed out. Got off to a flyer, but he's done. His match is done. 21 on the board, chasing 108 for the win. And inside the second, the captain Rocky, is done for the day. He'll be very, very disappointed by that. Yeah, it was a real opportunity for him to lead the side to a big win here and maybe even pick up a bonus point as well. But error's been forced. And now Soman has to come out and pick up where Skipper left off. Winds up, hits down the ground, hits something. Oh, shot at the stumps, almost picks it up. Wow, that was really close there. Properly close. Have a look at this. It's wide. Nice bit of, as the ball sort of swings in there. Puts the head down and run. Was he in trouble? Oh, I reckon he was in trouble. Prasath with a shy. Holds his hand up and says, sorry guys, might have, sorry I missed that one. 22 for 1, 2 overs gone. But the breakthrough's been had. They've got rid of a very dangerous player at the top there. Have a look at the standings there. Sid Warriors. 5 wins from their 5 matches. The only team to be currently without a loss, and that is pretty good. But also, they haven't picked up any kind of bonus point. They've only been getting their match-winning points overseas. A bit further down the standings ladder. Blink and you miss it. But that's okay, because they've still got plenty of games that they haven't played yet. This is only their 4th game that they've played in this tournament, whereas some other teams have played 9. I mean, Ziri United, they've played 9 games. So, you know, it's about getting that wins on the board, and the standings will take they will move and shuffle, and things will start to settle down over this week. It's been clubbed through the ground. First to fielder, tries to get down. The race is on. Desperate dive. Or almost. Skipper Gerike almost pulls it back. Good effort. And obviously important for Soman. He's off. His boundaries are off to a fly with that one. Just goes over the top of it. Made really good ground. 4 runs score now is on 26-1 inside the third, inside the power play. And batter doesn't want anything to do with that. Umpire doesn't think it's a wide, and we all continue. Alton got the nod to bowl this over, probably after taking that terrific catch in the previous over to get rid of the skipper of the Cedar Warriors. Oh, that is an absolute umpire killer. That player manages to get his hand to it. Arun Dalton is gonna feel that. Watch this one. This was close. Oh boy, crack. That was on target. Good evasive work there from the standing umpire. Probably sucking a few deep breaths on that one. Oh boy, well done. It does. It usually it starts the discussion about umpires wearing some sort of protection, but yeah, got out of the way of that. Whoa. And that's a dirty ball, and that has a Gundy ball. Just gets away from Hirsch out there. And they'll get through for a single. And is that no ball signal? I think umpire's just conferring. Yeah, umpire's just conferring with the scorer's tent. Make sure that's all good. No ball is signalled. Thank you very much. And subsequently, the free hit is now singled. Here we go, free hit. Alton, bowling to Varghese. He's yet to get off the mark. And he goes up, up, up. It's not going to carry the line. No, it's not. It's going to be picked up inside the line. And it's good work to get the ball back quick, smart. That's a couple. So Varghese manages to get off the mark with that. It's a good way to try to get off the mark, isn't it, when you get given a free hit. Let's have a look again. Bounces close to the line. Just taps it down there. Where are his feet? Just a little bit unsighted there. I think he's done some pretty good work there. Back to live action. Well, that's gone more up than across, but I think it's going to carry the line for 6 anyway. It does. And it lands on the good side of the rope for the Cedar Warriors. That's a big Maximo. That went up a long way. Not a bad shot, that. Varghese. While the power play is in place, probably good percentage opportunity to do that. No one fielding deep straight. So mid-wicket is your deep man. And that has skewed off the edge. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and to third man, who was the other fielder outside the rope. So there your 2 outside. And that is going to conclude the power play. 41 for 1 on the board, chasing 108 for the win here, Cedar Warriors. 75 is, you see that number in the brackets there. If they can be contained to 75, then the bowling team, the overseas team, they'll pick up a bonus point. And already, well, you're up to 41. Don't worry about that. 19 off that over. Yeah, let things get away from there. Alton's over. Just slightly got away there. So still a lot of work to do, though. But you'd think the Warriors should be able to get this one. If they keep wickets in hand and Soman can stay there, they should be looking pretty good. However, overseas, they're a good unit. They catch well, they field well. You've already seen a really good catch taken at fine leg, at short fine leg, I should say. Now they're just marshalling the troops outside of the circle, making sure they've got the correct number inside. So Prasath is going to bowl. That's been clubbed down the ground very straight. There he gets around and just keeps it to 1. So Prasath bowled, well, I think he had 1 good over and 1 bad over. Yeah, it was a bit expensive on his second over. So he needs to pull it back a bit here. That's short and that's clipped away. That's going to run away through the gap. Really good shot. Well played. A little bit of generous applause in the dugout I can hear over there as well. Yep, that's a nice shot. And 4 runs. A few hands-on head around the field. They felt that could have gone to hand. There are 2 fielders in the circle behind. Well, actually, there are 3 fielders behind point. So there's just a backward point, and there are 2 people almost standing side by side. That's bizarre, because that ball has been placed for a smash over deep mid-wicket. Why have you got 3 fielders so close together? It's like there's a gully, a backward point, and a point. And they're all clumped together there, and the ball is put on a spot from Prasath to go over deep mid-wicket. So that's just a lack of awareness from the fielders there. There were 2 fielders standing no more than 5 metres apart, and they weren't in catching positions. That was really weird. And they've still got that sort of configuration out there too. It's because they've got people deep on the leg side. They have to have people up in the circle on the offside. That's the reason for that little gathering. It's like a meeting going on down there. It's just been hit down into the ground. Not even a crowd catch that. The 50 was up before in that previous strike down the ground as well, by the way. 52 for 1 is the score. There's the 3 fielders. Before, the point fielder was a lot closer. Now that goes right to that spot where those 3 fielders are. And one's got hands on knees, the other one's got his hands folded across his chest, and the other one's chasing it. Well, that is extraordinary. Not sure overseas have quite got their fielding where they want it. Let's just call it work in progress. But they need to get it on here because the last ball, the fourth coming on, 56 on the board, only a loss of 1 wicket. Warriors looking like to eat up this score. That's crunched past one of those fielders there at point, and that's a good shot for 4 all the way along the deck. Soman is playing a great game here. He's batting really sensibly here. That's 4 overs gone. It's 100. It's 60 on the board. 60 for 1, chasing 108. That's the target. So they need 48 from 36 for the win. So the run rate now needed is only 8 runs and over. Not too sure about getting that within the 7 overs. There's a lot of work to be done if they want to get that bonus point. Want to put it past them. They lost 1 wicket. Have a look at that run rate. That is going exactly the direction you want it to go. That is a very steep angle. I wouldn't want to be driving up that. That is something very nice indeed. So they're going to turn now to skipper. So Garrick Hayes said, okay, give me the pill. Let's see what I can do. Swing and miss. Shouts of how's it from someone in the outfield. That was not a bad ball. Needs a real tight over here. They need to get some sort of pressure back on the batting team. Well, there we go. I heard a shout of, oh yes, from the field as well. They like that one. Another dot ball. As Charlie likes to say, join the dots. This is good bowling. This is better. Oh, and that's a trio. That's a hat-trick of dots. Nice, very nice. Skipper coming on and doing the job. Good work. If you can see this one out, oh, you imagine the pressure on the batter if you could pull a maiden out of his hat here. This would be good. No pressure. And that's been clipped away. Goes backward to square. Running hard for the first. Not going to take it on the throw. Just taking just that single. Soman, he's moved along to 28. Oh, he should go to 29 now. Or not. Garricky in again. Chopped down nicely. That's going to go all the way down to long off, just for a single. Oh, look at this. Just hits it down to the ground. It's good power though. He's got such good power, someone. He's a good bowler. He's a good fielder. All-rounder. Genuine. And that is genuine too. That is going to... Looks like it clears the boundary rope for a big Maximo. That is a big strike. Well, the Warriors, they appear to have all the answers here. And they're just going to take a quick little drinks break here as we get halfway through the innings. Fielders for just feeling a little bit, just a bit of moisture. The umpire's obliged. So tomorrow is day 10. Wow, I can't believe up to day 10 already. So matches 36 through 39. Southern Crusaders take on Marsa. We're going to see the return of Marsa. Crusaders then take on this team you see out here batting currently the Warriors. Marsa then return against Victoria Lions. The Victoria Lions will hang around and they take on Cedar Warriors. So they're your games tomorrow. Good to see Marsa returning. Again, they are 1-1. Currently sitting with only 2 games played in this tournament. But they're going to come back and they've got a couple of good games on their hands. Southern Crusaders obviously in action. Victoria Lions with a couple as well. They've got the double header in the afternoon. So a lot of action here coming from Malta tomorrow. Please make sure you tune in for that. Myself and Charlie on duty as always. So 5 gone. Start of the 6th. It's short. It's outside leg, well outside. And it is helped on its way for a very flat, hard hitting 6 runs. Well, I keep talking up Ajin Soman, but he is batting really well. Look at that. He could have let that go for a while, but that is punishment. What a good shot. They're making an absolute meal of this. They really are. This is a really good exhibition of chasing a target that is definitely short of where it should be. I'm enjoying this. And Warriors are definitely enjoying this. Well, that's a wide delivery. Chases it. and doesn't get anything on it. That is shown wide by the umpire. Overseas needs something here, need a wicket, need dots. That's gone down the ground. Bit slow out of the blocks there, the fielders. Oh, that could have been really bad. I think, did head hit knee there? Shoulder. Oof, that was quite scary there for just a second. Really quite scary. Varun Prasath, ran hard, but he was a bit slow out of the blocks. And, that could have been real painful, the really bad stuff. I think both players are okay. Scare factor. Yeah, just giving his shin a bit of a rub there. And well taken by the keeper. And, yeah, Salmani's missed that one. It was, he sort of walked into it and made it a little bit cramped for that shot. And in the end, he misses it. He's on 37. Couple more to come. That is a cracking shot. That's a big hit. Well, that releases so much pressure. And I'm rejoined by Charlie Hunt. And Charlie, this run chase is absolutely on target for the Warriors. Not sure what the overseas can do.
Yeah, it's kind of just feels like anything they're giving to them, they're just sort of seeing ball, hit ball. But the thing that I'm questioning is what happened to the Warriors this morning?
Yeah.
What happened? Why were they not getting a bonus point?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yep.
Oh, and he's going to go again here, leg side. And it's, I think that's going to be 6 runs, you know. I think that's 6 runs. I think Lee Tuck's going to have stood on the rope, and that's going to have to be 6 runs.
Yeah, the body language spoke volumes, didn't it? Have a look again.
Yeah, he's well over. Yeah.
Oh, poor Lee.
Yeah, it's not ideal. And, of course, that means it's another 6, and it's racing along here as she's been taken to the cleaners here. That's going to be 6 more. And all of a sudden, Saman's on 49 off just 16. Well, make that at least a 50. Very good half century indeed for Saman as they're looking to chase this down and get it within the point region. And that will be 50 off of 17 for the likes of Amin Saman.
Yeah, great innings here. Generous shout-outs and applause from his dugout. They let him know what he's done, and that's not too bad. Only 3 dot balls in those 17. That is thoroughly deserved. Look at that strike rate, 294. Lovely stuff. Great innings.
Yeah, really is a super bit of work, striking just below 300, exactly what you want from him. And now, of course, they need 18 off this over, and that'll be the bonus point. So, you kind of feel for the overseas. They've gone from, well, kind of the opposite of what they did last time. They lost the first game, didn't take for any points, then came back and got 4 points on the board. And then, of course, here, well, they won 4 points this morning, and now they could be running the risk of losing 4 points here. Gedeke in for the 7th. They need 18 off the over. Well, there is 6 of them. That's gone a long way as Saman continues on the onslaught, and they're only 2 hits away now.
That's incredible contrast of batting from Warriors. As you said, Charlie, where was this effort in the game against Zero United when they were chasing a score which they've already overhauled? I think it was like 74, maybe 75 was the target in the previous game. It's overhauled and then some.
Yeah, 12 off of the next couple. And it'll be game over in reality here, which is not what the overseas would have had in line. Or is it a no ball here?
Oh, it is.
Was it a no ball because there was nobody in? Or unless they're changing things up here. I think it was...
No, the free hit.
No, it's only given as a 6, though.
Free hit was signalled.
Was it?
Yep.
Okay.
Umpire did a very short signal of free hit. He didn't...
I'll take your word for it.
Didn't hang around.
It's not in the book yet. Takes it on anyway, doesn't matter. That's 6 anyway. And there's no risk of thinking where that had gone. It was a noble, so that was a 7 up, follows up by a 6. And well, they're not far away now. They're within touching distance. So this is unbelievable hitting. It really is.
Goodness me, bang. And, well, I mentioned before that the discussion in the break room when I bumped into Cedar Warriors in between their matches was, we are aware we haven't got a bonus point. I was asking them about Divyesh Kumar, but I also asked them about that, and they said, we are aware. That was the answer, and this is proof.
5 needed for victory then, and if they do it in this over, sorry, all 4 points. Here we go. Full toss, up in the air. Chance, maybe. Yes, but shelled. And, well, now they're going to try and come back for 2, and it's going to be pretty close, but I think he's just going to get back, and, well, that's just kind of sort of sets the tone and tells you all you need to know about overseas in this innings.
Well, that's James Hurley out there, who we saw take one of the catches of the tournament. And he's unfortunately shelled that, as you called it. It's in the air for a while, and it was out of the hands really quick.
So, just 3 needed. And that one, oh, he almost takes the harder one. And, well, they'll turn and try and come back for 2. It was a great effort from Hurley. It wouldn't be the first time that he's taken a ripper out there in the deep.
You know, it's funny you say that because he's the guy who took that kind of catch last week. Oh, super effort. Superb effort.
Yeah, just 1 needed then, of course, as the scores are tied here. And, well, he can't believe his luck, Hurley. He made a great effort, to be honest. And I was going to have to watch that one back in the highlights as go down as a drop. Here we go, just 1 needed then. And that will be it. It will be hit away into the leg side. And there you go, there's the screen. They do it. And they finally, on the 6th time of asking, are going to pick up a bonus point. And it's an incredible first 6 games for them, as they'll take 4 points, 6 wins out of 6, and the Warriors well on top at the moment in this tournament as they motor along to a thumping 9-wicket victory here in match 34.
Yeah, smiles and cheers all around. You probably heard the cheers come through the effects mic. That's a very happy dugout over there. They are ecstatic to pick up the bonus point and to have a comprehensive win over a team who pretty much, you say, have destroyed United in the previous match as well. So handshakes all around. It's played in good spirits as always, and that's one thing about this tournament I have to say. I think it's always been played in good spirits. These guys know each other very well. But wow, that's just absolute destroyation.
What's happened in there? Someone's pressed the wrong button. This is what's coming up the last game of the day. The MMA Titans take on the Edicts Knights. I'm going to give you a hint. There's no Basil George or Michael Dance. Big things coming up in that next game, going to be interesting. Let's have a look at the highlights of this one then. And yeah, it's certainly going to be very, very interesting because, well, let's just talk about it briefly here. The bowling was just unfortunately not good enough. The batting was unreal.
The batting was unreal. Obviously, Rocky there fell to a very good outfield catch from that short, fine leg. Really good catch. That was Alton who took that one. And then that was the attempt to take out the umpire, which almost succeeded. And then it was pretty much the Soman show after that one. And Varghese hang around and contributed as well. But this man here, what a terrific innings he had, Ajin Soman. He, the near miss between Prasath and skipper Garricky, that almost could have been a real problem. It would have been a major problem if that had been a worse connection. Unfortunately, Lee Tucky took the catch, stepped back on the rope, he knew it, and he didn't try and hide it. He was not happy about that, not one bit.
I can imagine the harsh South African accent screaming and pouring away from that corner, but that was one that went down, and then the very next one would, of course, bring up his half-century, and a great one for Saman, who's back in the runs again. And then, of course, there was another one that would be hit down the ground, and that was a huge shot, one of the biggest of the day, hit carried a long old way, and then, well, off the free hit, went bang into the leg side, and then it was just a simple case of hitting along the ground. Into the leg side, thank you very much for coming, as the Warriors take 4 points and beat overseas by 9 wickets. The thing that's been crazy about this tournament is everyone seems to be able to beat everyone.
Yeah.
The only one that seems to not be able to sort of lose anything at the moment is the Masita Warriors, but of course they're only human, and you sort of think, well, they've got to lose at some point. And of course, in a long 4-week tournament, it's all about losing at the right time, really.
Yeah.
You can see there 17 for both openers, but Saman coming in at 3 and just going ballistic. 67 off 22. It was very, very impressive. 7 extras as well, not ideal considering they only bowled 7, just shy of 7 overs as well, so that's not ideal, to be quite frank. But of course, 108 being chased in 7 overs is very, very impressive.
Yeah, and have a look at the bowling figures there. Well, there's really not much celebration there. Just the 1 wicket went down, and unfortunately for the rest of the bowlers, they all went for a fair bit. Look at that, every single one of them. Lee Tuck can hold his head up high. He went for 11, which was below the rate, I guess. Lost that wicket on 21, and from then it was an 80-odd run partnership to bring home the bickies for Masita Warriors. They get a winner over overseas by 9 wickets.
Yeah, big thumping there. So just shy of an hour is when we'll return for the last game of the day. Of course, that one's going to be an exciting one too. Make sure you stick around. We'll be back as you're watching the European Cricket Series here in Malta with me, Charlie Hunt, alongside Phil G on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello everybody, welcome then for the final time here today on what has turned out to be a bit of a gloomy Monday here, a bit of the old Monday blues, but not for us here on the European Cricket Network. It is going to be the last game of the day. It's a bit of a thriller for me. The MMA Titans will be taking on the ECS Knights here in the fourth game of the day. Let's go out to Tyrone Peters, who's got the two captains. Let's get the toss underway.
Titans to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. Oh, it's a head.
We like to bowl first.
They can have a bowl.
Well, there you go then. News from the toss is that the ECS Knights, they're going to have a bowl first here. Now, of course, lots of people will be looking at this going into thinking, oh, great, boom, boom, Basil, Michael Das, going to be loads of runs. Both those two players are not playing. No Basil George and no Michael Das for the MMA Titans either. So this could be a really, really interesting affair. You look at the ECS Knights and they're going to be looking at this and thinking, well, do you know what? I actually think the toss result is a good one. Bowling first. We know that it's basically been Michael Das or no one for the MMA Titans. So that's certainly going to be very, very interesting for them. I think they're going to have to look to other avenues. Can someone come good with the bat in hand? As for the ECS Knights, of course, they still have got good batters. Chowdhury has opened. Maybe he could replace Basil at the top of the order. That could certainly be an option. But of course, Stanislaus as well has been very, very good for the ECS Knights over the course of this tournament. For the last time then today, let's go over to Phil G, who's standing by. Let's go over to you, Phil. News from the tosser. And the last game of the day is that the ECS Knights, they're going to bowl.
And thank you very much for the introduction, Charlie, and welcome back, everyone. Just want to extend my welcome to you as well. Back to the action here at the Master Sporting Complex and match 35. Going to get underway pretty soon. And good game coming up for you to finish day number 9 here on this first day of the week, Monday. It's match 35. There it is on the board. Have a look at the fantasy dashboard. ECS Knights going head-to-head against MMA Titans. ECS Knights, as you see from Charlie in his induction there, they won the toss and they elected to have a bowl first. Happy to put the Titans into bat. And the Titans there, well, the big news from them is, as discussed, they're without Michael Das, the big hitting, big scoring, fast scoring Michael Das, going to be turning to the next string of batters down. Eben Bobbitt, skipper there, is going to have to sort of lead by example. And the rest of the guys are going to have to get on with it. A few new faces into that side as well. Stebin James, Jithin Raj and Anoop Mohan coming to the side against the ECS Knights, who have put their best foot forward. They've done pretty well indeed. Samuel Stanislaus at the top there. He'll probably open and he'll be looking for a big score. Yadav Manu, who's been one of the pick of the batters in this tournament, he'll be in there as well. Adil Latif has been busy in the field, seeing a lot of his action in the field. And of course, led by Jace Matthew, the skipper, who will probably open the bowling, as he always does. This is set up nicely. Let's have a look. ECS Knights looking to pick up another win and solidify their position towards the top of the table. Might even get ahead of the Royal Strikers if they play well here. We'll see. We'll see at the end. So, Supercomputer loves ECS Knights, the tune of 85% over MMA, 15% chance of winning this one. So, that's a bit of a statement. Supercomputer pretty convinced this is going to go one way. Well, ECS Knights, they won the toss. They're going to be having a bit of a bowl first. They're out there. The umpires are out there. The batters are out there as well. I'm sure both teams have formulated some sort of plan to be executed and try to come up with a win here. Don't forget the bonus points are up for grabs. We'll talk about that later in the second innings. And of course, 3 big points up for grabs here. Looks like it's let's try that again. Shudith Sukamaran with the ball. He's at the southern end, getting ready to start proceedings. Batter's just taking his guard. That is Arun Raj. He's going to face the first delivery. And Sudha Karan is at the non-striker's end. As just in the background, I saw someone about to tee off on the 8th. We'll come back to that shot later. But this is Sukamaran to start things off. Umpire's happy to get going. He says, let's go. And we start with just a push into the offside. Quick single. And no stress, no mess, no fuss. Nice and easy done, just into the covers for 1 run. Hello to everybody joining us around the world, either on YouTube or through Fancode in India. Wonderful to have your company. As always, Phil G here, soon to be joined by Charlie Hunt, who's making his way over, and we'll be happy to bring this to you. And we start with a wide. Well, second ball wide. Bit of a loosener. I thought loosener was supposed to be bowled first. This was the loosener that gets bowled second. That away swing just continues. Not gloved cleanly by the wicketkeeper. Do a bit of work to get to that one. So MMA looking for a good start here. They're not going to have the explosive start. Well, we don't expect them to have the explosive start that they had if Mr. Michael Das was out there, because that's what he does bring to the game for this team. And of course, EDX Knights, they're going to be looking to get pressure on straight away and get wickets. They won the toss, they elected to bowl first, which just shows you their intent. They want to get bundle the MMA Titans out for a pretty low score and come in and, well, I reckon they'd be gunning for the all 4 points here. Those bonus points crucial to the standings. Be really critical. Sudakaran, the best he's doing is just looking to get a feather edge either to the keeper or to a man at a wide gully. Very, very, pretty much standing there, almost catching position. And then you've got third man between the two of them, but on the boundary. There is a backward point as well, and there's a regulation, on the back. There's a regulation backward point and a backward point on the boundary. So they're all stacked behind there on the offside. And that's because Sukumaran, he's bowling a very wide offside attack, and that one is a little bit too wide. Just pushes a bit too far out. So the two fielders back, third man, a fine third man, and a wide, I'd call it backward square leg, or could call it a wide third man as well. Bowler in again. And charges towards the pitch of this ball, and they just can't get bat on ball. It's a very slow start here. I'm rejoined by Charlie. Charlie, welcome back to the comms box, and it is a bit of a slow start here. A little bit difficult for the batter to find the ball.
It's going to be tough for the Titans. It really is. No Michael Das, and as I said, it's kind of relying on Sudakar, and that's a lot of pressure to put on this man. It really is. Got to come good here.
Still, that has happened almost every ball this over. It's a bit ridiculous. They need to get bat on ball. Move the feet, people. Sudakaranan, he needs to step into that line and get closer and play shots.
Just have a look here, maybe, if we can have a look. But
what have you
got
spotted?
an interesting field here. They've got the keeper, obviously, and then they've got a very fine deep third, and then a sort of fly gully. It's got very strange. There, you can see that.
Yep.
Very strange indeed. Last ball of the over coming up.
Well, it's an offside attack clearly, and it is a strange setup. And I called it at the very start. I was a bit mystified by that stacked area down there and offside behind the wickets. Unusual.
End of the first over. It is, of course, an interesting start. And, well, of course, we'll be back tomorrow. Malta return after a hiatus. They've got a 2-game day. They take on the Southern Crusaders in the first game. And, of course, they take on Victoria Lions, match 38. Crusaders take on the Warriors, though. That's going to be a tough matchup for them. And then, of course, the Warriors take on the Victoria Lions. Now, that could be a pretty one-sided affair, you feel.
You really do. When you look at the Warriors, who are yet to drop a game, and coming up against the Victoria Lions, who haven't roared, I have to say, I guess, in this tournament thus far.
Too easy.
Yeah.
Too easy from you.
Candy from a baby.
Latif.
And Latif gets one through for a dot. But yeah, interesting mix of games there tomorrow.
Yeah, big time. And I think, looking back at those, it will be tricky for Marsa against the likes of the Southern Crusaders. It depends what Crusaders can bring to the table.
This swing, that's just good away movement as well. Yeah, Crusaders, I thought they started really well. I was really impressed with them, but I kind of feel like the last few games, they haven't really sort of brought the A game along.
No, not one single bit.
And,
Michael Gunateleki at the top of the order hasn't sort of fired for them, and no one else has really either. So
yeah,
it's work to do, and Ryan Bassians, of course, who there kind of is their hit man, he's not working at all.
T10 again. And still cannot get bat on ball. Just gets away from the keeper there. No chance for an extra run. 3 for no loss. We're halfway through the second. And, well, MMA Titans, they're just struggling to find the ball here. And so's the keeper in that moment.
Comes off the old knee for the keeper behind the stumps.
And there we go. The sound of leather on willow. as it's defensively pushed away for
This
a no
is
run.
really could have the signs of, well, depending on what they can master up here, but just has the feel of a very one-sided affair early on. They're just batting within themselves, not really looking to be positive. They just don't want to lose wickets here.
Yeah. That's pretty full. That's hit with a little bit more purpose. It squirts out onto the leg side, and sweeper runs in off the boundary line, keeps it to just 1 run, but that's 1 run off the bat.
Brings it to Carr, and he gets to get off the mark off 5 deliveries here.
Yeah, he's a bit slow.
Just
a little
slightly.
bit slow. Yep.
Has got the ability to go, though, to be fair.
Yeah, we've seen him step up a little bit in the last couple of games, so that's what's needed. But I guess with only 4 on the board, he's being a bit cautious. That shot's a bit cautious. Oh, stop. There's going to be a run out here. Oh, no,
Or
there's
is
not
there?
going to be a run out.
My word.
Oh, they've made a mess of that. They've completely messed it up, that X-Knights.
Well, let's try and run through this then, shall we? Drops this into the offside, and, well, tell you what, the likes of Aaron Raj turns off and says, yeah, we'll have a run there, easy all day. They both sort of say yes, no, maybe, and then he kind of sets off, gives up on it. Nobody home, no one backing up doing the basics, and, well, eventually the Jice Matthew can't collect it cleanly either, and it ends up being a very, very eventful dot ball to finish the over, 4 for none after 2.
That was incredible vision, that. Really incredible. So, there they are, the MMA Titans sitting 7th on the standings, at X-Knights in 2nd, 2 points away from the Strikers. So if they pick up a win here, they will leapfrog the Strikers and go into top spot.
Yeah, Sudhakaran is the second run scorer for this Titan side at 87. But, of course, Das is at front, who's just the mere 190 runs ahead of him.
Wow. Yeah, well.
That tells you all you need to know.
It's almost fair to say that Michael Das is the top scorer, second, Daylight, and then we get Sudhakaran, because that is quite a gap.
Sudhakaran coming on after a good first over, looking to go well.
Starts us with a wide, so needs to just get this one to click. Get Raj, who swings that around, doesn't really middle that at all. Oh, fielder overruns it, and they're going to go back for a comfortable juice. Throw comes in now. Yeah, just overran that.
Not ideal for Jice Matthew. It's another slip up in the field from the Edix Knights already. So work to do for them in this effort. But still, they're looking happy, considering they've got the likes of the Knights of the Titans, at just 7 for none.
Yeah, I'd sort of echo your sentiments about this could be over in a hurry. Swing and a miss. Yeah, this could be a very one-sided affair. It's got memories of when I used to play grade cricket against like a side that was like 3 levels above me or something like that, and you just you go out there, you're just absolutely trembling, thinking every ball gets bowled, I'm going to lose my wicket. Just struggling a bit there, properly struggling.
I'll tell you what, the bowlers won't mind. No, they're getting very happy.
Yeah, head in the clouds, just swinging for the rafters there. And Raj now, he's faced 9 deliveries. He's got 4. Sudhakaran, well, he's got nothing, and he's faced 6.
Yeah, he's faced an entire maiden over in that self, which is rough in its entirety, to be fair.
Should give a shout out to Kroom in the chat, who is a member for 19 months, Silver Spanner. Well done, Kroom. Appreciate your support. Well, let's come off the bat. So finally, a little something to smile about for the batter as they get through for a single. A single probably is something to smile about for the batters at the moment.
It's not even going to be off the bat though. It's a leg
not.
by.
Oh no!
It's a leg by that is not given, and as a run.
Interesting.
And it probably was a leg by, to be honest with you. No doubt about it.
It's
off the thigh pad.
Yep, right up there on the thigh. Fair enough. So, well, at least they get the scoreboard to tick, but it's only 1 tick. So good over this one.
Tick, tick, boom, maybe.
We might see a boom. No, we don't even see a tick.
Can you pull him, even though you're not too certain on what you've got still to come? I mean, genuinely, it's a genuine question for the skipper in Epping Bobby here, because he's none off 7, and at the moment they're running the risk of being below double digits after a power play.
Yeah, look, it's a fair question because it's just not happening, and they need something because it ain't happening. Power play's almost done. 1 more ball to come. Yeah, it begs the question, what is the skipper thinking in the dugout right now? Because that's the power play done, 8 on the board. They haven't lost a wicket, but that's not even part of the conversation as far as I'm concerned. Only 8 on the board, and that is a shocker of a power play. 3, 1 and 4. Did you get him?
Got him.
Oh, you legend.
Absolute
He's been on you for
Buggery of a fly.
ages, that guy.
Not leave me alone. 4 runs off that over. They doubled their score in that last over, to be honest, which is pretty remarkable. Worst, well, not a fun word to use, but smallest total so far in a power play. 8 without loss. I guess there is a positive. They haven't lost any wickets.
That is the only positive to take away from that.
But you've got someone who's none off 8. So there goes your positive.
That's it. Raj facing, start of the 4th, and it's going to be leg side.
Great take.
It is a very good take there.
Super work by the likes of Senthil Raj behind the stumps. Has to get the old one-handed grab out.
He's done it right behind the stumps. I think I've called his name a couple of times now. I think you have as well. That's pretty good one-handed take. Partially blindsided there.
His friends are back. We've come for vengeance.
Oh. What was that? Just takes the hand off the bat as well, just
wide.
to accentuate it.
Let's have another look here. Latif doesn't look too happy.
Doesn't look pleased at all, does he?
Let's have another little gander at this, shall we?
This will be interesting.
Let's have a little feel of it here. That's probably why, because it was never a wide.
No.
You can't give that a wide. What?
How's that?
What?
Anyway.
Another dot.
Well, you have to give that a wide then, don't you? I mean, come on.
Well,
That's
I mean, in comparison,
crazy.
probably. If that first one's a wide, then this one has to be. Let's have another look.
Yeah, that's a little disappointing for the bowler to get called like that. Never mind. Back to live action. Here we go. Latif. And sounds like a good crack, and that is going to carry the boundary line. Charlie, they've bucked the trend. They've done something unbelievable.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That's out of the screws, and the Maximo flashes up, and there's a sigh of relief for the Titans as they finally get a boundary.
And just at the right time, Kitty Hundley joins the chat, and it's Kitty's birthday today. Happy birthday, Kitty, from everyone here at ECN. And we love your support, as always. Tries it again. Doesn't manage to get onto anything of that. And that is, yes, there's definitely an edge there. So Latif has the last smile. Turns around and says, I got you. Thanks for hitting me for 6, but I got you.
Yeah, it comes off the glove. It's a soft dismissal. You just see here.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, it's off the bat, in fact. And
Yeah.
No question about that one. So thank you very much. Good catch behind the stumps for Raj. And, well, kind of feels as if it was inevitable, really. First wicket down. I wouldn't take that back. It's not gone very well. End of the innings for Aaron Raj, who's 10 off 13. It's 16 for 1.
Yeah, 9 dot balls there, but there's a lot of dot balls. He's probably not going to be the worst defender either by the time this innings is over. Yeah, I know, that's a good question, Charlie. The whole thing about switching bats when people go out and things like that, I'm not a fan. I'm sure there's reason. I'm just not a fan. I don't get it.
What do you mean?
Well, is the outgoing batsman hands his bat to the batsman coming in. I'm thinking, what? Is only one good bat? Oh, picked that up pretty well. That's a good shot. That's completely gets a run of play. That's a good shot for 4. Elevates it on first delivery.
Yeah, it goes across the line. It's a risky shot from Abraham, and let's get this right. This guy batted lower down the order and couldn't get runs to save his life, so he's elevated to 3, and he gets 4 to start. A lot of it is because equipment-wise, some of these, amateur teams, Phil, and a lot of these teams have got to share equipment. That's just the way the cookie crumbles in the sport.
Oh, very healthy nick, intentionally played. Straight to that third man on the boundary there. Throws it back in. Charlie's still chasing the flies here.
Honestly, all over the place. But yeah, that's mostly what it is. It's, might only be a couple of sticks that they're quite happy to use. And, yeah, unfortunately that one, as I said, same with helmets and stuff like that. You've got to allow time and investment to go into it, really.
Good short ball there. Let's see if he gets one to climb. That's fair enough. Fair enough. Good answer, I think. If a fly lands on me, can you warn me before you go for it?
No. End of the over. It's 21 for 1 at the end of the 4th, and things are taking a slight increase, well, a steady increase in comparison, but still not enough at the moment. Hello to everyone in the chat, to Kitty, to Dave B, to Julian, to Thomas as well, to Kev, to Mayor, and to Bob, to everyone in between. Thanks for joining us, and yeah, not quite the most exhilarating first 4 overs here, just 21 coming off it.
They've gone in leaps and bounds since the power play. That was a pretty expensive over. That was, what's that, 13 off the over and a wicket. So, yep, that's not too bad. Going in the right direction.
The only way is up. Has to be.
Oh boy. I'm showing my age knowing that song immediately. And then the rest is bouncing in my head. Thank you very much. Giles Matthews, skipper, brings himself on.
Oh,
That's clipped quite nicely out towards the point boundary.
well, that bat sounds broken.
That didn't sound good at all, did it?
Change it.
Have a look at that.
Oh dear, that did not sound healthy at all. A lot of moving parts. And he ends up just plays it very late and sort of paddles it away.
Mm.
Yeah, John's got sort of hit the nail on the head. Said teams limited supply of material. You know, bats aren't cheap nowadays. Absolutely. Of course, got to get them in. You know, here in Malta, got to get them imported as well.
And just a swing and a miss. Nothing going on out there.
Still yet to get off the mark, by the way. And I'm pretty sure the record's what, 13, I think.
13
I think
sounds like
so.
the record. That's from
That's as in the longest duck, by the way.
yes, longest duck. That's right. We're up to 10.
Can he open up his account here? He'd like to.
Surely.
Maybe.
I mean, surely. That's got to be living rent free in his head right now. Is how do I get off the mark? Come on. Oh, and it's off the mark. There we go.
It's a sneaky single.
It is.
It's a sneaky single, but he gets lucky as he flashes the blade at it like he has done for the last 8 balls.
Yep.
But finally gets one away on the 11th time of asking. Not convincing at all.
Nah. I mean, surely he's probably breathing the biggest sigh of relief you've ever felt in your entire
I
life.
think he's feeling a lot of pressure now that Michael Das isn't here.
Yeah. Oh, and that's going to get away from the keeper, but ably backed up by that very fine third man there. Takes care of business, and just the 1 run there.
Another snick that's
Yeah.
just shows they're realistically just swinging and not really thinking about it, to be honest, which is not ideal. It really isn't. So the Titans need a bit of a punch to be woken up here. They need to realise that this game is slowly getting away from them pretty quickly here. Slowly, quickly. Interesting.
It's elevated, and it's going to carry for a big Maximo. So that slow, quick momentum you're talking about there, maybe it's quickening up a little bit more.
That's not the most convincing shots yet again, though. But still, 66 in the book, and that's kind of all you can ask for at this point. They'll take anything you offer to them, I think.
Yeah, it's funny. We also pointed out the field places before about how that quarter of the ground behind the bat on the offside was stacked. That's why it's stacked, because these MMA Titans, they live in Edge City. That's all that they're pretty much getting most of their runs about. Had a couple to the leg side, but mostly it's getting down there. And it's not quite the last ball of the over. There's one more to come, because that's a wide.
Matthew has a bit of a smile, does Jice. Let's have a...
See that one again? 31 for 1.
Tabaganda. That's not a wide.
Have they changed the rule on us? We haven't been told.
Genuinely feels that way.
Crunch down the ground. Nice hit. And good shot for 4. Well, that's pretty good. So, Sudakaran starts to sort of like get going eventually. And he's hit a 6 and a 4 in this over.
Could this be the biggest redemption arc you'll ever see?
Well, if he keeps going like this, it's going to be pretty good, and I think his teammates are going to be absolutely amazed. That's a really good performance. So we're halfway through the innings. There's not a lot on the board. There's not a lot to cheer about. EDX Knights just seem to be going through the motion as well, to be honest, in the field. There's been a couple of fielding blues. That run out they missed early on was pretty bad.
35 for 1 at the end of 5, folks. And yeah, of course, double that, 70, not enough. Not enough with, okay, they haven't got Chowder and they haven't got Basil, but they've still got Stanislaus, they've got Manu, Mohammed as well.
Yep, that's a nice shot down the ground, but protection this time straight.
This is John, who's bowling the 6th over. Of course, that is Alwyn John.
Alwyn John, yes.
Alwyn was sat to the side beside me yesterday.
Oh, was he?
He was, and then got told to move.
Oh.
He was just in the wrong area.
Oh, okay. Oh, reaches for that one.
That is a wide.
That is a proper wide.
It's a filthy wide.
Hello. Was he sitting here?
Even mean that.
Was he sitting here in the commentary tent?
No.
Just what? Just sort of
next door.
away to the side. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Just had to move around slightly.
Try that again. And that's picked up nicely. Very nicely dispatched over the straight boundary for 6.
Whoa, Sudakaran's got to move on. Out of nowhere, he's found first gear after stalling for what seemed like an eternity. Poor delivery, though. It's in the slot.
Yeah.
And John's over, not started nicely.
Well, you talked about redemption. Well, he's doing okay now. He's sort of started to motor, which is good. I think your car analogy is bang on. He's now 17 for 14. Anyone who's just joined us will look at that and say, what are they talking about? He's doing all right. Now.
He was none off 10.
Exactly. John in again. That's a better delivery. Keeper Raj thinks he's got him. No one else does, unfortunately. It's funny, I just saw the non-striker. That's Bibin Abraham. In the previous ball, he was picking some of the grass out of the very bottom of the bat. And I thought, well, you know, you've got to try to hit in the middle of the bat, mate.
Oh.
This will be another interesting replay for us to assess.
Let's have a little gander, shall we? Hey, guess what?
I reckon that's not a wide, Charlie.
No, it ain't a wide.
Yeah. Oof.
What are we doing here?
I
Like,
don't know.
I don't understand it. The rule's there.
It's a good away swing, but he's picked up on that. There's a good chance for a catch. Getting around. Taken. Very nice catch. That Strimbakal does the job here at the long off boundary. Has to run around behind the cover fields and takes a very good outfield catch.
Was none off 10 and then scored 17 in quick time. And then all of a sudden he's going to have to go on 17 off 16. So it's a very interesting innings that comes to an end as the score is going to find itself at 44 for 2. Sudhakaran gone for 17. Holds out to Srambikal at long off.
Yeah, it was a fun old innings, wasn't it? A tale of two halves, possibly. But when he woke up, he was actually looking pretty good. A couple of really good great straight hits. And, well, Vishnu, unfortunately, his innings is well and truly over as he departs. Have a look at this, straight up in the air.
Can I just say that was the same line that was called a wide a ball ago? Just tell you that. That's pretty nuts. Paul!
Proper nuts. Crack down the ground. Oh, a bowler puts his hands in front of that one and says, no, you're not. You're not going past me.
Nowhere near the middle of the bat. Comes right out of the toe.
Nah, look at this. Oh, might want to check his bat on that one. That could do damage when it hits down that low. Oh, and John, this is the last ball of the over. Maybe.
John against Paul.
Potentially. And... oh, chance here for a quick run. And that should finish.
Given as a bye, right? And I want to see this. Look, this line, right? That's not a wide, but I've seen that called.
We have seen that called. Yes.
I've seen that called.
Yes.
They end up coming through for the bye. And I have to say, it's not looking the best at the moment. Slight increase in the runs, but still the extras is also up there. They're technically, you take those away, they're 35 for 2 after 6. It's ugly. They're not. They're 45 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, extras is equals second top score here today. After Sudhakaran got on his bike and pedalled harder. If he hadn't have, they'd be in all sorts of trouble. So 45 for 2 after 6. Yeah, it's just the time taken to get there. That run rate of 7.5 is, that's just, I don't think it's going to challenge the Knights at this point in time. Stanislaus.
Yeah,
Sammy.
Bit of spin from the veteran for the 7th over.
That's been cracked towards deep mid-wicket. Fielder comes off the boundary line and turns that one in. Just the one run. So this will be interesting. It was Ebby and Bobby was the new fielder. Skipper just got off the mark there with that shot. Abram, he's been out there for 5. Tosses it up. Good delivery. Really didn't know much about that at all. Have a look at this one again. Just gives it a bit of a loop. Plays that the classic cross bat swipe. They're bringing another fielder into maybe a regulation mid-wicket. He's just asking, where did you want me? No, he's in a funny old position there. Very close for a catch. And that's been pushed pretty hard, and it's going to beat the fielder. That's been smacked through the covers. Good drive. 4 runs. Again.
Poor fielding.
Yeah.
Had to get down and just get something on it. But Abraham, another boundary for him, and looking a little bit better than what he did last time we saw him. Not the best fielding for someone who's been pretty good in the field in Sukamaran. That's going to be 4 runs, and I just want to check the ball. They're okay. Stanislaus is going to come back.
And does it again. This time goes backward a point. Bit of work there for the fielder. And no problem. He reels that one in.
Nicely done in the end. Another 2, vital 2 runs. They get into the 50. Of course, expected to be about 75 at the moment, which would be double their score at the halfway stage. They were 35 on the board, and again, pretty comfortable in the end to get
Yeah.
back home safely.
It's been carved again over the head of the infield for another 4 runs. Well, they brought a catcher in on the leg side. He's about halfway between the square leg umpire and the batter. He's just in front of the batter. And all the attack is going to the offside. So I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, it doesn't really make too much sense, but
Yeah.
they now bring the fielder over just to drop that man back
Yep.
on the offside. Means there's easy singles on the leg side for Abraham here if he wants to take them on.
Yeah, let's see if they continue the attack there if it comes into the pads. Now, chop down on the offside. And I'll run that quick single.
Just push the single for the sake of getting Abraham on strike for the end for the next over. Not a bad one from Samuel Stanislas, goes for 12. Probably the best one so far. End of the 7th. This is the score as it's 57 for 2. Coming up over the next couple of months here as we go towards the back end of the year, we've got 2 big events still to come.
Yeah, look at that. We've still got, obviously, the rest of this series here in Malta with ECIW and ECI. Then we've got Spain Encore. ECS, ECI action coming your way 18th November through to Sunday the 8th of December. And then, of course, we're going to finish the year with European Cricket Championship for Women in Malaga there. That is the 9th of December through the 20th. And that is going to be a fantastic tournament. Still very good cricket coming your way. The series and the championship, strap in for that. It's going to be a fun ride towards Christmas.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Looks as if just in a Krishnan with some left arm.
Just a bit too quick there for Abraham. But Abraham's hitting the ball well. He's 19 from 10. And they're going to be looking for him to try and help them up to a decent score. It's the 8th over, 57 on the board. The run rate is not great. It was 8 off the power play in case you missed it, which, of course, is really not great. And fielder coming in off the extra cover boundary, now inside the circle. That's been carved to point. Good pick up and throw. Well, a bit too hot for the keeper. He gives a bit of a clap for his fielder, but really good work in the field. Look at this. Clean pick up, got rid of the ball straight away. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, I think that's Madman Manu who's done the work there at point.
Yep.
Excellent bit of work. Yeah, Abraham, his highest, he's played 1 match or 1 innings, got 5 not out off. His strike rate was only 70s, so this is a good improvement from him.
Well, he gets a bit of an inside edge that squirts away to short fine leg. Almost French cuts himself onto, undercuts himself into the stumps, but no, gets away with it. Okay, so this is his highest score.
Yep.
Nice.
On the network so far.
On the network, yep. I'll be very happy then. Giving him a bit of buoyancy. 20 not out at the moment. So hit down the ground. Just straight to the fielder here at long off. Straight to him. Chancing a second, not sure why. The throw was already halfway back when he set off and immediately just said, oh, yep. That's right. Feels just got a little bit darker here. There's a few grey clouds around. No chance of rain that I think is going to happen. They're hot.
Might have to get the old covers on this evening just as a precaution.
I think I'd agree with that. Just as a precautionary measure. Swing and a miss, a bit too close to the batter for that. But I just know it's just got a little bit dimmer here.
Yeah, it's kind of been coming. I think it has been sort of forecasted to be a bit cloudy and greyer today, but I think over the course of the next couple of days it should be all right.
Yeah, I think so too. So last ball of the 8th coming up. Goes the big wind up and connects nicely for a big Maximo down the ground. This is Ebbing Paul now. Ebbing Paul.
Nice shot to complete the over with, and that will help proceedings as the Titans are slowly getting up to a respectable target. With 2 overs to go, they're sat at 66 for 2 at the end of 8 overs. And now going to look to Jice Matthew probably to return in the 9th just to try and tighten things up here, maybe keep this one relatively quiet. They've had a decent 21 off the last 2 overs, which has really helped them get on their merry way.
Oh, big time.
But still got to look at the likes of, who are they going to go for the last? You've got Matthew coming on now, and then maybe in a Christian, probably that's what they looked to do yesterday with him.
Swing and a miss. So MMA, they've only lost 2 wickets. I must admit, at the start of this innings, I thought there'd be more down than that at the start of the 8th over. So the batters have managed to stick around. There's been a few sort of mishaps in the field early on, but still only 2 down. It's a good chance for these 2 to really kick on. For Abraham, who's facing now, he scored the bulk of the runs. Once again, batter pleading to the umpire for a wide. And he's actually been gesturing to the line and saying, "Isn't that the line?" Please don't get that. That'll start me and Charlie off if you start doing that, because we know where it is as well. Hey, we've seen wider balls than that not get called, and we've seen tighter balls than that get called. So go figure. And that's just too good. That's just too quick. Batter was through his shot, and the keeper already had it in his gloves. Just badly timed.
Comes down for a little conversation here, does Paul with Abraham, and it's an interesting one because, well, who do you listen to? Both of them aren't exactly registered or recognised batters, I should say. 4% at the moment.
Yeah, staring down the barrel, aren't they? Connects with an edge, and that's going to fly over the top of everybody for a 6 from Maximo. Take it any way you can get it here in the 9th. That's fortuitous, to say the least. He's just swung everything, the kitchen sink, the laundry sink, and even the his and hers bathroom sink at that one. And he's connected and got enough on it to go flying away for a big 6. Well, adds more to the score, adds more to his score as well. So Abraham is leading by example, 27 from 17. A few too many dot balls probably when you look at the final wash up in his stats.
Yeah.
And the overall team stats as well. That'll be ridiculous. But yeah, I think he's just missed out a little bit. But still.
Recovered well though here,
yeah.
The Titans.
Just guides that towards one of those fielders on the boundary line back there.
Crazy how many runs have flown through there. Oh dear. That's poor keeping. Doesn't really make a decision whether to go for it or not, and they kind of all just look at each other and make kind of don't really know what to do. But a little bit lazy and sort of switch off there from the Knights.
Yeah, strange old move. Just sort of jumps up, doesn't take it very cleanly at all.
Ball to come then in the over. It's gone for 7, or even that 8. I should correct myself. Joyce Matthew would love a wicket for his troubles.
And he gets a dot ball in the end. Abraham, I think he's looking a little bit frustrated with himself there. But, well, he's only got himself to blame. They go to that room full of mirrors, have a bit of a look. 74 for 2 after 9. Yeah,
6 balls to come. Can they get up to the 80s? That would be something to bowl at. But, of course, you are backing the Knights here to sort of chase this, to be honest. But, yeah, as I said, probably going to go to an Christian here. Or not, maybe. Not too sure. Looks like they might change it up and maybe go with Alwyn John, actually. Which is...
wouldn't it be my first choice?
Yeah, well, it's not what I was expecting. They went with a Christian twice. I think maybe the momentum is with the fact that this man John took a wicket in his last over. Well, they both conceded 9, so
yeah,
fair enough.
Yep. So we can do here. Paul's on strike. Starts with a dot.
John versus Paul again.
Yep. You're going to make a Beatles reference?
No. It's a good shout, though. Mr. Viking Bay, pleasure to have you in the chat. Been a while.
Yeah. Oh, and that is called a wide. We can have a second look at that one.
Got to check him, because I'll be on it hot. Oh, dear. No! It's not. I might walk out there myself in a minute and tell him it's not a wide.
I will not try and stop you. And that's been clipped uppishly. It's going to get away. 2 fielders running. It is going to get away. And that is 4 runs off the bat.
2 things here. First of all, it's a nice shot. Fair enough. Credit to him. But if I'm honest with you, the extra ball shouldn't have needed to have been bowled. It was never a wide in the first place, and it's a horrible feeling as a bowler. You feel like you bowled a decent delivery, hide it inside the line, and it gets called for wide. And the next ball you bowl is an extra one that you shouldn't really have to, and it goes the distance. It's not really fair, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, to be honest. That's it's smacked down the ground. That's through cover, who can't get down to it. That is 4. So back-to-back 4s here. Paul trying to put the foot down in this final over. 83 for 2.
Yeah, this is a really, really good bit of hitting this, and a nice moment between these two. There's a big fist pump because they know that they're actually doing a really good job considering what's been going on in this game. 26 dot balls, by the way, so far in this innings.
Wow.
No!
And that is signalled. Signalled wide by the umpire. Oh, boy.
Let's have another look, because I'm telling you now, that's not a wide. What are we doing here? This is not a wide. This is like the 6th time now. I don't understand it here. Really don't get it.
That's a good dot ball. It's a good delivery.
I don't understand it. The rule was changed
Yep.
not long ago. The rule was changed before the ECC, long before that, where anything that touches the line goes the way of the bowler. It's the line belongs to the bowler. And then it's just every time it needs to be looked at. Sorry.
I agree. I agree completely. 2 balls to come. There's one of them. Shouts for a caught behind.
Pulled. You can't really blame Abraham for trying to get down the other end, to be fair.
Yeah.
28 dots now, by the way. Almost half of the allotted deliveries in this innings have gone for 0.
Crazy.
Yikes.
That is a crazy stat. Final ball of the innings coming up. Can we get a dot?
Yeah, fair enough. Absolutely. It's the last ball. You know what he's going to do, and it's absolutely fair enough from John. Says, get back. Get back in your box, son. Stay there. You can wait.
As you were.
He just set off pretty quickly. He's running by the time he's already there.
Yep. Let's try again. And that's a good ball. It's a wide. Well, there we go. They got one right. Even now the bowlers are sort of asking the question, saying, really? It's just...
Chase Matthew at long on is thinking, well, why is that? Because it was too high.
Confusion reigning supreme here on some of these wides. Let's try the last ball one more time. Potentially. Bowler in.
Ah, you're learning well, young Padawan. That is a wide.
I prefer grasshopper. Anyway.
I prefer legal deliveries. That's a wide for height, for length, for line, everything.
Yeah, I would prefer legal deliveries as well. You see that?
Never mind. It's given us a free hit because it was too short.
Yep.
Had the one for the over.
So this last ball has taken a long time to get there.
Free hit to come. Well, the percentages will tell you this isn't going to go to the rope. But anything could happen. Can they get to 90? Got the yips here.
Yep. John just can't close out this over. Can't close out the over, can't close out the innings. Just need one legal delivery to finish off this innings, and then we can all have a quick 5-minute break and get back with a run chase. John is just keeping us in situ.
He's trying to get them into the 90s.
I think
Trying to give them something to chase. Free hit still.
And there we go. There's the free miss and a run out to boot. And now we finish the innings. So we finally get through the whole 10 overs. John finishes his over, which seemed to take an eternity. He'll be happy that it's done. We're happy it's done. And MMA get up to 88 for 3 after 10 overs.
Yeah, they just want to check as to who's going to get run out here. Did they cross or not is the question. Just to have a look.
Yeah, we'll just look one more time at that, see if we can see.
Just see here. Of course, they run through, and then at the point of impact, yeah, they cross. So that's going to end up being Eldaz Paul who will go. So it will be 88 for 3 at the end of the 10. And to be fair, they were at 1.35 for 1 at the end of the fifth over. So they end up doing more than double, which isn't too bad, but still you kind of feel against this Edicts Knights. Of course, don't get me wrong, listen, against in this exact fixture last time around, they were able to... they were restricted by the Zero United boys, but I still think that the bowling of the MMA Titans probably not up to scratch in comparison to that sort of side of things. So still think that this probably isn't going to be enough, and it should be a simple chase. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, I agree with that. And don't forget, it was only 8 runs off the power play. So all the highlights you're seeing now, this was not from the power play at all. And when you get 8 off the first 3, then you get 80 off the next 7. Well, it speaks volumes here. So there was a few highlights here when, Sudhakar, when he finally got going after 10 deliveries on 0, he started looking good and started looking threatening, and then he holed out to a good catch from Strambakal coming off the rope there. Good catch. His catch could have caught well this in this tournament. Vishnu just walking off there.
Disappointing way to go for him, but got to remember that he was none off 10 and then went boom, boom, got 17 off 4, and then the 5th was gone. This was the last ball of the innings, and that's what I'm saying. Not too much to write home about, to be honest. It's a short but sweet highlights package, and of course, at the end of the day, John kind of feels a little bit hard done by, and to be honest, I can kind of respect it, as we'll have a look at the scorecard, and it's an ugly one for the Titans. No Michael Das, no fun is the sort of sign of things for the Titans. Raj 10 off 13, 17 off 16, 29 off 20, 16 off 12. Not really what you want, to be honest, only going at just above a run a ball most of those. 16 extras though, but if I'm honest with you, they're probably 6, I reckon they're about 6 too many there. I reckon at least 6 of those probably weren't wides.
I agree totally. That's a bit disappointing. That's something we're going to look at too in between the games, in between the innings possibly as well. Have a look at the bowling there. Some good economies there at the very, very top there. Sue Kamaran. Well, he bowled obviously in the power play, clearly from those figures. None for 6, very economic. Latif picked up a wicket in his 2 overs, and after that a few 20s. And Samuel Stanislas, he came on and bowled and over and went for 12. That was the end. He didn't want to bowl anymore. And Owen John finished off things there. And let's go to the summary. You can see Bibin Abraham, 29 not out, top scorer. Vishnu Surakaran, he got 17. Eldas Paul with a 16, and the extras got him for 16 as well. Adil Latif, he picks up 1 for 14. Owen John gets 1 for 22. Only 3 wickets fell, so there was a run out there as well. I expected the Knights to pick up a few more wickets along the way, but it didn't happen. So as it is, at X-Knights, they're going to need 89 runs in their 10 overs to pick up the points here in this game. It's only 8.9 runs needed per over. And Charlie, you got to say, they'd be red-hot favourites to pull this one off.
Should be looking to do this within the 4, really, within the 7 to pick up all 4 points. So looking forward to this one. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time for the last innings of the day here on day number 9, match 35, second half, coming up on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Paramatch, and Victorinox.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It is the last inning of the day, and it is of course going to be an exciting one as the ECS Knights require 89 for victory. As the clouds are coming in, the sun's setting already due to the, of course, it's daylight saving now, isn't it? 88 was the first innings total, so 61 or less for the Titans to try and restrict them to, but it's going to be a very tough old time of it. But a warm welcome back to everyone in the chat, to everybody, and it is going to be an exciting one, of course. No Basil George, so it's going to be a little bit trickier for the ECS Knights, but still feel that they should have the ability to chase this down within 7. I think it's kind of where they need to be starting from here. Looking for the bonus point and going from that straight away. That's where it has to be. Of course, certainly think that if they don't take it, they should be looking to get it pretty easily. But yeah, of course, welcome back. 89 for victory. They're probably going to have 2 tricky overs from Sudhakaran, and that's probably where they'll look to maybe use the extra bit of pace. But after that, it's all about trying to make the most of what comes their way. Sudhakaran is going to be opening alongside Mohammed. Still got Stanislaus who can come in at the top, and Manu will probably come in at 3. That's where he's been so good over the course of this tournament. Really has. And of course, 89 off 42, that's just for the bonus point. And do you think that certainly could be easy? Well, not easy, but an option. Here we go then. Start of the last innings of the day. Short, and trying to swing this away is Sudhakaran. Unable to get anything away, but it is certainly getting very dark. Camera doesn't quite pick it, but it's dark and cloudy. But of course, tomorrow it's supposed to get back to nice sunshine, 23 degrees, and make the most of the sunshine. There's not a bad start from Sudhakaran. Short. Let's have a look here then, as this was short and wide outside the off stump. Well, consistently will tell you that if that's not, if the other ones are wide, then that's a wide, but they're not. So that's a good call. It's just consistency is all we ask for. It really is. That is a wide. There's no question about that one. And unable to quite get this one right, unfortunately, at the moment, is Sudhakaran. Welcome to Wayne, to Paul, to Steve, to Dave, to James. I'm rattling through him. To John, to everyone in between. To Jacob. Good to have you here. Monica and Danny as well. Oh, he's not like that one. It's not like that one at all, Sudhakaran, and that's a pretty good one. Have a look at this. Nah, do you know what? Don't fancy this one. I'm all right, thanks. Dear. Of course, John has been here from the start, and it's his last afternoon, and it's been great to have him here. It really has, and certainly enjoyed having him here and getting heckled as I walk past every time. It's been absolutely fantastic. It certainly is an interesting start, this, though. No runs off the bat. Sudhakaran has been on the money. And this time is going to get battled on it. This races away like a tracer bullet. And the first runs off the bat will go to Sudhakaran as he places this one elegantly through backward point and gets 4 for his troubles. Lovely shot and a lovely way to open up your account. And a good time to welcome back Phil G into the box.
Thanks so much, Charlie. I've come back at a good time because that was a nice shot. I heard you just giving a bit of a thumbs up for Johnny He. Just echoed that as well. Fantastic having me here at the ground. A vocal supporter, and yeah, he always gives me a little bit of something to go on as I walk past as well. Fantastic having me here. A very popular member of the Blue Spanner crew.
The community as a whole, not solely just the blue Spanners, of course, but I appreciate everyone in the chat, of course. Packing that third man region, and rightfully so, because kind of have to be honest. Needs a reply. Oh, it's in the area that he would love to take on, just trying to get it over the top, but can't make a connection.
Oh boy, that's it's funny how that area behind third man is stacked again. We saw it in the previous innings as well.
So many runs flow there. It really does.
It really. That's the funny thing is they stack it and then suddenly the shots are still going there. So it's if the batters are trying to correct, then they're not succeeding.
That one. Well, see, this is the thing. Tilisidaran's going to turn around and say, well, look, that was given as wides against us, so why are we not getting them back? And this is the issue that you start building up when you give wides that aren't wides. End of the over, it's 5 off the first. It's without loss as well, 5 for none after the first over. That was given as wide in the last innings, I'm just saying, or in the last couple of overs. There was instances where it was. Yeah,
we saw deliveries that didn't go that wide were given as wides. 266 matches since a golden ball. And the less we talk about that graphic, the better, because we starved of golden balls here. We need one. We need one this week. It's got to happen.
Wayne saying that John should get stuck in. There was a point where we had a long break, and there was a football that was found. So a couple of us were giving a bit of having a kick about. John was just hackling me and just heckling for non-stop. Kind of went and sort of sat down and rethought me whole life process, to be honest with you.
Did the heckle get you, did it?
Proper. Benedijoy doesn't start off in a nice manner. That's going to be a wide ball.
Oh, hey. That was a stuck in the hand sort of moment, that one from Benedijoy. Let's have a look at that one again. Did that hit the wicket? Oh, yeah.
Very wide, though. And the response is an uppercut over point, and that's going to go all the way. 6 runs. Curbsy hits that curve on the full, and if you know what game that is, then you're an OG. There's that one. He goes all the way, 6 runs.
Just look around the corner, see where Johnny's gone. His seat's vacant. I thought he'd get into shot there.
He was just there a minute ago.
He was just there, wasn't he?
Yeah, just there a minute. Look at this, though. Watch this all the way as this tracks all the way. Watch this. Ready? Ever played Curbsy before? Oh, he just missed it as we come back. That's going to be a wide. I think that might be. Let's have a look here. There's this one.
Yeah.
Extra delivery then for Joy to, well, make the most of it. Can he get a wicket? See, that one's fine. Honestly. Anyway, good comeback from Joy. You know, play Curbsy?
No.
What?
I'm not familiar with the Curbsy.
So you used to
talk me through it.
Stand. So it was on a road. You'd have you and a mate would play. You'd stand on each side. You'd throw a ball. If it hits the curb, that's a point. And if it goes up and you catch it after it goes up off the curb, then that's another point. And obviously, if you don't, and it goes through, and then no point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good fun.
Never played it.
Great game. Great game of Curbsy.
Can't say I saw anyone play it when I was growing up. But I grew up a long time ago. Some say I'm still growing up.
It was my dad that taught me it. My dad's older than you, I think.
What about your dad's dad? That's probably get towards my ballpark.
Up in the air.
Oh.
No, my dad's older than you.
Attack the ball.
My dad's older than you.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Only just. Only just.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Shout out to Ian, by the way, if you're watching.
Hello there.
Fends away at this one. And again, do you know what, though? As much as I'm the one that's been saying that that's not wide, and it's not, but I can understand Tilisidaran's frustration when they're not getting the same calls back.
Yep.
Completely understand it.
Yep.
It's a completely valid point, and as much as I don't like batters complaining, it's understandable. Well, this is probably going to be too wide for height.
Yep. And if you saw him, Tilisidaran, at the end of the first over, he genuinely was upset.
Yeah.
Really, and he had
why wouldn't you be?
Absolute right to be upset. Really unhappy with that. And as you said, Charlie, you said it bang on. Consistency is the key.
No ball because it's an extra one for the over.
Yep. So here we go.
Free hit to come then. Can he cash in? That's going to be another one to come. That's going to be too wide.
Yeah, it's not a good over at all from Ben Herjoy.
Curbsy, same thing.
Just can't get it in the proper place, can he? Now, the batters are they're having a chat. For a second, I thought they were going to change ends. That was bizarre. I know it's getting towards the end of the over, but there is still this free hit to be taken. I think they walked up almost about to switch over. Not they good? Tilisidaran.
Oh dear, and well now it's another no here. As the keeper's had a bit of he's taken one on the finger. They're going to come through for 2 here. Well, this has had a bit of everything. No, another wide because of that one. And oh dear, this is not ideal a situation here.
Yeah.
And the keeper's gone down here. He's a bit injured. He's a bit hurt.
Oh no! Oh no! Yep. Just having a quick look at this. That's not good. They're calling for a medic, and she's grabbing her gear and on her way out. And let's hope it's nothing serious. Yeah, we're just sort of getting to a point now towards the end of this second over. Slowly get to the end of the second over. And it's interesting, boys. EDX Knights haven't got off to a flyer, but they don't need to. It's not a big score. It's only 89 is the target that they're chasing. And yeah, keeper's going to be treatment on the end of. Well, no, he's getting it all the way along the back of his hand on the.
Just be the old.
Yeah.
Just be the old freeze spray.
And that breeze is picking up because he had to put his hand out because the spray started hitting the hand and hitting him in the face. That breeze just picked up a bit just then.
What's going on here? I'm just reading the chat. Steve's talking about headers and volleys. Headers and volleys was a good game as well. That was the old football one.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I know that one.
Very good indeed.
Even though we didn't play
he's still unhappy here.
football.
Is the
Oh.
Is the keeper. He's still not happy at all. But yeah, Kirby was great. He used to play it a lot with me dad, with me mate as well. It was fantastic.
Okay.
It was really good. And they're changing keepers here, are they? No. He's all right. He'll be okay. Well, I'll tell you what. Good old Akshay Krishnagati's happy that Eloise Pauls is okay. He was more happy than anyone.
He looked
smile.
very proud of that, didn't he?
Glad he's happy.
Maybe he's the backup keeper.
Maybe.
And normal service resumes with a wide.
Yeah, another one. Let's have another look here.
One more time. Let's see how this one goes.
That one is.
Yeah, we can.
That one's a wide.
Definitely.
I'll give you that one. Oh, this one.
Let's clip that one.
Leg side. Just drags it more than anything. Not the electric start that the Knights would have been hoping for at the end of the second. It's 21 without loss.
Yeah, slightly, taken personally here, slightly underwhelmed by the start from the EDX Knights. They haven't sort of come out and taken the MMA Titan bowlers to task here. There's a difference there on the ladder. You see the MMA Titans, they're 7th on the table on 9 points. They've picked up 2 wins in their 5 games. EDX Knights sitting there in 2nd position. They've played 7. This is their 8th game. So they played a few more games than the Strikers. But if they get the win here, they go above the Strikers. But as I said, they've played 2 more games. So that's always something to consider as well.
Yeah, so it is a must-win, really, this for the Knights, especially considering the position they're in now. And the thing is, the Flyers are out, but the Mozzies are out now as well. There's the issue.
Oh, no.
Absolutely. So then, they're going to turn to Sudhakaran again. He's going to try and finish off strongly. Went for just 5 off his first. That's going to be a wide ball to start. Reaches for this one just to the Sudhakaran, but can't reach far enough.
Yeah, bit of a loose that. Not a good start. Need to tighten that one up. 22 for no loss. 2 overs gone. Yep, 67 from 30 for a bonus point. Still the bonus point very much in play. Obviously, no wickets fallen yet.
Oh, and this is an unbelievable bit of work, is it? I think it is. He's not too sure. I think he sort of can't believe that he's taken this one cleanly. That's a super grab from Paul. He just was niggling an injury not too long ago, and all of a sudden, he's taken an absolute blinder behind the stumps.
I'm not sure how that's managed to stick, but it has indeed stuck. Let's have a look at this one again. Watch the keeper, left of screen.
Super.
Nice.
Super grab, just sticks in the right mitt and then does really well actually to get that left hand underneath it as well. And cushions the fall. 5 off 10 for Vishnu Sudhakaran, and that's going to be 22 for 1. And that's going to be the first wicket to fall.
Yeah, so Titans here, they do pick up the wicket. A previously injured keeper takes a ripper catch. So there we go. That could be a bit of a spin around, a bit of a change in momentum there. So it's not all going to be EDX Knights' way today. Although having said that, it's, Samuel Stanislas comes in, and we know what he's capable of. He's capable of taking this game absolutely by the scruff of the neck, wringing it dry and saying, that's my game, thank you. Could happen. Or it could go right the other way.
Sure, Stanislaus comes out. Very sensible head. Stanislaus on those shoulders, so he knows that don't need to be hitting any rash shots here and just, wait for the poor delivery and take it to the cleaners.
Yeah, completely there. And the bonus point, 14 runs per over required to get to the bonus point at X-Knight, 66 from 28. And with a sort of a cautious start in the first 2 overs, maybe the bonus point's not on.
Hit firmly and oh, wow, that's going to hurt. That'll certainly leave a mark. I'm not surprised that he's already gone down straight away. And he's looking at this and sort of blowing some warm air onto it because he's not tried to catch this as the likes of Bim and Abraham. He's just stuck a hand up there in pure hope.
Yeah.
And this is absolutely slapped that right hand of his, and that's going to sting for days.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling that.
It's just got a bit chillier here as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not fun at all.
No.
Hit firmly. And now we'll just drop this into the offside for a single.
I mean, Bibbin there, he saved a boundary, but he's wearing that one
At what
right.
cost?
That right slap.
Might be able to hold a bat for the rest of the week.
Yeah, he's lucky he's already done his job batting, because that really would have hurt. That's gonna leave a mark. 25 for 1.
Oh, up in the air. Has he
Wow.
got enough on this one? The sound would suggest so, and Bobby keeps on going over the line. There you go. Finally comes down. That's a mammoth, absolutely mammoth shot for Mohammed. That's huge.
That's going to come down with ice. That was a long, long way in the air. It took forever to come down, didn't it? No kidding.
Yeah, it's a big, big shot. Really is. And nice to see him get one under his belt. What's the response going to be from Sudhakaran, who's under a bit of pressure now with that 6? It's a cutter with an outside edge that will run away. It's well fielded out there on what looks like an ice rink, slipping around so much. Single to end the over. It's a good one, as that will be 11 that come off it. 27 off the last 2. End of the power play. It's 32 for 1.
Yeah, it turns out in the end to be a pretty good power play. Good acceleration there, especially that second over. 16 off it. That was pretty good. 32 for 1. And I also just noticed that when the throw came in from the outfield, the keeper just went with his left hand and knocked the ball down rather than take it in both hands with the glove. It's just still feeling a bit of a sting on his in his right hand on those fingers. We got a bit of treatment not too long ago.
Yeah, so umpire's just sort of having a look. Looks to who they're going to come on. I mean, do you go with spin early here? Bobby's always been a big man that they could go to. Might concede some runs, but he might get your wickets, and wickets are what you need to win this game, to be honest with you.
Yeah, they're not going to contain that X-Knights, right?
Nope.
It just can't see that happening.
So then the question is, you've got to go to people that are going to buy your wickets. Can you try and buy a wicket with himself, Bobby? Of course, the thing is as well, sometimes you often see as captains kind of realise they'll forget that they're an option themselves.
Yeah.
And look to other places. But yeah, I think it really is an interesting one, as they're going to go with Krishnan Kutty for the 4th over.
I think that's a good move. He's bowled pretty well.
See what he can come up with as sun sets on what is another stunning day of cricket on the network. Here he is. Well, that's not far away from the stumps at all. Ooh. That's a good delivery first up. And I think Mohammed just kind of thought he had less time than he did, really.
Yeah, look at this one again. Needs to make
just
sure
he's out on it, to be honest.
Yeah, Krishnan Kutty needs to make sure he doesn't run in front of the umpire too. So he just drifts right across that
it's
line.
Not the best run up, to be honest. There's not much rhythm to it, but it works at the end. It's got a sort of twinkle toes, and then this bit here off the wrong foot. And this is going to get carved away. And there you go, gets the boot out. Does Bernard Joy. Might not be having too much joy at home when he has to stumble on his foot for the rest of the day.
Well, if his other over was anything to sort of go by, he's not having much fun with the hand either, so maybe he felt the foot was a better way to go.
Yeah, true. Oh, off the old ankle. That's going to be, that will leave a mark.
Yeah, ouch.
Oh, this has come off the hand, and he's got to get the skates on here as it's a fumble from Paul, and everyone kind of just stopped, and everything kind of looked like it was going in slow motion for a minute. And there, Stanislaus not really pushing the single, and then Paul just kind of pretty lackadaisical and just forgot to pick up the ball.
Yeah, I get the feeling he's still feeling that tingle that he had from getting the spray, and that right hand is just...
Didn't stop him taking the catch, though.
Well, that catch was really, really something special. Yeah, so he takes the catch, but can't field it clean.
Oh, it's a good delivery, and it's a tricky one for Paul to deal with. They're going to come through for the bye. Paul lent on this one and had to, because it was a slower delivery. Really comes out the back of the hand, ends up being the the leg cutter and just dies on Paul. There's not much he could do.
Yeah, awkward run for the keeper, that.
Great delivery, though, by Krishnan Kutty. 54 off 20 still for a bonus point. Doable, very doable at the moment.
Yeah, especially with these two out there. But, yeah, Stanislas, he hasn't got going yet.
Surprised that they didn't go with the likes of... I'll come to it after this one, as this is thumped down the ground. One bounce for. Get out of the way of that one, because that's travelling at some rate of knots. That's going to be a welcome boundary for Stanislas.
Yeah, just as I was saying, he's 3 from 3. He hasn't got going, but that one may be the sign that he is about to get going.
Yeah, he often is a bit of a slower starter, is Stanislas, to be fair. But I'm surprised that they didn't go with the likes of Yadav Manu in at number 3. It's kind of where he's been for the entirety of this tournament, but they don't go from here. Maybe just saying that he can come out anywhere and just hit ball from ball 1. So
I thought Stanislas might open, but they didn't
change it up. I guess it's kind of also a good opportunity to give other people a chance.
Yeah,
get them an eye in. Man, Rain's giving the comparison of Bumrah. I can see it. I can see the comparison, but no. Last ball of the 4th. Now this cannot be out. It cannot be out. He has a bit of a giggle, and I think he realises that, oh, yeah, no, hang on, that's pitching well outside leg. Good delivery, though, to be fair. Again, the leg cutter that turns in, and it's missing everything. But good delivery, end of the over. It's still interesting at 39 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, it's missed everything except for the body of the batter. So, yeah, umpire quite right to just say, play on. Not going to happen. So that run rate, it's just ticking downward ever so slightly. They're still ahead of the required run rate, of course. But it's
got to be looking at 7 overs, though, here. Have to be.
They should be.
Well, they should have been.
They
anyway.
really should be. But now that requirement is up to 16.67, and that's starting to now get a little bit tough.
Yeah, it's still only one big over away, though, really, isn't it, to be honest? I think, you can look at it and say, well, I'll tell you what you can look at is that dressing room, and that tells you one thing.
Smiles.
Quite happy. Quite happy indeed at the moment.
Really?
Why wouldn't you be?
Yeah. They're looking pretty good. They're going to be going top of the table if this continues. And then they'll be absolutely ecstatic.
Mohammed has started nicely. 16 off 10. He'd like a couple more out of the screws, though. Wilson is going to bowl a wider delivery, and this one is up, and away. And this one is going to be 1 bounce 4.
Well, there you go. So helps himself to a big boundary. Gets a fair bit of elevation on this, but over the infield, there is no one on the boundary back there. Now there is, but not for that shot.
It's just pushed wider, that one from Wilson. Needs a response here. And that was a loosener to start with. Things not quite starting in the correct manner.
Yeah, needs to get this right now.
Doesn't he just? And he doesn't. It's going to be deemed as a wide.
Yeah, he just couldn't control that one and then had a little bit outswing just to accentuate that wide. Umpire's having a little chat. What's he having a chat about? Is that the old, you run in front of me?
Might be.
I got a bit of a problem?
Maybe.
Yep.
It goes wider again, and there is protection out there. Oh, nowhere near. Ends up being all the way. 6 runs. A nice pickup from Mohammed, and this might just be the over that I was just talking about, where they get closer to being at the run rate required.
Yeah, Ebin Bobby puts himself out there for that exact shot. Well, maybe not that exact shot because that went for a Maximo, but he put himself on that boundary there to stop that delivery from getting past again. And, wow, Wilson, you've bowled 2 deliveries, legal deliveries, and you've gone for 11. And as you say, Charlie, this could be the big over.
Yeah, certainly would like to see it if you're a Knights fan. Oh, that's a wide ball. It's a great bit of work to cover the distance that he did.
Yeah.
By Paul behind the stumps. Ends up being 2 wides, no question about that one.
Yeah, Alto's Paul there doing a great job to get across, just to get something onto that in the end. They were pretty lucky that he did get something, because it could have gone all the way. 52 for 1 in the 5th.
Leg side, nobody there. That's a Gundy delivery. That's going to be another boundary. 4 more. Stanislas gets involved in the action.
Yeah, Juthu Wilson here. He's he obviously didn't. He wasn't at the meeting for the how we're going to attack this to defend a low score. He must have been in the toilet or something, because he's completely not got the right hymn sheet
It's
here.
the wrong person to go to here. I would have gone with the skipper himself, Bobby.
Bobby.
Change it up, go pace off. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You're not in a winning position at the moment anyway. You know, if it might get a point out of it if you have a tidy over, but it's not at the moment. 17 off 3 legal deliveries.
Yeah, Bobby's brought himself down to mid-off, maybe trying to get in the ear of the bowler, keep giving him orders. Oh, it's worked.
There you go. It's the swipe across the line from Stanislaus. And Wilson has the last laugh as he goes full and straight and finally gets it on the money.
Well, obviously Bobby just got into his face and said, if you bowl it full and straight, you'll be on here. This short, wide business, don't have to do that. And Stanislaus staring over towards the archery centre saying, there should be a white grizzly on its way over there by now. And there's not.
Should have gone the distance. 11 off 7 for Sammy. Not the best of days with the bat for him, but he'll be back soon, of course, as another one bites the dust. But to be honest, I think that might be a little blessing in disguise because that brings Manu. He'll come out as a score now. Is 56 for 2. Oh, no, it's not.
No.
They've not gone with Yadav Manu. They've gone with Jar Krishnan Shrambikal.
That's
Which is
interesting.
a surprise. Injury, maybe? Potentially. I don't know.
Just trying to think if he went down at for any reason during the fielding.
Not from my memory.
No, not from my memory either.
Anyway, yeah, I'll tell you what, he'll be saying, well, listen, if I get a couple of runs here, then who cares?
Yeah, true.
Who cares? What's happening here? What's going on? Your umpire's telling him to get out of the way, something, I don't know. Anyway,
Not sure what's going on there.
Shrambikal in at number 4. 2 balls left in this 5th over. And, oh, dear. Well, okay then. Here we go. Run it back. He does swing away. Never a wide.
Yep, even the bowler was in a state of disbelief, as I think a few of us probably are right now. Shrambikal, he's looking to get off the mark now. Last ball of the over. Oh,
That's a no-eat.
that is indeed.
That's a no ball. Going to have another look here just to check. Let's have a look from camera 1, please. As it's, going to be a no ball. This is not working. And he's having a pretty horrid time at the moment. Is Wilson.
Yeah, he gets a wicket, but every other ball has been really tough on him.
Yeah, proper.
Yep.
It really has. Now things just starting to unravel. As Bobby has another chat. Last time they did this, they got a wicket. Of course, it's a free hit to come, so it can only be run out. But if it happens, then Bobby's got the magic touch, and I don't know how it works.
That's exactly right. Let's see.
Oh, dear, another one. Another extra, and it's going to be another free hit to come now. Just got the yips again, has Wilson. Just generally got the yips. Of course, it is a rotated squad this for the Titans, so they are maybe just trying to try a couple of bits out.
Yep.
Try and see if someone else can make a name for themselves. That's okay. That's a good delivery. It swings all the way across and gets it in. That's the free hit, done and dusted.
Better. They still need 30 from 13 for a bonus point. So this over has helped him in that direction rather aggressively with, 20 so far. Really good.
Oh, and this one is sneaks this one in, and it's a dot ball to finish the over. Let's have a look. That's fine, absolutely perfect. Nailed on at the end of the over then. It will be 59 for 2 at the halfway stage. So 30 needed in 30 balls at the moment. That's where we are. But of course they'll be looking to try and get that 30 in 2 overs. Doable, very much doable.
Oh, absolutely. After getting 20 if in that over, when they needed 50 off 3 overs, they're now down to 30 from 2 overs. So a couple of overs of 15. You think that should be possible? They did lose a big wicket there of Stanislaus just after he started to just find his stride. But MMA Titans, they need something big here from Krishnan Kudi.
Boy, do they. And they're going to stick with the Boomer impersonator himself.
Yep. Try not to let go of that bonus point too easily.
30 off 12. And there is going to be 4 of them because it's a full toss that gets pumped down the ground. Little check drive from Mohammed, but gets enough.
Well, that's the kind of start that X Knights wanted to this over. That's a good straight drive. Nicely lofted. 1 bounce, 4 runs, and Krishnan Kudi, give him a rev up.
Lance asking, what are the yips? The yips, it's a golfing term. That's where I know it from. It's kind of when a good player all of a sudden just kind of loses the plot a bit, and so it's down to a number of different things. Short, just doesn't read it, just doesn't pick the length there. Mohammed gets a bit stuck. Yeah, it's, you know, putting, for example, it's like a nervous, sort of, kind of like a nervous, I don't know, nervous energy that builds up, and then all of a sudden, you know, you kind of lose and stop someone. You yips, heebie-jeebies, nerves. What else is there? There's another one. This is up and away. Oh, away from the one-handed, outstretched hand of the backward point fielder, but it's going to be 4 more. As another boundary will go to the way of the ECS Knights. Got dartitis as well, where that's kind of just sort of something in the elbow that just can't get going. It's just a mind trick, really, when you just kind of get stuck.
Yeah, for mine, heebie-jeebies is the good one for mine. That's the kind of phrase that I know it as. You know, we sort of still say that watching AFL footy, you know, when someone's kicking for goal, and or nobody wants to collect the ball to give it back to the bowler. I'm not sure what that's about. It's gone all the way down to long on, who has to pick it up and say, that's not my job. Just get the ball back to him. So Christian Kurdi now.
Full toss, up and away, 6 runs. And they're looking to chase this down pretty quickly at the moment, as they're looking for that bonus point. Nice shot. It's too full from Christian Cutty, and he gets it all wrong.
Yeah, completely wrong. But onto it, quick, smart. Oh, that's a good strike. That's a really good strike. Nice. Mohammed's played a pretty good innings here, opening up for the ECS Knights, and that is a good shot.
Steve saying he used to get them in snooker, the delicate roll-up behind for a snooker type shots. There you go. See?
Okay.
Yeah. Get them in. You generally get them in I get them in putting sometimes. You kind of just sort of stand over a putt, and you just sort of stand there, and you try and take it back, but there's just something that stops you. It's very, very bizarre.
Yeah.
Dartitis, as I said, is one.
Yeah. Okay. Is it limited to sport, or do you think you can get the yips in all sorts of things in
Everything.
life? Yeah. I guess it's
General conversation. If you're really good at making conversation, and all of a sudden you just sort of sit there and start sort of double question yourself, and
yeah,
definitely. Another full toss and another boundary. Going to need to be checked as to see whether or not what this is, but it's a great shot nonetheless.
Just as the sun starts to come out, and Mohammed is up to 40 plus whatever this is adjudicated as. It's a deed at 4.
This is another full toss though that isn't working. Has this travelled the distance? We're going to have to go slower than that. I can't see that fast.
Umpire's called it 4.
Probably fair enough.
Mind you though, the sun's come out, which is good.
16 off 8. Oh, pumped away. It's another boundary. This is stunning hitting. It really is. Mohammed has found the middle of the bat, and he's found the timing and the rhythm that he was looking for. Really
good innings this. And he's accelerated at the right time in his middle overs. Maybe he's noticing the MMA Titan bowlers getting a little bit loose, getting a little bit tired maybe as well. I'm not sure they'll be tired, but they certainly look at. This is the only game they've played today.
Yeah, 12 needed then. Oh, 8 needed, sorry.
Yeah, 8 now. Wow.
As, that's the end of the 6th, 81 for 2.
Yeah, have a look at that batting card there. Obviously, Vishnu Tulasadaran misses out 5 from 10, well, but this is a good partnership now.
Bobby, he's probably about 3 overs too late hit.
Yeah.
Maybe 2. 3 is a bit of a push. But I think he's a couple overs late here. He's going to come on for the 7th, and I think he should have bowled at least the 5th, if not the 4th.
Should have bowled the over that Ben Hur bowled.
Yeah, probably.
Yep.
Anyway, he's going to come on, and he's only got 8 runs to play with. Oh, dear. Just when you don't want to concede a single, they get a bye. There could be more here. Potential buzzers. They will take it. Will they? Yes, no, maybe no. Send him back. And it will just be a single. Just the bye.
Yeah, probably the right decision there. Just, no, we don't need to. We've got all the time in the world.
Don't need the risk.
Totally agree. Don't need the risk.
The fact that Mohammed can hit the deliveries that he needs to.
Yeah.
Eric Bristow famously had it, and he was sort of one of the best dance players at the time. 7 needed for victory. Well, there is 6 of them. No, it's held out in the deep, as it's a good catch by the likes of Aman Raj. There's something to smile about for the Titans. They will get another wicket, but unfortunately that's going to be a wicket to fall for the ECS Knights. And too short of his half-century, Mohammed goes to 48. The score is 82 for 3.
Yeah, you got a feel for Mohammed there. He's really turned on the juice in the last over and powered himself up to 48. Gets his team within touching distance of this win and the bonus point. But unfortunately, he departs. He won't see them over the line, and he gets a very good welcome back to the dugout.
Question is, though, has Bobby just bought his side a point out of the game? You know, you've got It depends who they've sent in. They've sent in Latif here, so still no Manu.
Oh, okay.
He's got to go here. It's 7 needed off of the over. And up in the air. Could be 2 in 2 here if the fielder sets himself. Someone needs to communicate, and they do.
Whoa.
It is going to be 2 in 2. Latif will have to go for a golden quacker, and all of a sudden there's a potential hat-trick opportunity.
If Yadav Manu doesn't come in, he's definitely injured, right?
Has to be.
He's got to be.
Has to be, because why wouldn't they? They need him to go big early on. But unfortunately, Latif is going to have to make the dreaded walk back. Adil Latif won't be happy. Golden Derek goes for a golden quacker. Good catch by Akshay Krishnan Kutty. Eben Bobby 2 in 2 on a hat-trick now.
And it just reinforces what we said before about Bobby. You're on about 2 overs too late. You were needed. They're still smiling in the dugout,
It
even
is Manu, by the way. It is Manu.
It is Manu,
Who's
good.
come out here. So hat-trick time then, Bobby. I'll tell you what, a hat-trick here might be huge in the part of the game. We'll come back to live action. Hat-trick time. Oh, respects it into the leg side, and they'll get a single. The thing is now, you're asking Trambacao to hit a boundary, and he's none off 4. 6 off 2 for a point, or the bonus point even.
Well, that's the catch, isn't it? So what? How does he handle this? If he can hit,
He's got to go for a boundary, haven't you?
He has to go hard.
Needs a boundary.
No point turning the strike over. Get on with it.
Over, by the way, 2 for 1.
Terrific.
This is hit firmly. Could be another one. Put down. But they only get a single. They're going to take 2. No, I'd back Manu to hit the boundary, if I'm honest with you.
Yep.
Trambacao will get off the mark. Gets put down, and luckily so, it doesn't go towards the boundary. Hit firmly. It was whipped away, the wrist and quick hands, but out the middle of the bat, but put down by the likes of Sudakaran. And here we go then. So just a single. So 6 for all 4 points for the Knights. Or is it going to be a point for the Titans in a really tough display? Goes for it. Leg side. Gets it. There you go. Goes all the way, and that will be the bonus point as the celebrations rain on in, as that will bring an end to an eventful day here on the European Cricket Network. And, well, the old bonus point golden ball equation comes into it, and with the last flash of the blade, Manu, asking where he'd been the entire innings, ends up hitting the winning runs.
Well, they just get there for the bonus point. Just get there. Obviously, the win was in the bag. Not a problem. That was pretty much decided early on. You could see it going that way. They're all coming together. I think they're just waiting for confirmation, are they, that the score is done. That umpires remove the bails and the stumps and say, guys, it's all done and dusted. And they do pick up 4 points indeed. But yeah, Yadav Manu, where is he? Where is he? He comes out and he does the job.
Hits the winning runs.
In the last ball, he picks up that bonus point. Well done.
That's what I was saying. You'd back him to hit the boundary more than risking a silly second. Let's have a look at the highlights then, and then we'll of course go to what's coming up tomorrow. But let's go and run these highlights of what eventually was a successful bonus point chase, as it started off with a couple of nice boundaries into that third man area, and of course it just kept on going. And then, oh, in fairness, that was a great catch by Paul behind the stumps, who took a super catch. It was not an easy one, but that removed, of course, the first batter. And then this one was uppish, but slapped into the hand of the fielder. And then, of course, they did eventually hit some boundaries that would get them on their merry way to all 4 points.
Yeah, so the EDX Knights, they sort of started a little bit cold, but as you're saying, Charlie, then the boundaries started coming thick and fast. Ben-Hur gets one on the ankle there. He'll be putting that one into the ice bath later on tonight. And there was a bit of a stand and deliver, a couple of straight drives. Straight drive shots seem to be really popular with the players here. It's obviously a lot of work towards that part of the ground as well. So there was firstly that shot that bounced over 4, and then the next one came again after Eben Bobby put himself down there. It doesn't matter if they're going to carry the line though.
But yeah, again, Kane Wilson, it all went pear-shaped, but he did get the wicket of Stanislaus. But then, of course, he said, okay, cut, here we go. Manu comes in and we'll hit the runs. But no, they just kind of sort of wanted to give maybe other people an opportunity. Or there's something else in there, but of course Mohammed played a great innings, he really did, worth 48, and you thought he would be the man to get them over the line, but unfortunately would hold out to a catch in the deep. But that one was, well, that one didn't get hold out, that was a beautiful stroke of the blade. But of course this one, again, even better on the offside, was hit away firmly for 4 and just kept on going really nicely, to be fair. And then Bobby came on, as I said, 2 overs too late, picked out in the field was the likes of Mohammed, and he thought, well, okay, could that be the point? Came off to a warm applause as of the others started scrambling around to get some pads on. Maybe Manu didn't come up because he just didn't want to put his pads on because he thought it was game over.
Yeah, exactly.
But of course, then it was 2-2, and you thought, well, maybe Bobby could do something here, but he couldn't. As a couple balls later, this one put down, and if anything, that's also the point lost because they keep Manu on strike.
That's exactly what it is. Latif went for a first ball he saw before, and then the winning hit over deep mid wicket. And that was it. That was the 4 points in the bag. Umpire says, agree it's a 6. Hands aloft were the batters. And I think the bowling team was sort of saying, are we sure that's done? We've got nothing more to play with? And the umpire said, you are done. There's nothing more to play with.
If you batted better, you would have. Anyway, let's have a look at the scorecards then before we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And you can see there, Mohammed stopped scoring. But look at the extras column. Let them down massively with 18. For the Titans, one of the worst displays with the ball that we've seen so far when it comes to the extras column. Yep. Manu finishing off nicely, 7 off 12 for him. First baller for Latif, not the best for him. As for the bowlers, not really too much to write home about. 1 wickets for Sidakaran and Wilson, 2 for Bobby, and as I said, Bobby coming on way too late. He's the pick bowler in that lineup for the Titans with his spin. Yes, it's not pretty, but it's effective.
Yeah, it's a real shame that Bobby didn't come on 2 overs earlier. It could have changed a few things. It might have cost them a point. We won't know because obviously that was the choice that was made by the skipper and maybe team management as well for him to come on later. But that's the final wash up there at X Knights beat MMA Titans by 6 wickets in exactly 7 overs to score all 4 points. Great effort from them.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's, of course, have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Another 4-game day tomorrow here on this beautiful Tuesday coming up. Southern Crusaders have a doubleheader against Marsa and the Masita Warriors in the first 2 games. And then Marsa take on the Victoria Lions. And the Lions, well, they welcome the Warriors to the den as they take on each other in the last game of the day. 7:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European Time, 1 o'clock out in India. Another excellent day back on the network here, Phil.
Yeah, looking forward to that one. Cedar Warriors back in action, as you say, a couple of times. And a couple of teams there with a bit to prove as well. These are sort of mid-table teams and also the ones a bit lower. If they want to be here at the pointy end of the competition, they need to notch wins tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, then that's all we've got time for here today. It's been another absolutely thrilling day. First of all, there's one man I want to say a huge thank you to, as I know he makes his way back to the UK tomorrow. John, pleasure to have had you here in Malta over the last sort of week and a half, 2 weeks. It's been a real pleasure to have you here every day, even if you had heckled me every day, but it's been a pleasure.
We've enjoyed him here. It's been a real surprise and it's been fun having him here. Absolute character. I've been loving his work.
Absolutely. Huge thanks to the Blue Crew, of course. Happy birthday, Stigsy. And also to the players, umpires, scorers, and most importantly to, of course, the Malta Federation, to Marsa, and, of course, to Spring Media, who have done an absolute wonderful job here yet again today. Well then, folks, enjoy the rest of your evening. It's going to be another thrilling day of cricket tomorrow. Do make sure you return. We'll leave you with the highlights of the day. Have a good evening, everybody.